Hello, I am Eagle, Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode number 49. Can you believe it? Another one. Hope you all had a excellent Tuesday. I know I did. Today will be a super fun episode. I'm sure you probably recognize this man in the window from many cannabis events. Tonight we have the original Reefer Man. How you doing, the original Reefer Man? Can you tell everybody where they can find you? Say hello.
Uh, well, I am the original reefer man. Hey, how's it going, everybody? It's good to be here. It's an honor to have me on the show. You can find me on Instagram at the original reefer man. You can find me on Facebook as reefer man. Those are pretty much the only two places right now, I guess.
Right on. So, how was your day? Hopefully, you have something you can smoke on while you're maybe telling your story.
Oh
It's
yeah,
not
oh,
a it's,
I figured I
it's not a
start.
must.
Figured we started this off with a good, sativa dab. I
Nice.
got a little bit of purple Kush, Colombian Gold, sour berry sherbet, and Gorilla Glue #4 mix.
Oh
Pretty
yeah.
tasty.
The most hated grower. Hello, how you doing tonight, fellow YouTuber? Make sure to check out his channel when he goes live. How you doing, Smiley's Gardens, A Nova, Hoss Farms, Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Hans Warrior. Welcome everybody. How you doing tonight?
Like I told you before, when we were just chatting over text, is this is usually past my bedtime. Lately, I've been going to bed like an old person and waking up early as can be to get out there and work in the fields. So this time of year, it seems like it's all just kind of prep work.
That is. Uh, how's the weather where you're at? I know it's been cold as shit. Have you been able to get some work done this last week?
Yeah, it's been pretty productive. We're in the process of moving. This is our first time using chickens and ducks with our outdoor process to kind of make. I'll go into detail about that a little bit more later, but making a full system, a full circle. So I've just been building a duck coop, finishing up a chicken coop, and just been doing a lot of work outdoors. Getting the property ready to bring these critters in. Oh, I'm seeing your lips move, but I'm not getting any audio.
Yeah, I
There,
had
there.
it muted. Bad host. I was saying Chris Carpenter says, "Hello, bro, Reefer Man. You brought me a new subscriber, so I appreciate that."
There you go, man.
Uh,
Yeah, that's one of my brothers.
oh yeah.
But
So
yeah, it's
let's
pretty good weather around here though, for sure. Just about ready to get those all of our girls outside. It seems like it's just the weather we keep getting all these cold snaps. Nothing really seems to want to settle right outside.
all right. So just roughly, where you at here in Michigan?
I'm in the Genesee County, Flint area, basically. That's where I born and raised here. I've kind of stretched my wings out a little bit, but not too far.
So, well, yeah, I'm actually from down the parts myself. I'm actually from Genesee County area, Flint. I
Oh
was down there today, as a matter of fact, running around taking care of my patient down there.
yeah.
Pretty
Okay.
nice day. Pretty nice
Yeah,
day,
yeah,
actually.
that was pretty nice.
I had an essential reason to leave the house today, so it was a it was a good day.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, as long as you've got your 6 foot distance.
Right. Yeah, Yes, sir, I did. So let's jump in here. When was your first your cannabis experience there? I mean, with the name like the original Reefer Man, it's got to go back a little ways.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't exactly start smoking every day when I was, my first experience, but my first experience, I was about 8 or 9 years old. I remember one of the older kids. It's always one of the older kids, right? But one of the older kids got I was hanging out with him, and there was this strip. We lived right across the street from where the school was. And there was this little strip of woods where all the kids used to hide in, and there was these liquor bottles and homemade bongs and all sorts of stuff. I didn't know what it was. I just thought I was being cool smoking cigarettes. And then one day this kid introduces, he's like, "Hey man, you want to try smoking weed?" And I figured, sure, it didn't like, I can't really say like it overtook me, or I ran home and ate a box of Wheaties, or like I didn't get stoned at all, but it just kind of like left me mellow, and it left like kind of an impression on me even way back then. And as I got older, it wasn't until I was about like, I'd say 15 or 16 when I started getting into it more heavily. Like I was always, looking for something. There was always a bag somewhere. But I mean, we were kind of in. I'm going on. I'm 33 now, and when we were kind of in like a weird spot back then, because we were still buying brick weed. That was still the normal thing, where it was these nasty clumps. But then as we started to get a little bit older, you started to see this hydro stuff that everybody's talking about. And if basically it was just not brickweed, it was good weed that had a smell to it. And 9 times out of 10, it was too wet because the guy didn't even cure it all the way before he cut it down and gave it to you. People started, I mean, not that people weren't growing and doing basement grows around here from the 70s, but it seemed like it just started to become more prevalent. And you started to find like those the weed actually had names, like the Northern Pine and the DJ Shorts Blueberry, and some of these other like the skunky, like the fruity ones kind of came by a little bit later, but like the skunky and the pine are the original really key flavors that I remember that I've always kind of sought after. And I think those are some of the strains that really kind of motivated me to start trying to grow on my own, or make it, become a caregiver and start doing things to look at the plant in a holistic way, a whole, like, from start to finish. Even with one of my first plants, I remember thinking about the roots, and how we could utilize this whole entire plant from the roots to the top of it. Use the stalks, use the leaves, use the whole entire thing. Some of these methods I've moved on from, but it's just the point. It's always from start to finish. Use some of it for compost. Use just it's always got something to benefit you, even in the end.
Yeah, it's quite the amazing plant, that's for sure. For sure. Uh, Reaper Man, were you able to bring up your chat here? Because you've had a couple of shout outs, and I want to make sure that you're able to.
Let's see here.
Should be up in your left hand top corner there.
It
You might
just
be,
says,
it should say like live on YouTube.
yeah. When I click it, it just tells me
Should
a
drop down
string
and
link.
yep, view stream on YouTube. Click that.
It just says copy stream. It doesn't say view.
Hmm.
Hey everybody, I hope you're enjoying this close up.
So far, like I said, you've had Chris Carpenter say hello. Megan Hi says hello. and a few others here have had Twisted Ninja. A few others have, gave you some props.
Hey everybody, thank you. I'm sorry I can't pull it up. I'm doing this off of my phone. Limited
Oh,
resources here.
right on, right on. Either way, I just wanted to make sure that you were getting the love you deserved. That you're getting in chat there.
I appreciate it. I'll go back after this is over and check all the comments out.
Right on. So, you know, you kind of touched base on a little bit on how, and so what was the first real process when you first started growing? I mean, did you start outdoors? Did you start indoors?
So I guess my story starts uh back right around the point. Well, I guess it's kind of you started me out with it with the first time you smoked, and then that kind of led up to that transitional point of where we went from like basically bad weed to good weed, and then it seemed like shortly after that it became a um that shortly after that we started to see the medical start to become more prevalent around 2008, and the Genesee County Compassion Club was a big monumental, just having that as a utility and talking to so many different growers, getting all these different perspectives from so many different people that if you would have told them that so and so told you, they would have told you that you're an idiot for listening to so and so because everybody seemed to know the best way to grow back then. But I kind of just listened to a little bit of what everybody said, and a little bit of it made sense, and I took a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and decided to. I canceled having my caregiver at the time, and I transitioned over to doing my own grow. Um, a big part of that was actually doing security with Brad Lemke and being a security guard at one of the very first High Times Cups, because that led me to the avenue of meeting George Brinko, who fronted me my first light setup. And that light setup is what, started me out back then. So I kind of grew that into one light, eventually made enough money to buy two lights and then four lights, and you were able to slowly grow a couple more at a time and pay attention to the benefit of what you were going to use it for, how you were going to use it, where it was going to go, how it was going to be processed. It was just like it everything was a stepping stone along the way, and I always pay tribute to those two people the most for that initial start, because without that light setup and without that job, I would have never been able to do a single thing that I've done or meet a single person that I've met along the way. um
I
but
gotta give you props, man. That you remember the people that helped you out. There's a lot of people that get where they get, and they just forget that people help them
yeah,
out sometimes. So it's pretty awesome that you're taking time to credit the people that gave you a start. So that's pretty awesome start. And good
yeah,
credit to your character right off the bat, sir.
thank you. But yeah, I mean, like I said, if there it, I think that having that security job and being able to utilize that as a tool, meeting Brad in the first place, I don't know, like I'm honestly, there's so much that happened right around that time. My head's just like exploding with ideas because of where everything happened. Like I remember later that night at that first cup, we ended up like staying over doing after show for, it was like some underground like it seemed like it was everything was underground in this weird warehouse that was wide open out in the downtown Detroit, and it was George Clinton playing the after party, you know. But it was
Talk about a
pretty.
good night.
Yeah, it
Sounds
was
like a
pretty
pretty
awesome.
amazing night, really.
I mean, even the security guards were passing around joints. It was insane. Like everybody was smoking there. It was awesome. Um, you know, and then years after that, I just kind of I met different people along the way. There's one of my buddies, Steve, taught me everything that there is to know about wax and processing the plant into, you know, an actual sustainable like good clear wax, you know. I mean, I just I really don't want to touch it too much, but I really pride myself in my wax work nowadays, and it's just because of that extra angle that like some of these little shortcuts and things that a lot of people don't pay attention to stabilize it. You know, back in 2013, I started noticing the difference between buying wax from someone and getting wax, making it, vacuuming it, and then, you know, my lungs were just really sensitive because of the asthma, my asthma, and I could really tell the difference between a good wax and bad wax. So I started. That kind of motivated me to make it myself, and yeah, it really made a difference. You know, that's made a difference for me and my patients. Um, the RSO, you know, I dabble with the RSO as well, and I've really seen like the medicinal benefits of that. It's my grandpa died of skin cancer back in 2013, and I'm sorry, 2003, and one of the big motivations for me in this whole path has been making topicals and making cancer treatments along the way, and seeing, you know, one of my very first patients was that I helped with this was a stage 4 lung cancer patient, and the doctors told him he had less than 6 months to live. And I'm sure everybody, you know, everybody's heard stories like this, but the guy told him he had 6 months to live. uh he started taking the RSO religiously, like I told him to. It was in his system constantly. He went to the doctor, they scanned him. It didn't shrink, it didn't slowly disappear, it just vanished. And they said they had no idea what happened. That, you know, you're fine, you're in remission, we're not gonna, you know, you don't have a death sentence anymore. And ever since then, you know, he thanks me all the time, and he says, you know, that I saved his life. And it's like it's one of those things that it's like I didn't do it, man. The plant did it, but I'm so grateful that I'm able to do this now. Because if I could do this for my grandpa back then, I mean, I'd give anything to have a time machine and go back. You know, but I mean, really, at the end of the day, I'm nobody. I'm just another caregiver out there who's dabbled in a little bit of everything, and has tried to perfect the craft just like the next guy, you know. And I've gotten really lucky, and I've gotten to, you know, get in the newspaper a couple of times, and getting some high times videos, and meet people like DJ Short that I never thought as a kid I'd ever meet, you know. Like it's been a wild ride, man. It's crazy.
I think you forgot Cannabis Cup Judge on that list of things there. I know
I
you
don't
say
I don't
nobody,
I
but
don't
that's
think
pretty,
I'm
you know, in my book,
officially
that's a pretty
allowed
good list.
to say that on the books, so
I've
maybe.
been a judge myself. As long as we're not divulging it during contest times, we're able to divulge that. As far
Okay,
as I
well,
know,
Then
Just
I
not
have
during.
good past cups, I guess. I don't know. It's a
Right.
possibility, I guess.
There you go. There you go. There you go. It's pretty awesome. But just help being a caregiver and helping people, and helping care, cancer patients. That's huge in my book. That's what this community is about. That's what the plant's about. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah.
So
Say that dirty
when
C word, and you gotta start throwing RSO at them.
So that's they've already kind of hit us with this in chat a little bit. When you say RSO, do you really, is it RSO or is it FICO? Some people are a little touchy on the subject. I mean,
Okay.
RSO is kind of like
Yeah.
they're
Well, I mean, if
suggesting
you
it's
want to
made with
follow,
the NAPTA, but the FICO,
yeah,
you know what I
that's what I was
mean?
gonna say. If you want to follow true RSO protocol for Phoenix tiers, then yeah, you're talking naphtha, and I don't get into the dirty solvents.
So
However,
let's
I
could
do
you
believe
walk us through your process then? You know what I mean? Do you mind putting that out there?
Yeah, no, I mean it's a very simple process. It's not I don't do anything complicated. It's you take a large amount of material, preferably a pound or so, and you soak it into a giant tub and you fill it with alcohol, and you stir it a little bit, you let it set, and then you strain it out, and then you run more solvent, which preferably would be your alcohol, and you run your solvent over it. You dissolve that, and then you boil it off. Usually, I use some sort of a wok or something like that to get the vapors to boil off, and then you take the product in a bowl, in a glass bowl, and you put it into a vacuum chamber at least, well, I mean, once it's boiled off to a solid state, or I guess, whatever, solid-ish state, the goo. But then you throw it into the vacuum oven, and I usually don't raise the temperature higher than 150 degrees. And that's it, vacuum it for 2-3 days, and we've sent it in and gotten good test results back for solvent, purity. I really miss the golden days of having the caregiver network that we used to have in the community, where we could go to the dispensaries and help them out with our overages, because that really made a huge difference. I mean, I had a good network established with several caregivers in the area, where we were helping people out with hundreds of grams. It was, but I would have never been able to accomplish that without that community, without that partnership.
I agree. I agree. It needs to come back to that model, at least on the medical side. If they want to change things up for the rec, they let them go ahead. But the medical system, in my opinion, needs to stay exactly the way it was. There was
Yeah,
nothing wrong
yeah.
with
I
it.
mean, well, that's what it is. It's medical, exactly. you know, there's a different side to it.
I'm actually rooting for everybody I know to keep that medical. If they've had a medical card, to keep that medical card. Don't
Yeah,
just say, oh, it's wrecked now. I don't need it. If you needed it before, then you needed it. You need it now. You know what I mean? I'm just afraid that there's a lot of people out there that may sway like that, and then maybe some of the medical interest that should be going, into it will be lost because on
yeah,
paper, the medical will, ease off, and that'll be a shame. And there's just so many
right.
benefits for care, to have your medical card, keep the caregiver system alive for one, better quality meds. I'm telling you, I stopped in Flint today. I'm not pointing any fingers in a few spots, and I was not impressed. For one, the one place I stopped, I forgot to do some paperwork before I left the house today, and so I stopped at one of the places. I'm from A to B, and the pre-roll that I had gotten from that place was costly. And as a grower, I know for straight up that shit had to been trimmed. There was
Yeah.
no way that thing could have been, you know,
I
it
the
was
most I've done is I've looked at some of the places online and I just saw their prices and I'm like, all right, no thanks. I'd rather, go support my friend down the road than to be honest, half of the time, because like you said, it's like the quality is just there's a huge difference between what Tom has down the street versus what they're selling their overages to at these places. I mean, I one of my friends was telling me some inside information about being at one of these rec facilities, and it just amazed me that some of their hiring processes, like they supposedly didn't want anyone who had a medical card over the last year. They didn't, if you had a medical card, you had to, you know, uh, get rid of it or something, show them proof that you got rid of it, because they didn't, I think they just didn't want you to, like, I don't know, active competition or something. but, I can see where, they wouldn't want you to have something in your own house, have mites, have fungus or something, and then bring that into their facility. But to me, it like they're hiring these kids that have a year at Oaksterdam University versus people like me and you that have been doing this for 10 years plus. It doesn't make sense. Like, why wouldn't you try and bring us into it more? But apparently that's automatically disqualifies you.
well, actually, from what I've heard, like a caregiver like me or you're absolutely right. We have to sign off our caregivership, boom, right off the bat to go work for them.
Yeah,
Just because I believe they are afraid of maybe some genetics slipping in or out, or overages or whatever. But
yeah,
the guys that really know their shit, them are the ones they want to come set it up. We're the ones that come in first and kind of help set it up, but then weed it out very quickly. We're the Oaksterdam kids that are willing to work for next to nothing after the thing's halfway set
right.
up. And
Yeah.
I've heard a bunch of horror stories like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, this kid was apparently so overwhelmed. He's like, he just even told my buddy, like, look, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm over my head. Like, tell me any tip you got, you know.
Well, it's a lot. It's a huge difference from a couple of tenths to fucking 500 plant, 1500 plant
Oh
grow.
yeah. I could never imagine. I mean, we do a couple in the field every year, and we call it the Field of Dreams. But other than that, we don't. I couldn't. I just couldn't imagine doing 3,000. Even somebody asked me the other day if I knew somebody who had over 1,000 clones. I'm like, wow, I wish.
Right. I came, and that's another thing I guess, real quick, we could touch on is damn plant count. And we'd be so much better off if they would just let us go square footage. But it's I guess with all that's been said so far and the way they're trying to chip us away at all, I guess we should be happy with the plant count, not
Yeah,
you know what I mean? The
yeah.
bitch
Well, I
about no
mean,
square footage.
look at Oklahoma. No plant count.
Yeah, for me as a caregiver, it'd just be nicer to, be able to do a little bit more of a pheno hunt, uh, a proper pheno hunt for the genetics to get through it before because you can do a lot in a space in a square foot versus a
Yeah.
plank pal.
Have you? I mean, if you do square footage, you could. I mean, I don't know. I don't know because I could see that being going both ways. Because if you're doing like a sea of green method or something, then your square footage doesn't matter. But if you're growing behemoths, giant Christmas trees, you're like definitely losing out on square footage.
True that. True that. Yeah, I would think it would work better for overall is being able to pop seeds and be able to take cuts like you said there. Anybody that's got 1,000 clones, well, that sure would be nice, and it would be quite easily if you could do square footage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that would be you'd be able to help supply the community and other patients. Me myself, I'm hoping that every medical grower, at least if they don't have a caregiver, to try to grow their own medicine for sure. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
now
That's one of the good things about recreational, at least. I'm with you there. I encourage everybody to get their medical card just because there's more protection under Section 4 and 8 than there is under just the recreational law. But when you combine them both together, it's not solid. It's not great. Like I really am more just let it all be free. I'd rather it be the same, treat it the same as a tomato plant. Let me sell it at the farmer's market. Like I would much rather treat it that way. But I we've got these rules and regulations, and under these rules and regulations, if you use the two of them together, I think you're a lot better off than just using recreational.
right, right. So as far as well, before we get taken off too far, you did kind of mention the quality steps you take in your wax. So could you like maybe throw out a couple of tips there for some people that do kind of do their own stuff that maybe you could throw out a tip or two that helps clean that stuff up in the end, the the care that
The
you put into it then.
best pieces of advice I can give on that, because like at our facility, when we do everything at our offsite facility, we we keep everything's still open loop. We don't have a closed loop system, so it's really efficient way to do it is just to moderate your temperatures, keep everything as cold as possible, and use a nitrogen flush. That's a big key that I was told by somebody at one of the other facilities, and it's done me wonders. I can get, instead of, a lot of people keep their tube cold. You run solution through it. That solution then kind of freezes those lipids. You're left with a little bit of solution in there after you chill your tube, and that's so now everything's frozen and you have lipids and fatty acids that are kept in there, and that's what you want. You want all those frozen and separated. Now when you go to release it, the liquid comes out the bottom, but that liquid, your solvent, isn't, some of it gets trapped up inside of it. So typically what people will do is run more butane through it. Well, that's fine. But when you run more warm butane through it, unless you take the process to chill it and wait, and which you're just, it's nothing really comes out of it like it should. You end up getting a lot of stuff either left over in the tube, or you end up bringing out a lot of lipids and fatty acids that you don't want to bring out. So a way to avoid that is to go to a local air and gas store, get some nitrogen, hook the nitrogen up to the your tube, and just after you're done running the butane through it, then you do a nitrogen flush, and that helps to push the residual liquid out. I mean, that's the best piece of advice I'd give anybody on how to do that.
I'd say that's a pretty good piece of advice right there. Nice.
Yeah, I went from probably about 4 or 5 per run to utilizing it and getting at least uh 6 to 7 batches out of one tank doing it this way. So it's almost doubled my my resources.
Is there so other than the Fico and making some nice wax, is that all you utilize with your extra waste? Popcorn buds and trim, all lotions. That's correct. Is the Fico the base of your lotions, or do you make like a
No,
coconut oil?
I do. Yeah, I'll use I'll use the cannabis. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's Pico at this point. I don't know. I feel weird calling it that every time, but
I
uh,
do too. It took me the longest because well, I've got a good friend here, Jack Greenstock, who is
uh-huh.
a super. He's done many shows, growing with my fellow home growers. There you go, Jack. Cheap plug for you, brother. I love you. What he says the difference is, and because I'm torn on it too, to be right honest with you, Reefer Man, because I believe credit should be right with the maker. You know what I mean? The original man. That's where it should be. That's my thought on it. But
Yeah, it's
as
just
of
a
late,
charity.
because there's been so much back and forth on the community on what it should be called. Should it be called FICO, RSO, blah, blah, blah. Well, Jack has been quick to point out, and he's pointed out tonight that the difference is, and it kind of started with him kind of not being so proud of the NAPTA use. So that's why he's kind of also pushing the FICO, because the FICO is more of a alcohol extraction. So he's trying to kind of coach people away from the idea of using the other and kind of leading them towards. I guess that's kind of the difference, I guess. And I've just trying to been I've been RSO my whole time, and it's hard for me to switch,
Yeah,
and I've
yeah,
just kind of been able to flip over there. So whatever you want to call it, whatever which one you're more
yeah.
comfortable with.
I think to me, it's like you said. Like I kind of like. I still feel like Rick deserves a little bit of credit for it, regardless of what solvent you're using, because
Exactly.
it's still his process, and he's still like it doesn't. Yeah, naphtha is probably not the best thing to use, and like you said, he sees that now too. But we're
But
still
like
the same
keep it
process.
RSO and put an asterisk beside next to it or
Right,
something, and just like cross that shit out and go alcohol. You know what I mean? But keep him
right.
the credit. That's the way I feel about it. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But
Or
but yeah,
indeed.
so what was the question? You asked me a question about RSO, and then we got off on that.
I asked you if you use RSO like a base for your creams, or if you use the
Oh yeah,
coconut
yeah,
oil.
that's right. Yeah, I do actually. My topical solution that has it's evolved a lot over the years. It started out as a I found out that the roots had a property in it that you I'd have to look this up because I just don't quote me, but someone at one point I think I saw that it said that the roots were the only part of the plant that was actually poisonous to digest. If you were to eat the root, that you would have some sort of a problem with your stomach, but that you could use it for topical properties, and that it had a lot of anti cancerous effects. So I started drying the roots and collecting the roots and using the roots as and extracting the root into a powder, and then putting that into an alcohol, along with a little bit of RSO, and using that as like a topical solution. Um, Over the years, that kind of evolved into more coconut oil based things, and I kind of just focused on like I now call it Evan's Cure. Over the years, I at one point called it Dr. Drew's All Body Lube Tube. But the formula has changed a lot over the years, but my main focus has always been like skin health because my grandpa had skin cancer. So how, what are these different things that are going to help, dry flaky skin? And so we mix in things like almond oil, grapeseed oil. um, there's there's an emulsifier called safflower oil that helps the THC to penetrate into your skin and your blood cells faster, so that it'll help target anything, basically whatever's wrong, your pain, your cancer, whatever. Um, and we've had a lot of success with that. I actually had a lady who had breast cancer, and she came to me. And she said that she used it topically on her breast, and then she also was taking the RSO orally, like in pill form, or however, I don't know. And she also went into remission.
Nice. Yeah, I've heard. We had Tribal Gardens on the other night, who is a caregiver up in Canada,
Mm-hmm.
and he was showing pictures, or we were both showing pictures of. He was using one of his patients had a terrible foot fungus, and he was
Oh yeah,
showing like before and afters of the cannabis lotion on his foot fungus, and it
mm-hmm.
was night and day. It was night
Yeah,
and day. I couldn't believe. And as far as the roots go, I've heard, I've seen a lot of studies. I'm not a scoffer myself, but I've seen a lot of people. Oh, them roots ain't worth shit. But there's a lot of science to people utilizing the cannabis root.
yeah,
Myself, I've heard of it. I've never kind of heard so much about the cancer fighting properties myself, but I have definitely heard it having a lot of anti-inflammatory properties to it. So it's nice to hear that there's even more benefit to it than I was knowledgeable to. And you don't hear a lot of people utilizing that part of the plant. Do you just,
yeah,
like you said, give them a good quality rinse down at harvest time and then hang them with everything else and let them dry up and then powder them up like that?
yeah. It's a messy process, but yeah, you can collect a lot of roots that way. We used to have root balls hanging up all over the fences, all over the place. But yeah, I haven't, there's a lot of things, like that's actually one of the things I've kind of moved away from. Now it's just kind of the roots are compost at this point. Um, a lot of the, a lot of the, I don't know. It's one of those things where you kind of modify stuff over the years, and I just kind of moved away from it and started because I was doing the RSO more, and I was able to use that. I just kind of increased the amounts of the RSO that I was putting in with the coconut oil, almond oil, all that mixture of everything, and that seemed to have really good results. And even like this year, I was fortunate enough to have a supply of Charlotte's Web that one of my friends was working with. So we put a large amount of Charlotte's Web in there as well. And so this year we had a 50-50 ratio where it was THC and CBD. And I think I think that it's a important like 1-2 knockout punch, you know, for any kind of ailment. You got to get both of them in there, not just one or the other.
I agree 100%. Stephanie V in chat was asking, what was the lotion emulsifier again? I believe you said it was coconut oil and almond oil.
No, the emulsifier that helps it get into your system faster is called safflower oil. It's
There you go.
SAFF flour, safflower.
There you go.
But
Mind if I
there's a lot of different emulsifiers though that you can look up. I don't believe that's the only one. So if you just do a little bit of research and target, you know, oil emulsifier, you know, different types of emulsifiers, you could probably find, you know, something. If you couldn't find that readily available, there's probably other stuff you could find too.
mind if I give a quick couple shout outs into chat here while I've got, since I like to keep Stephanie V, sorry I didn't have a chance to stop by. The American one, thank you for popping in. Charlie's Farm 420. We got 53 people watching us right now. Reeferman.
Hey,
Uh,
hey.
Green Thumb Fiber Optics, welcome. That's good enough. Now I'll get back to them. So, uh, where can we go with this? The lotions. What kind of benefits have you found with the lotions that you can as a topical? I know a CB. I totally agree that the one-on-one, it has to be like a one-on-one in my book, not just one or the other. And what do you feel like? How do you feel about these witches brews of CBDs that's out there now? Gas stations, grocery stores.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Are you as scared of the negative impact as I am? That it's going to have an ill effect.
All of a
That
sudden people will be like, "Oh, it doesn't work because I tried it at the gas station," and you know, yeah, is that what you mean?
yes, sir.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I mean.
yeah. I hear you there, man. Because like I've tried numerous CBD. Like I'm a big fan of the CBD stuff. I get a lot of back pain and shoulder pain and stuff. That CBD stuff just kind of melts it right away. Um, I think that, you know, and like I've had good quality CBD stuff from Captain Kirk, like good pure 99.9% isolate, and then I've had 99.9% gummy bears up at the, you know, and you can eat every one of them and I don't even feel a thing, you know. It doesn't take away any of the pain, and I don't know, maybe it's just in my head, but I've heard, you know, other people say the same thing.
I agree. I agree. Um, it. I'm just afraid of like kind of what you just kind of touched on right there. People going through and claiming the good isolate properties out of the oil and kind of passing, a worthless substance of a cannabis oil on as a CBD with pretty much nothing left in it. I'm afraid that's kind of what's hitting the market in some cases is like an exhausted cannabis oil that's already
Yeah.
been deprived of its the good things, really. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, for a minute there I was convinced by the fact that the packaging said that it had testing, but I mean, like I said, the proof is in the pudding. Like you try it and then try like somebody who's like a caregiver who actually grew it. It's no different than what we were just talking about when it comes to recreational and medical. You know, you've got the recreational market that they've got stuff, but it's not really the best stuff. You know, it's just stuff. It's this airy, fluffy stuff that you don't even want to show your friend if you grew it. You know, that's the kind of stuff you'd want to get processed. Looking for a lighter. Thought I had one out.
Please take time to get one going. That's part of this show, man. Part of it.
It's part
That's
part of the
the
show, searching for lighters.
no. Being able to smoke and the casualness of it. That's kind of the basis behind the name there. Some people kind of view it one way or another, but in my eyes, it's just a slang for a casual term for talk between friends. Casual
Right.
conversation between friends.
Yeah, you're like the knockoff Joe Rogan right now.
God, God damn, I've heard that a few times.
Have you really?
I have.
Yeah, here I thought I was being original.
Man, I don't know how I feel about it. I love Joe Rogan, but I don't like being a knockoff, I guess. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, Well, either way, it's an honor. Like I said, hey, there's one. I knew we had one hidden thing.
It's been a great honor for us because, everybody that will watch this Reefer Man, we've all seen you, and I've seen you many events, and you just see the character. You know what I mean? But then all these people, the 500-600 people that probably watch this in the next few hours and days, they'll see now at the Cubs and they'll know the story behind the Reefer Man. And I guarantee, that approach and the want to come up and shake your hand will be a lot more warmer for a lot more people because they know the story. And it's kind of worked into the community itself. You know what I mean? The people that hang out in these chats now, it's like we know the face and the voice, and it's just kind of easier for us to relate in chat as well. So
Well, I really
hopefully,
appreciate it, man. Like I appreciate the platform, and I can't say I'm just a dude anymore. I just got a fancy suit. That's all. But yeah, I'm blessed for all the opportunities that I've been provided with over the years. Meeting Tommy Chong and being his like personal bodyguard or the weed secret service, as I heard a few times.
that'd be fucking pretty cool honor right there to meet Tommy Chong. Not to
Yeah, it
mention,
really
I've
was.
seen.
He is. I mean, I it went pretty much exactly like I thought the first time I met him because I helped do security for him and I was guarding his bus one of the first years, and I think this was I can't remember, it might have been before the suit, but we were Tommy. I couldn't get in like to squeeze in and get an autograph or anything, and one of my mentors, Steve, like one of my buddies that kind of just taught me a lot to do with the oil and stuff. He was like, "No, man, come on, we're not doing the like we're not gonna do this security and not get to meet Tommy Chong. We're doing security for Tommy Chong. We're gonna meet Tommy Chong." So he kind of like squeezed us in the back, and like all of a sudden, next thing you know, I'm standing in front of Tommy Chong, and I'm like, "Holy crap, man!" Like it just kind of blew me away. And then I didn't really get to say much because it was hectic. The line was, I mean, down a block and a mile. It was not literally a mile, but it was down like a long ways. And Tommy ends up, we had to escort him from his booth back to the bus, and that was the only chance I actually got to like talk to him. And I was like, "Hey man, I just wanted to tell you it's a really good big honor to meet you and do security for you. You're just, your big inspiration and blah, blah, blah. Just kind of gave him the fan spiel that I'm sure he's heard 1,000,001 times. And he reached out and he shook my hand and he said, "Right on, man." Like exactly like I thought he was, just like it was from one of his movies or something. And he got on his bus and I never saw him again until the next year when I was standing there with the suit. But
It's the suits are very fucking memorable, brother. I mean, talk about that. It's got to help a lot. It's got
yeah,
to help a lot when you see that suit from event to event. You know
yeah.
it's the same guy.
I remember going to one of the High Times Cannabis Cups, one of the first times, and I just walked by the VIP, and the guy was like, "Hey, you, yeah, you're allowed in here," and I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, dude, look at you. You're obviously allowed in here. Come on." And then like for the rest of the day, the security just let me walk in. I don't know.
Hell yeah. I actually met you one time, face to face. I believe I may even gave you a fucking pack of seeds, if I
You did.
remember right.
You did.
Did I?
It was this stuff right here. It was Lord Licorice. It was Sweet Kush and Space Queen. This is by Sub Cool Seeds. I
Hell
uh
yeah.
I just tried hatching them recently, but I think I waited too long or something because I didn't have very much success with them. But
All right. Some set.
I was so excited too. I had that and a batch from that I found randomly at the Cannabis Cup that somebody had stuck a pack of seeds in like the walls of the last one of the last cups in Detroit. So it was like in this weird industrial fitting. They stuffed like this pack of seeds in there. I thought it was going to be this big legendary strain. It was called Black Russian. But yeah, again, I didn't get anything out of those either. I
I
focused
ask
on
you
a
how you,
Dutch bat.
what your germination method, if you don't mind me asking.
I'll typically just use I have a seed mat and I just use like a little basically like a clone dome type thing. And for my seed, if I'm doing seeds that year, I'll it's kind of like I think it's basically just like a polymer. Uh, uh, can't think what it's called. It's a certain type of material. It's kind of like a cloth, but it's not really a cloth. I can't think of what it's called. But I use that instead of paper towel, and but it's basically the same concept. And I fold it over it. I let it sit there with the heat, but no light for a minute. Once I see them start to sprout, then I'll transplant them over to like just when they start to crack open. I'll take them and I put them into um, like little root cubes, like like Jiffy Pot type soil starters, and they really seem to take to that quite well.
I'm just thinking that mat might be a little bit warm. I mean, when you're cracking them, you want to try to stay around 65, 70,
Yeah.
ideally. Nah, just saying. I'm just trying to help. Just trying to help as somebody that's
No, I
up my
appreciate
way.
it. I appreciate it. Yep.
I was laughing in chat when we were talking there. I know you see me smile. JD says, "My man, reefer man, dress for the job you want, not the one you have."
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, can you tell me about some of the strains you've grown? Let's talk a little gardening, if you don't mind. Or some of your
I've done
favorite
a little bit
strains
of
and corny
everything over the
shit.
years. I've done a little bit of everything over the years. I've always really liked blueberries, just because of their medicinal properties of being anti-inflammatory and really helping with pain. Um, but then I prefer sativas because I like more uplifting stuff as well. So, blueberry sativa has always been a popular one around here. Cheeses are always good. This year, I'm actually trying a bunch of new strains I got from, it's called Dutch Passion. And they're all specifically supposed to be, really good for like things like mold resistance. And they're made for our climate specifically, where it gets kind of cold, but it's also humid later in the season. It's basically just really wet and cold because we get all that rain, and then it kind of turns to frost. And that's where a lot of people start to get powdery mildew. That's where a lot of people start to get um, more just whatever different kinds of diseases and things. Or even if you've got this big beautiful bud that's bigger than your arm, and then you're, oh yes, it's great, but it's been so humid out, then you go and take it inside and crack it open and the whole thing's molded. So this year I really wanted to focus on trying to, stay mold resistant, stay uh, you know on the genetic advantage. So there's a strain called Holland's Hope. There's a strain called Frisian Dew. And it's all stuff I haven't really heard of around here, and that's another attractant to it, is it's all new, you know. It's not Gorilla Glue #4, which we've all heard a million and one times, or Girl Scout cookies, or you know what I mean. Like I'm looking for some of these old school pines and skunks, like I was saying. I want to get back to that root pine.
You fit in well on this show. I don't know if you've done some homework, Reefer Man, but that's a subject we talk about a lot on the show right there.
Is it?
Between yeah, I'm actually hunting the pine terps right now. I'm getting ready to drop some Quino's Northern Lights, which is Northern Lights #5 kind of BX project they got going, and me and Jack Greenstock and a few others I got this little chat we've got going where we're like dedicating all our resources into finding like a good, real, like the authentic shit, like you're talking about, the knock you out pine strains. That's what we're kind of looking for. But yeah, we're with you on that pine shit, man. Going back, yeah.
I mean, I wish we knew names back then, because then I could at least like some of us didn't knew it wasn't just blueberry. We knew it was DJ Short's blueberry. I wish it was, Funky Fox's pine, or somebody. I wish somebody had a name to it, so we could hunt it down easier.
Oh yeah, sounds like I've got a little birdie's going to be dropping me a nice little eagle. Excuse me, a nice pine cut somehow. I just seen that in chat.
Nice.
You
Show
gotta
you
love a network. Fuck yeah, that pine's just for me. It's just it's I don't know. It's all day. I guess it's almost getting to the point where I hate that when they get asked to, if you could be on a desert island, what's that one fucking strain? You know what I mean? And I can
right.
never answer that, but and anymore, it's getting closer to be that pine.
Yeah.
It's a good, wake up in the morning, kind of get you going, clear headed. It fucking clears that head right up, opens the chest. You know what I'm saying? And kind of creative, get that creative mind going. But yet, if you like double up on it, with some friends and shit, then you kind of got that good belly laugh going, nice big smirk and shit. And,
Right.
yeah, for right now, that's definitely what I'm trying to track down and chief on. That's for sure. But I also like the point that you another thing we've talked about lately. Hopefully, you've got some going is the cheese. You don't hear much about that cheese anymore.
Cheese is a good one to me. Yeah, we had One year I went, it was another cannabis cup year actually. Um, I ended up actually, yeah, it was the first year I wore the suit. I had like two or three people that just happened to give me random samples of weed just because I had the suit. I was like, oh, okay, cool, thanks, man, appreciate it. But I want one of those people gave me this strain that they entered into the cup, and it was just called cheese. And I ended up taking that. It had one seed in it, so I mean, shame on them for entering something that had a seed in it. But it it was great. There was no complaints to the product though. I mean, it smelled great, it tasted great. It was a nice little frosty, tough nug. I was really impressed with it. So I took that seed and I grew it up, and I ended up, running just straight cheese for a long time. Eventually, I ended up having a hermie of that cheese, and it infected my whole entire room. So I just kind of went with it, and next thing you know, I had blueberry sativa crossed with cheese. I had, you know, I don't know. I can't. Platinum Thunderfuck crossed with cheese. I had literally
Uh,
everything crossed with cheese.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
It wasn't.
I
It
think I
wasn't.
would have looked into that, a lot of that.
I
Did you
ended
pops
up.
a lot of that shit?
I still have a lot of it. They're just bags of seeds because I ended up. I once I realized what was going on, I said, "Screw it." I'm already screwed. These plants aren't smokable, so I pushed them all the way to fruit the seeds fully, and so they were all nice healthy seeds. They're not premature seeds or anything, but yeah, they there's I
I
was
would
really
be super
impressed.
interested. Are they labeled? Do you have them labeled and separated? You
Yeah,
know
I've got a
what's
lot
what?
of them. Yeah, I have a majority of them separated and stuff. They're
If
all
I ever hooked up with you,
specials.
the next time I head towards Flint, is there any way I could hook up with you and score some of them blueberry cheese?
Yeah, man, we could probably swap some seeds or something.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested in popping them and seeing if I could find something in that blueberry cheese line. And I'd be happy to, if I found something that was worth the shit, I'd be happy to pass it back, a
Yeah,
nice cut of it.
I know I've got some more blueberry sativa cheese crosses left. But yeah, though that was one of my I want to say one of my favorites for sure. It was a pretty good producer, and it was a good flavor. Has that traditional blueberry smell and flavor, the old school DJ Short, like real blueberry smell. It's just like that old
He,
school juicy fruit, you can't find that anymore either. It doesn't smell like a pack of juicy fruit gum anymore.
I grew a blue cheese strain black back in the day, but that thing just it was a good smoke, but it didn't yield worth a shit, and it sure
Yeah,
wasn't very blueberry turkey. But even if it hinted a little bit lean towards the blueberry side or the cheese side, excuse me, it would be a nice run. I would think it would be a nice, interesting strain for sure.
yeah. Yeah, I dabbled in breeding a little bit on purpose, not just with accidental Hermes, also where I was trying to, grow males and then grab the pollen and transfer it over and deal with that whole mess. Um, but it ended up yielding probably my best plant that I ever had, and that was it was a blueberry cheesequake crossed with a cheese. What it was crossed with plutonium, which I got from Brad. Another shout out to Brad. But I got this plutonium and I crossed it with the blueberry cheesequake, and I made what I called a Goron special crop. If you know anything about the Legend of Zelda series, the Goron special crop is the bomb. So it was like saying this is the bomb.
So, when you do grow, do you prefer to grow outdoors or you prefer indoors? You dabble a little bit of both.
I used to do just indoor. Nowadays I primarily just do outdoor. I'll do a little bit of indoor, but it's really just kind of like for vegetative stage. And I mean, as soon as it's warm enough, I'll kick those babies outside and get them growing. And they'll start out ankle size and end up taller than you by the end of the season. It's amazing how fast these things grow.
Oh yeah, I have yet to step out into the outdoor arena, but it'd be nice. I've seen some nice, beautiful outdoor grown cannabis for sure, for sure.
Yeah,
What
we've invested a lot into our outdoor facility, especially with the changes throughout the years, because with the law, it originally was just defined as four walls and a locked entrance. So with that vague language, we literally just used a farm field and said, okay, well, the old school farm fencing's good enough, you know. And because there's so much overgrowth and woods and stuff over in that property that nobody could see it um, from an adjacent property without the unaided eye, as the language states. So we couldn't we were already in a fine spot. It was just as the language got defined over the years, they started to say no, it has to be a fixed structure, and started to put more definition into the language because of all of these cases that were happening and things. So as times changed, we changed with it and started to, make it an actual pen. And then things started to get a little too wet. So then we got to put more money into it. And then you put more soil out there to build it up and install irrigation. And we've even made our own little river off to the side of it, which I'm currently in the process of bringing life to, so that having a basically a little creek or a river type thing next to a grow pen, having that be an additional ecosystem to it, having ducks in there, having fish, having different toads and insects, and just that whole bio ecosystem, that bio benefit, of having the two right next to each other. And then we're also doing something that people it's called a chunnel with our chickens, and it's a chicken tunnel basically. So we run the chickens from their coop out to the grow area, and then they because it's a large enough area, they can basically free range out there. And because it's more spread out, they won't burn the soil too much. If it was more in a concentrated area, you wouldn't want to put direct chicken poop on marijuana plants. You'd burn the hell out of it. But because it's more dispersed, it's more healthy for the soil. So you let them out there. They eat the bugs. They protect the plants once the plants are tall enough, and the poops there for the manure, and the plants. When you trim the plants, you can trim the plants and just give the leaves right to the chickens. I mean, it's full circle. It's everything's full circle. I that's one of the things I still try and do to this day, is like look at that plant and utilize every single step of it in one way or another. Even if it's looking at it as, oh, okay, well, now these leaves are fertilizer, or oh, okay, now we're gonna add this in, or what's gonna benefit this property, and not just the property but the ecosystem. The mycorrhizal benefit in the soil. What's the content at? Testing the soil. I mean, a lot of things over the years, I've kind of noticed. You just gotta stop thinking, like, once you move outside, you have to stop thinking like a grower just a little bit, and start thinking more like a farmer, you know. And then the more that you start thinking like a farmer, you start thinking about the ecosystem. And you know, just you I've learned so much just by looking at farmer stuff and not weed stuff.
That might be the most intelligent outdoor tip I've heard in fucking 49 shows. I
Thanks.
swear to God, I've asked a lot of outdoor tips. I don't grow outdoors, but what you just said there, stop thinking about a cannabis farmer, but start thinking about a farm, be thinking about yourself as a farmer.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah, because it's a whole different ball game, especially if
yeah,
you're
you're at
in
the mercy
ground.
of nature, man.
I bet you that's some quality cannabis you're throwing out over there. So, is that were you straight outdoors? Are you able to hoop house? Like you kind of touched on it. Yeah, I mean, at one point it sounds like you were in the great white open there, but now you probably maybe a hoop house or a greenhouse type atmosphere now.
No, everything we have it's a pen that's it's decent size. We can fit, you know, about 30 plants out there, 40 plants. And we just kind of, you know, fit what we can that year, whatever we've got ready. Sometimes we got more, sometimes we got less, but we just kind of see what happens. And then like this last year was really really rough because of how wet everything was. I mean, I don't know if you remember, but like the farmers were everywhere were just they couldn't they weren't able to get any money. They were all the farm fields were completely flooded, and they couldn't get any sort of government grants to back up their loss of field or crop unless they were able to go out in the muddy fields, plant a crop, and then have that crop then fail. So, you know, I mean, it was just a nightmare out there with how soaked all the fields were, and it pushed us back and back and back. I mean, I remember years ago, I was the crazy guy putting stuff out as early as April, trying to, you know, and everything went okay. Nowadays, oh my, I mean, we had it snow twice in April this year. I couldn't do that. You know, it's you're bending at the will of nature every single year, and it just kind of changes. I'm grateful I can get it out this year before June. You know, last year was well after June.
I just want to say real quick, hello, Kineos Genetics, friends of the show. They're great people. You should, and I don't. There's a lot of great episodes, but since they're here, if you ever get some time and want to hear a truly amazing cannabis like wedding honeymoon story, if they're a past episode, check that out. I mean, it's a good cannabis honeymoon story. I mean, you
I'll go
should really
back.
check that out.
I
With
listen
that being,
to a podcast while I'm you know, doing stuff around, taking care of
I
plants
don't.
or
I don't know. Have you had a chance to like look back at some of the episodes, or at least thumb through to see who's been on?
yeah, yeah. I listened to
Putting
a
you on
couple
the
of
spot.
to get an idea of what we were, you know, what I was about to encounter here.
Fair enough. Fair
So
enough.
yeah,
So with that shout out, with my next question, Kenios Genetics. I'm sorry. uh, so since you're an outdoor grower there, have you put any thought and have you ever tried the autos outdoors? Like try to utilize maybe a multi-harvest with the autos?
yeah.
It seems to be
This
a
is
hot
actually
topic this year.
yeah. Well, I mean, coincidentally, I didn't know that it was a hot topic this year, but I am. This is my first year doing autoflowers. I've never done autoflowers before. I'm trying. These are some of them. I haven't started them yet. I'm about to get these going. These are strawberry cheesecake, strawberry cheesecake, Marigoon, Maringue Femme, Meringue. Yeah, I can't say that word. Northern Lights and White Widow. So, but all of
Nice.
these are autoflowers. I thought it would be a good idea. You know, I've probably the same reason everybody else is doing it. I imagine is you can double your yield. You can get some autoflowers out there with your have an early harvest out of one plant, and then you wait a couple months and all the other plants are ready a couple months later, so kind of double your harvest but lessen your work.
Right on.
Well, you got the same amount of work to spread out more, I guess.
I know our friend of the show, Boom Farms up there in Canada, says he grows some autos outdoors, and he says he gets some 6, 8 footers up there in Canada.
Wow.
I mean, if you could pull off a run like that in Canada with some autos, man, you
Oh,
should be able to get a
absolutely.
good rep here in Michigan, I would think, if you got some decent genetics.
Yeah,
Worth a
I know
shot
quite a few.
anyway.
I don't know anybody who grows up in Canada, but I know quite a few growers up in the UP, and there's a lot of pretty big plants up there, especially off of the Garden Peninsula. There's some old hippie stories I've heard about how redneck it used to be out there, I guess. But
Oh,
yeah,
it's still in some parts of the fucking UP up there. It's still kind of outlaw law.
oh yeah, yeah, it's beautiful up there, man. That's one of my favorite things about going up there is you rarely see an officer. You only see a cop if you're at one of the three cities. you know.
That's very true. That's very true, man. I wouldn't be. I'm in northern Michigan, and man, I get a little stir crazy up here during the winter, man. I can't imagine the northern.
Oh man, yeah. I'm a true Uper at heart, even if I'm a troll right now. but they I love going up there, man. I try to go up there at least once every season, and we do backpacking trips, and I've got three dogs that are usually running around with me. I've got another channel if anybody's interested in nature type stuff called Roaming Wild on Facebook that is just all sorts of nature pictures from my adventures, over the years, and but a lot of it's all just different spots up in the UP. Uh, we've been in there up there in the winter, and I not this last year, but the year before, they had when the lakes were completely frozen, they had over 13 foot of snow from the drifts, and we saw these people. I asked this person, these big snow trucks and police officers had the road blocked. And I said, hey guys, I love Highway 2. It's one of my favorite ways to come home. I was just curious what's going on. Why is it, blocked off? And they told me that there was an accident there. Somebody got stuck in the middle, and there was this huge uh, from the drift coming in both somehow both ways or something. It collapsed in, and the snowfall coming in. It ended up getting these people stuck in the middle, and it took them. I think it was like 12 or 13 hours before they were able to get to them because the snow came so fast that even the giant UP snow trucks couldn't get through it. So they had to start like digging it out to get through to them. I mean, it's a whole nother world up there in the winter. Like some people just really don't get it. You can take a step
Yeah,
off the trail and you'll go up to your waist in snow.
I get that here, But hearing you say the northern Michigan plow truck got snow, or stuck rather, as soon as you said that, I was like, fuck that.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't, I don't have the heart for that kind of snow right there. I
yeah.
don't.
The drift was
Um,
like at one spot where we were at up near Lake Superior because this was all within one day. We were up near Lake Superior, then we headed home and we're down by US 2. But earlier in the day, we were up by Lake Superior and we were trying to get down to, some point where we always like to go. And then we realized like literally everything was snowed in. We got down to a certain point and the drift was so like it was so tall it was taller than the hood of my car. So I turned around and said screw it, I'm not going to try and plow my car through this. That was before I even had a winch on my Jeep. So I turned around and then my buddy says, well, just wait a second, I think somebody's coming. So the plow guy comes down, he tries going down there and he turns around and he told me that they only made it so far, but they had this giant tractor trailer and then like a industrial snow plow on top of the back of the trailer. So it had to be at least like 13, I'm going to say at least 13 foot tall. And he said that the drift was taller than the both of the trailer and the snowplow. So I mean that's 13 foot right there. Also, it's crazy. You put that drift in there with the high winds and the lake being frozen and stuff. Like I just yeah, I can't imagine. 200 to 300 foot on average is snowfall. It's insane.
you're not selling it.
Yeah, yeah.
You're absolutely not selling it.
No, it's crazy, man. Hey, I'm not saying I'm sane. I'm just saying we go up there every season and have fun. Like this last season, me and my buddy Jordan went up there and we wanted to just prove to ourselves that we could do it. So we went up in the middle of winter, camped out, and dug a hole in the snow, and we camped in the snow and did some winter camping.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, different kind of
I
lifestyle.
mean,
But anyways, back to weed.
it's a way to do. It's like you said, things are just so spread out as it is. I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere. You know what I mean? And that it's a different kind of middle of nowhere up there and shit.
Where are you at, if you
You
don't mind
know,
me
I don't.
asking?
I'm just south of Grayling, in that
Okay.
area. So I'm like about 3/4 of the way up. I'm in a good snow belt, but man, you go another 5-10 miles ahead north of me, and you're in another belt. And
Yeah.
it just goes from belt to belt to belt. So I can imagine how bad that. Shit, I only get like 2 good months of like solid good weather where I'm at. You know what I mean? I get a month of
Yeah.
spring, 2 months of fucking summer, and 1 month of fall, 10 months of snow.
I'm the only crazy
So
guy that's jealous of your guys' snow because I feel like here where we are in Genesee County, like when I was younger, we still had winter, and then it's almost like, which I think it actually did. I could be wrong, but I think the equator shifted or something because it's like we're just getting a little bit more Ohio weather now, and now we don't really get winter at all. We'll get a couple weeks of it, and then it'll melt, and then it'll get a little bit here, and but like man, I don't know. I'm a weirdo. I miss snow. I like doing cross country skiing and sledding and winter shit. Like so, it's just
you'd fucking love it up here.
yeah,
You'd love it
different.
up here. Come on up. Land's cheap.
Yeah,
Land's cheap. Come on up, brother.
yeah, for sure. It is. It honestly is it's in my bucket list. Before I die, I'll probably move up there and start a farm.
Oh yeah, I suggest it. I suggest it. It took some getting used to. Like I said, I've been on 4 or 5 years now, and it's taken some getting used to. It's taken a lot of getting used to, but you get used to it. I've gotten used to it. Sound like you're already halfway there.
You get out with your vehicle.
What's that?
I said you got a snowmobile so you can get out when you can't get out with your vehicle.
I don't, but I could use one. There's times because where I'm at, there's like no plowing to, the main roads. So we
Yeah,
get 10 inches or, a foot of snow, which is pretty common, in some good storms. You're blazing probably about a mile and a half through that shit to the main road.
yeah,
Easy. And that can be a task at times with nobody plowing that shit. You just keep packing it down, and then spring comes, and then you get a quick melt, and then you get all of a sudden these ice potholes that are just treacherous. From A to
right,
B.
right.
My daughter,
Yeah,
who
that sounds
I've
pretty
just
brutal, man.
seen, I just seen in chat there. She had a nice 4-wheel drive car, and she swapped that out for like a almost electric car. You know what I mean? A little compact. I was like, I love you, honey, but I guess I'll see you in the fucking spring. 'Cause there
Right.
ain't no way that thing's making it down this fucking road in the fucking
Yeah.
winter.
That was one of the
Uh,
first things I noticed when I drove by one of the factories up in Munising. Was literally everyone had some sort of four-wheel drive vehicle, and some of them literally had snowmobiles in the back of their truck. So they get stuck, they can just unload the snowmobile and go get help real quick.
It would make perfect sense. A little further north, I could definitely see that being a handy thing to do, for sure.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely different.
So, with a little bit of outdoor experience there, there's some good experience that you've had good luck with outdoors. Uh, what are some suggestions that you could say from your experience outdoors that have worked well for you out there?
So the Goron special Goron special crop did awesome for me outside. That was a really that plant was unique in the fact that you couldn't stop it from turning purple. It had this beautiful. It wasn't really necessarily like a blueberry, but it was like a hint of blueberry, but it was a very fruity plant, and I had really good yields with it. But I mean, over the years I've done blueberry a lot, and I've had really good success with it outdoors. Different, varieties of blueberry, like the Goron special crop has blueberry cheesequake as one of its root phenos. So, and then doing straight blueberry, and then doing blueberry sativa and blueberry sativa crossed with cheese. All of these have yielded great outside. Logan's Run is a genetic from Fat Kid Dabs. He's that plant did really good. That was a nice yielder for me. Um, yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of anything in particular that really sticks out. But I mean, like I can talk about things that you can do as a preventative measures for powdery mildew, because it seems like literally every outdoor grower is especially this last year had some sort of a PM problem. And my biggest piece of advice for that is to catch it early and make the sacrifice. It's the hardest thing you will ever do in your life is cut down a whole plant that is the height of you and the width of you with your arms spread out. But I saw just a little tiny bit on a tiny little leaf. You cut that whole entire plant down and you burn it. Get rid of it because it's systemic. When once your plant has PM, it's in there, and all you're doing is fighting it until the end of its life. And even at that point, in my mind, anyways, that PM is still inside the material, even if you've washed it off on the outside. And It's kind of like a mushroom. Mushrooms grow with the fruiting body on the top, and you have the mycelium underneath. The mycelium is the real the life of this organism. It's not the fruit that's on top. So when you have powdery mildew and you have like that fuzz on top, that's essentially the same thing as the fruit. Just because you kill that on top, you still have this PM mildew or mycelium essentially inside of your plant, you know. But I personally take a lot of preventative measures early on in the year, uh, with my soil and with my environment, making sure that there's not any overgrowth of foliage. You're not leaving your grass to get crazy high around it, because then that kind of builds up your humidity around the area. If you've got trees that are looming over top of it, then that's going to create shadows, and that's going to stunt your growth. Um, you want to follow the where the your light pattern is going, because if you're growing in a forest or near a forest, the sun could be following at a different path during harvest time than it is during springtime. um, and that could even affect your full potential of your grow. um, uh, uh, but there's lots of different beneficial bacterias, and it's those macronutrients, really, in my mind, that help the plant to. If your plant's healthy and you have a truly healthy plant, I feel like your plant should be able to fight off a lot of these illnesses and sicknesses and stuff, because it's normal to have some of this stuff out there. But if you've got a genetic that's strong in the resistance, and you have your proper macronutrients, there's no deficiencies, you're not keeping it susceptible, the immunities of your plant should be able to fight off a lot of this stuff. If you want to go an extra step as a preventative measure, you can do things like treat your field with baking soda. It's cheap as hell if you go to um, uh, Home Depot. You can get like an 8 pound bag for $12 or something like that. Sprinkle that all over your field, and that's gonna help treat the soil in the initial area, because again, it's if you've had powdery mildew in an area, and the whole area needs to be treated. This stuff spreads spores like crazy. You know, if let's see what else. Um, there's even crazy. I'm not suggesting this necessarily, but I've read about other methods online where people talk about mixing milk and hydrogen peroxide and things like that, and putting it into a mister and misting the whole entire field with this mixture. Or even using the baking soda powder and using a powder spreader to spread that over the whole entire field. Again, a lot of these methods they're not conventional cannabis methods, but if you look up old school gardening tips and old school farmer tips, because what would you do if your whole entire corn crop had powdery mildew? Well, this is typically what they do. They cut it out, they're going to remove it, and they're going to treat what they've got. And you've got to take certain, like, we've had powdery mildew on zucchini and different types of squashes for years and years and years. What did our grandmas do with it? They washed milk on it. That was how they took care of it. I don't know. There's all sorts of different ways you can look at it.
Agree. I appreciate all them tips. As far as Chet was also pointing out, you could use Dr. Zymes start to finish to help maintain and protect against some powdery mildew. But I've never heard of the baking soda, spreading the baking soda around. But again, you're right back to using the farmer methods, which I appreciate as well. As I'm sure is a lot of Smiley's Gardens that's here in Chad is a organic gardener. and appreciate. I'm sure he appreciates that method as well. You know, I people don't. You know, I don't think too many people look at it like that. They're just worried about pumping out that cannabis plant and not appreciating it as something that can grow best naturally in a natural environment like that. So I'm appreciating some of the tips that you're laying down here. I really am.
I think one of the best pieces of advice I was ever given was kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. you know, like we overthink this shit sometimes too much, and you just gotta. I mean, it's good to overthink it, but at the root of it, it's a weed. Like we can do some shit to help that weed along and make that weed a little bit better, but really, as long as you've got all the right nutrients there, it's gonna do what it's gonna do, and it'll come out beautiful.
Hell yeah, I agree. Uh, so let's see here. Where do you want to go? I don't even ask. This is your time to shine, brother. I don't even want to guide you. What do you want to talk about?
I have
What
no idea.
what's fucking interesting to Reefer Man right now? Is there some in particular uses of the plant? Is there any in particular one event that stands out? I mean, you pointed out a few events here, the George Clinton event, or but whatever. But is maybe as far as like a crowd overall, just great, you know, event. Which one can you single one out that you've appreciated over the years? Doesn't have to be like just like say a hash bash, but like say 1 year. You know what I mean? Then you call
Right,
like 1999 the hash bash. You know what I mean? Can you is
right.
there like an event like that that
I mean, like I remember, because I guess like I think it was 2011 or 2012 is the first year that they did the Cannabis Cup uh, here in Michigan, and it was in Detroit, and it actually got rated. Like that was a really memorable event in itself. Like being a security guard that is a stoner at an event that's being rated, and I was literally watching out for these vendors. Like I was like, "Hey, bro, the cops are coming. You need to like hide your pipes." So they'd like put all of their pipes underneath the table and wait until the cop walked out because they were handing out trying to ticket everybody for any little thing that they could, and they were trying to give people paraphernalia tickets and stuff, and they were just harassing everyone, trying to scare everybody out of there. And I remember at the end of it, this guy was like, it was the same cup where George ended up fronting me my lights, but this guy, Canna Joe, I think was his name. He was up your way actually. He was up near Traverse City. Um, but he had this cannabis coffee. I was covering for him. Told him, hey man, put your pipes away. They put their pipes away. He ends up at the end of the day handing me a Dixie cup that was literally full of pre rolls and says, "Here, man, this is for watching our back." I was like, "Really? That's awesome!" I was just like, that made my day in itself, just getting a handful of pre rolls out of that. But everybody was super cool. Every single person in and out of there, like, was just like really friendly, and I think that was like I had seen it on like a smaller scale at the GC3, but that was like the first time I had seen it, I guess, on a little bit of a larger scale. Um, but that first year where they came over from Bert's warehouse, they took a couple years break, and I think it was 2013, 2014, the first year that they were at the Clio Cup. That was like a really big, like, I don't know, I just walked in there and it just felt like the Cannabis Cup more than any other time. Like they had more chill. Iration was playing, so they had like this chill, like reggae type music. Like everybody was super friendly. There was so much. Like I'm not knocking it or nothing, but there's been in years past, I feel like there was way more free stuff. And so I walked in there and it was literally just, free stuff galore, free dabs, free, samples, free bud, all over the place. Just, every single booth. Everybody's smoking all over the place. And I don't know, it was just like, maybe it was just because it was my first time, but the atmosphere was just like, it hit me so hard. It was like, whoa. I remember doing so many dabs that night. It was the first time in my life I sat down and was like, I think I'm too high to drive. I need to go back in and chill the fuck out for a couple hours. Holy crap.
I definitely agree. I have had some great times in Clio. And, I was talking about one in particular, one cup in particular last night. And I don't know if, I'm sure you remember it. And I bet you remember this night. I wonder if you think it was as cool as I remember it to be. And that was I played the song "If I Were President" last night. I think it was last night or the night before on the show. White Cliff John was there. Uh, that was an amazing show. I never seen that shit coming, and I've heard some of his music, but that was an amazing night. Uh, the show, the atmosphere. He came out right in the crowd. If you remember, that was the year they passed out the Chinese lanterns, and they were fucking. He was out in the crowd, and everybody's fucking lighting off them fucking lanterns, and it was an amazing night, man. For a cup event, that was super super cool. It wasn't
I
overpacked.
I
Do
remember
you
seeing
remember?
pictures of it. That is actually one of the only cups that I ended up missing because I was given into corporate America at the time and was slaving away in a factory. So I couldn't get it off, and it ended up back. Yeah, it sucked. I regret it. I wish I was at the cup instead, but hey,
Well, Well, Reds, I did not mean to rub that in, good sir, but I kind of expected you to be
Oh
in this.
no, you're good, bro. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that is cool though. That seemed like a good event. They've they've had it definitely seems like the quality of entertainment's kind of gone down a little bit over the years, but it's like hit or miss. I don't want to see little Kim come back is all, I guess. You know what I mean? Leave her in the '90s. That's all I'm saying.
So, from first cup to their last approach there in Detroit, how did you feel like the progression has been? Was you kind of proud of what they did there in Detroit? It was weird in Detroit as far as Clio and Detroit were definitely different cups. I
Yeah,
appreciated walking around flat footed. That's for goddamn sure. That
we'll
was a
agree
plus.
there. Every year I go back to the cannabis cup like a goldfish, and I just don't remember how bad that track hurts my back. I end up walking out of there with such a sore low back from walking around like this the whole time with one foot higher than the other.
Yeah, that track can be brutal. The last one, if I remember right, they laid out a little bit different. They concentrated more on having like shit in the middle on the flag ground versus making
Yeah,
everybody walk around on that curve, which was
yeah,
nice of them to think that out.
it wasn't as bad, but it was still, still painful for sure by the end of the day. I think it's kind of hard to avoid with that, that kind of setup. I love the location. I love that it's so close. Being in Clio, I can literally just hop in the car and boom, I'm there. It's like 20-minute drive away. And oh, I got a cat trying to jump on my lap. um, but yeah, it. I love it being so close, but um, I definitely think that like the last this last year, like having it at the Detroit venue maybe it's just because it was new, you know, but I really liked the layout of where it was at the Detroit venue. It was just, well, I don't know. I take that back. I remember how crowded it was all of a sudden. It would have been nice if, you know, we had a little bit more space, I guess, but uh, you know,
I,
I think no
they
matter
did
where
better
they got
than.
uh,
Sorry, Reefer Man. I was just gonna say they did better than with the parking than I thought anticipated. I anticipated that bus thing to be like a mess, but it wasn't bad. It really wasn't bad.
that's cool. Yeah, I didn't pay for the bus. I just, you know, found some empty lot,
Oh no,
drove my curb up there, and or drove my Jeep up on the curb and said screw it.
right on, right on. Oh, can't blame you for that. None.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty good event there. Oh, I guess you can maybe confirm or deny. I've told stories a little bit because I've been a judge there at a few events there for high times, and that's always been my understanding that you can't divulge yourself during contest times, but you can talk about it after. It's always the
Okay.
way I've understood it. So, with that being said, you may
Fingers
not
crossed.
have been you may not have been a judge there in Detroit, but
Right.
I did see you there at the after party at the hotel. And that was a funny kind of, I thought was like an after party for high times because them hotel no goers didn't really know how to act with us just sitting in the bar. You know what I mean? They kind of came
Crazy.
down and was like,
Yeah.
holy fuck, what's going on down here? And
Yeah.
then,
Yeah. Right. I forgot about that. I forgot you were there that night. Um. Yeah. I was, if you remember, I was like literally one of the first people there. So there was like three people in like business suits and all like classy like and stuff, and then here's this dude in this fucking weed suit standing there, and everybody just kind of like kept looking at me, and then you could tell one of them would get kind of like ballsy and take a shot. Nice suit, man. You know, just kind of like poking fun, but you know, like thanks, you know, taking it lightly, and then slowly everybody else started to show up, and I started feeling a little bit more normal again. But yeah, that was a good night. That was a really good
but they
night.
didn't.
Yeah,
But they didn't. The more you see the guests come in, man, they'd like peek their head in there. They'd be, you just hear the wait staff going, yeah, High Times is here this weekend. So
right, right.
I remember there was a point at that in that night where everybody was like, you know, tired wanting to drink. You know what I mean? And was like, we need to go outside. And we stepped outside the hotel there in front of the rotating doors there. And we're throwing down, and the maitre d's and shit just didn't know how to fucking act either.
I
They were
can, yeah.
looking around like the police were gonna raid the place at any fucking moment and shit.
That's how
It,
I felt smoking out front, man. Like I'm like, dude, you know we're in Detroit, right? Like last time I was here for a cannabis cup, I saw cops rolling in and out. Now it's like cool to just smoke a joint on the sidewalk. I'm like, okay, whatever. I guess times change, right?
Yeah, it was really that whole aspect of it made me giggle all night long. Just you
Yeah,
know, it was a good night. It really was. I had fun that night. Uh, yeah, Detroit was a
yeah,
different cup.
good time, man. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, Danny Danko was there. Adam and Sarah Sunshine were there. Uh, yeah, there was, yeah, I mean, man, there was another nutrients company that was there too. There was a lot of people there. It was a good time. It was a really good time.
yeah. Uh,
Green Barn
it's a shame
Cultivation.
that It's a shame that we
Sorry.
haven't been able to get out there and get some of that shit done this year. I was actually kind of joking around. Hopefully, you can joke with me on this.
What's that?
uh, uh, on the way up back home, because I was actually running back here. Actually slid in like 20 minutes before the show, getting back from Genesee County there. And on the way back, I had my daughter with me, and I was telling her, she says, "Who's on the show tonight?" And I said, and they hang out and chat, by the way. It's become like a family affair. Uh,
That's
it's
awesome.
it's really nice because fucking I started out like in the community like that, kind of getting drawn into the camaraderie ship, and then I started this, and she's kind of been in the chat. Now I can see that she's addicted to the community herself, saying well they welcomed her in full force. But I got a little sidetracked. I'm sorry there. We were
Yeah,
talking, and I told her who was on, and she's like, "That's awesome." I'm like, "That poor guy." I said, "He's got that fucking suit that he's known for, and we haven't had an event, this year." Yeah, I
yeah,
said he's probably fucking looked at thing for the show and kind of looked at her tonight, dusted her off a little bit, and was like, "Old friend, we get to work tonight,"
right, right.
because there hasn't been another event that because of the bullshit that you've been able to go to. You know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean?
know. I was
That
talking. I've talked with a few friends about that. How it's kind of strange, like who would have thought that any one of the last cannabis cups would have been possibly the last. I mean, like, because they're we as marijuana smokers are probably at risk the most for passing around anything, literally, even if it's just the common cold. I mean, we as much as I like sharing, sitting in a circle and sharing a joint with, my friends, it is a dirty practice. I mean, we're basically all kissing the same stick and passing it around. So, I mean, I can see. It's just a shame. It's sad. It's really sad. You're right. I wish we had some event. I was looking forward to Dabo Do was in the middle of April, and then that got pushed off, and now they're talking about canceling events all the way into August. I mean, we might not even have any Halloween parties. Who knows how long or how bad this is going to be. It's crazy.
well, at least that man, there's we can look at the downside, I guess, about the no events, but then there's spun some positive things out of this mess as well as the push for cannabis use in these times, the claim of a cannabis field employee, if you will, as caregivers and all that being essential now. I mean, come on,
Yeah,
did we ever think
yeah,
we'd
that
hear
was
these
that was
terms?
an interesting turn of events for sure.
I've just been stoked lately about the state just kind of coming out and suggesting, yeah, go ahead and stay home and smoke your weed. That's great times. I never thought I'd hear shit like that.
That is absolutely
Amazing.
true. I mean, yeah, like you said, I'm amazed that they considered it essential because I figured they'd at least, go, oh, okay, well, the medical shops are essential, but the recreational shops aren't essential. But no, it's like you said, they're like, no, no, no. If it'll get you to stay home, then just go ahead, just smoke yourself silly.
Yeah, and I guess it would be a different event about the having to smoke your own type joint. It'd be different, but I'd still be down with it. It'd be, uh,
Yeah,
in my opinion, it's just kind of a waste. You know what I mean? Something that was meant to be shared.
it's just
Everybody now is doubling up with their own.
yeah,
Kind of spikes consumption a little bit, I guess.
that's true. I mean, a real good uh cannabis enthusiast, is just like a wino though, and you can tell all those little different hints and fragrances, and so that I hope that that's not our future, because that would be really sad if like we're not able to pass around a joint, anymore. Like that would be really shitty. By the way, that's George Cervantes, the guy who wrote the Marijuana Grow Bible. That was a really cool one to meet. Like, there's been a few times where I've met people and they pulled me off to the side, and like I didn't realize who they were at first, but they're like, "Hey man, that's a really nice suit. How's it going?" And I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And then like it click, 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 oh shit, that's fucking George Strait. Holy crap, what's up, Jorge? Like it was just, yeah, that was a big one.
Looked like that was a hash bash picture, correct?
Yeah, yeah, that was Hash Bash. That was when he was speaking a couple years ago.
Nice. Kind of recognize the scene. Been there a few times myself.
Right. Yeah, that was a different turn of events this year as well, having Hash Bash canceled. Um, I mean, I'm glad that they decided to do a digital version of it though, because I don't think it would have felt right if they, pushed it off into October or August or something like that. I would have preferred that they would have, if online wasn't an option, I would have rather they just skipped it altogether. But I'm glad that there was a way that they were able to still reach out to the community and do it live.
You can't see it now, and everybody is still mad at me because of it.
What's
But
that?
we did a 420 year event here on the channel, and I'm still kind of guilty of this. Usually these shows right here, we do, and I don't record, which I have the option of recording, but it'll go through YouTube and then post, and then usually I will download it from YouTube in an MP4 format, because it's usually a smaller format than the Zoom.
Yeah.
But 420, we decided to do an event here, and we had just tons of great people here. I mean, all the YouTubers, Med Grower One, Pedro's Grow Room, all the people from Michigan Bros Grow Show, just tons of great Tanazi, and all of them were on throughout the day. But I started at 9 o'clock, 419 on the Michigan Bros Grow Show, smoking and being on the air. But then I kicked it off on this channel at 11:30 that night and went 24 hours solid, smoking all the way through, and had guests on the whole time. And it was a great day. I mean, we had hundreds of people throughout the day in chat. Some of them fucking went to gauntlet.
That's
I watched them in chat, all day long.
I wonder what
And
the record is for the longest podcast. Maybe you broke it.
I don't know, but they yanked me right before 11:30. Something happened and jerked me off the air. And ever since then, that show's been in processing. I don't know if it's just so much video and comments and shit, because it was a lot of watch time. And when it was done, when it checked out, it was already at like 1,750 views at that point, without ever being replayed. It was already up to that, when it checked off. And ever since then, it's been in limbo. But I think it had like 20,000 comments and shit through chats and everything. It was a pretty cool day. And
Cannabis
hopefully
Wild, bro.
next year, we're going to do it again next year. So hopefully next year you can be a part of that. It'll be pretty cool.
Yeah,
It
it'd be,
worked out
it'd be
really
fun.
well. We tried to do it in small numbers, So it'd been like me, you, and one other person. So it wasn't like people trying to overtalk each other. And then, like, say you would stay for like an hour, and then halfway through our conversation, somebody else would come in and kind of liven it back up a little bit. And then halfway through his half hour, you would check out, and then somebody else came in. So it kind of kept it fresh and kept me fresh, throughout the day. But it was a pretty cool deal. I'm still bummed that it isn't out there to be rewatched, and a lot of people are too,
Right.
because it was a
One of
pretty
these
cool day.
days.
Yeah, I keep checking every morning, like it's gonna be like a lottery day. Like, yeah.
Right.
I'm still hoping.
Well, I
But
hope it processes soon. Yeah,
me
that's big.
too. Hopefully, you can be
Never try
part
to
of it
give up.
next year.
But yeah,
What's a
you'll have to check
fucking? I
out.
didn't even think about that, reefer man. What the fuck is a 420 fucking weedathon without the goddamn reefer man? What the fuck was I thinking, man? You should have been like the first contact. You should have been the guy that helped me kick the goddamn show off.
Well, now you know who to call for next year.
God damn it. I think you will help me kick that bitch off. It seems appropriate. Seems appropriate.
Sounds like it's me.
So have you enjoyed yourself? Is it has been as easy and as laid back as you thought it would be? Have you had fun tonight?
Oh yeah. I'm just feel like just hanging out, chatting, just bullshitting. You know what I mean? Fucking talking shit.
Ah, nice. You almost like can you get since you're almost there, you want to give me that sound bite? If you've watched, if you know it's probably coming. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I guess not. What?
Every guest towards at some point in the show I ask for that because they're stacking up. This is 49. I think around 100 I'm gonna do that old school like
I did
radio
see you had a mishap where you thought you were at episode 50. I was like,
yeah.
oh, well, this is cool. I'm going to be episode 50. And then I saw you like had your number mix up. I'm like, all right, 49's close enough. That's cool.
But I'm looking for that like old school radio bite. You know what I'm saying? This is Reaver Man and I'm on. Can you give me that motherfucking sound bite?
This is reeferman, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle.
Perfect. Perfect. I couldn't ask for better. That was nice. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Because I try to sneak that in. I'm gonna loop them together at some point and fucking just, I mean, maybe on that 100, and
Hell
hopefully
yeah.
in order. Hopefully in the right fucking order.
Right. That's good.
Shit.
Make it in. You can make it into a EDM song. Just mix them all up.
Yeah, it's totally possible. I know a couple tech guys out there that could probably make that happen for me.
There you go.
So what's in store for the future, Reefer Man? Uh, do you look on maybe possibly stepping up into a bigger grow arena, or maybe
Yeah, I
stepping
mean,
up a little bit of activism?
yeah, actually, I didn't even mention any of the activism work that I've done over the years. When another big avenue that kind of opened stuff up for me initially was being a part of Genesee County Normal. Me and my boss at my security company at the time, Brad, ended up starting the local branch, and he was the executive, and I was the vice president for a time being. Then I was the communications director. Then I was, I was literally just all over the place, basically wherever they needed me. And um, that kind of opened up a lot of things, like being at the Cannabis Cup one of the years was because of that, and that was actually one of the reasons I got the suit in the first place, was just to attract attention to that booth and to try and help spread awareness for Genesee County Normal. as the years went on, I helped out with the MI Legalize movement with the first round when it got shut down or voted down the first time around. And then, to be 100% honest, I didn't help out as much the second time around because I just wasn't as comfortable with the language, the changes in some of the language. Um, but I did still, promote people to go out and vote for it and to stay involved. But yeah, I don't know. Over the years, we just drifted away from Genesee County Normal and closed that branch and kind of went our separate ways.
You may know a friend of mine, you may not, but he was kind of involved with Normal there early on. Charles Snyder. Uh,
The name sounds
kind of,
familiar.
he actually he had helped out a lot to actually get the medical side active way early, way early. Did a lot
Okay.
of footwork and petitions and all that good shit. Yeah, I think we got a little bit of due to thank to that dude. He did a lot of footwork back in the day there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I'm glad you threw out your activism side there. I mean, we almost left that out. How
Yeah.
could we fucking leave that shit out?
Yeah, yeah. I don't. I'm not sure. I just kind of skimmed right over that one. But yeah, it was that was a big monumental stepping stone over the years as well. It was kind of a side project and a baby, and it's funny because I remember like it's another one of those things in my teenage years I never thought would have happened, but I remember talking with my friend Aaron about wanting to start our own normal branch and what it would take to get our own branch of normal started. And then we're at that time we were like, well, I can't come up with $15 for a membership. Like we were just, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to spend it on a bag of weed. I can't afford to to do both. So we ended up, like a little did I know, 5, 10 years later, whatever it was, or 15, whatever it was years later, that I would not only be involved with Genesee County or with Normal, but be in charge of one of the local branches. Like it just, it's funny how life works out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm, it is funny how life works out. I never seen this shit coming. I I feel blessed every day that I'm able to work the plant like I am. You know,
Yeah,
we're even in this phase, and I guess it's got a lot of thanks to do to you. You know, the hard work people like yourself that help pave the way for use, medical use, recreational use in our state. That's one of the things I've always been a little down on because people are always quick to advocate the use. You know what I mean? We want it, we want it. But there's not a whole lot that are willing to get out there and pound the pavement when it needs to be
yeah,
fought.
yeah. One of my favorite things was the argument that it was somehow sacrilegious. So that when I was out petitioning or something, you'd occasionally run into a really hardcore religious person, and they would tell you that somehow it's the devil's lettuce, or some. But my rebuttal to that is that there, I believe it's Genesis 21, 2021, that says, and God gave man all of the fruit and seed bearing herb. So to not only deny this gift from God, but to say that it's evil is blasphemous on your part. How can you do that to your own God? Like,
I gotta agree with that. So, what? Obviously the medical, but do you find the plant? What is the most therapeutic angle of the plant for you? I mean, necessarily is it. obviously the medication itself is helped, but sometimes it can be the other things actually, like you said, they're a little bit helping the patients, or is it a little more selfish that time in the garden? That yeah, every gardener is guilty of that. I mean, we all have good days, bad days, but a couple minutes in here with our plants, and that shit tends to fade right
Vanguard.
off and shit. So is it the activism side, or do you prefer,
No,
is your
I've
favorite time in the
definitely,
garden?
to be honest, I've moved more away from the activism stuff over the years, um, and I've focused more on the patient and trying to find really my passions in cancer. I love finding cancer patients to work with and just see if I can help. I can't guarantee I will, but I'd love to fucking try. And because it breaks my heart more hearing that somebody died and they didn't have this option to even try it. It's or there's still the stigma. I have a friend of mine who his mother just died recently of cancer. He had the option. He had the syringe in his hand. He had the topical as well, just because she wouldn't take the syringe, but she was just so weeds bad, and oh well, I can't do it right now because I gotta finish tax season. I gotta wait. And then, oh well, I gotta wait a little bit longer because and now at this point she's in hospice, and oh well, I need to keep my mind about me, and I don't want to interfere with the stuff that they're giving me, and well, I don't want to do this, and I don't want, and it's like I'm just about to shove the syringe down your throat. You got to get this in you. This is the only way that you're going to walk out of here alive. And at the end of the day, you hear that they never tried it. And I mean, I'm glad that I at least I'll extend my arm every single time I try. I want to hear that this helped, but it's like at least I know I tried, kind of thing. Like I just feel so bad. Every cancer case just makes me feel so bad. I feel it at home. It really hits home.
Do you have a preferred RSO or HECO scheduling dosage that you prefer or you suggest?
Because a lot of the people that I've worked with are majority of the time they're first timers. They're not people that are dabbing all day long or doing eights or anything like that. These are old people that are like, well, I'll try anything, I guess. Oh yeah, I saw a TV special about them weeds. I guess I'll try one of the marijuanas. So it's my typical dosage is usually 2 to 3 times a day, about the size of a grain of rice. The biggest thing is that you want to keep consistency is the most important thing. And for every single case that I've worked with so far, where where the consistency has been matched to 2 to 3 times a day over the period of 3 months, it seems like it goes into remission.
Um, when we talked about the RSO there, you never. I kind of asked, but I don't think I got a real good answer. What kind of alcohol do you prefer? Like a grain seed alcohol when you're doing your RSO?
So we've ran grain alcohol like an Everclear type. We've ran 91% isopropyl, and we've ran 99% isopropyl as well. And over the years of having all these different batches tested, and because we use the vacuum oven, you're going to remove all of that residual alcohol anyways. So we typically lie with the 99% isopropyl nowadays for a full base extraction. Another step along the way that you can do when you're making RSO that I forgot to mention earlier is throw a little bit of dry ice in there into your bucket. Not a lot, just a little bit. It'll bring your temperatures down, and you'll see that when you go to run, you go to filter your product out and then do your wash again. Even keep a little bit of dry ice in there when you do your wash, and you'll see that your end product is a lot clearer.
Nice. I've never thought about using dry ice like that. It seemed like it may help the alcohol just like evaporate off a little bit faster with the CO2 evaporating off like that.
Well, I wouldn't boil it and add the dry ice because that'll cause an explosion. But I mean, like, not like a fire explosion, but it'll pop, from the hot and the cold. Uh, but you might get splashed with some oil or something. um,
So
but
after it's cooled off, put the dry ice on there.
this would be in your beginning stages, like when you first have like a batch of material, and then you pour the alcohol over it. I'd throw some dry ice in there with the material so the leaves are all nice and crispy. And then you throw the alcohol in with that, and then, stir it up real good or whatever your stirring method is. But I mean, you don't want to stir it too long, but you don't want to stir it too little either because you really want to break that up and get all those little trichomes and stuff. Then you go to filter it out, and typically you're still going to have dry ice in there from the first process of breaking everything up. So that dry ice will then, again, keep your temperatures low, and you'll have a much clearer wash in the end. But you got to play with it because you can get too cold and make your alcohol can like turn into a sludge, and it doesn't extract as well, and it kind of stays in the bag. And there's a happy medium where you're still getting the full plant extract out of it, but you're also not getting you're getting the full plant extract benefit out of it, but you're getting the clarity out of it that everybody wants to see.
Nice. I'm glad to do that out there for everybody to know about there. It's good to. Is there man? Let's see here. There's a lot I learned about you tonight that I didn't even realize that was on the menu there. Is there any shout outs to anybody that you'd like to give? Anybody that you worked with? Or I know you gave out a couple, but any organizations or anything like that?
Captain Kirk's helped me a lot along the way as well. Just as a friend and a mentor. He's given me a lot of information about ways to move forward, make a business, connections. I've mentioned Brad Lemke's name several times. I really can't mention how instrumental he's been in all of this, just by again, like being like a mentor and establishing a lot of these connections with other people. uh I mean, as silly as it may sound, but some of those simple basic social skills of how to interact with people politely that I learned from being a security guard. And then he kind of moved me into this weed world, and eventually this little baby bird grew wings and I flew away. So Brad, if you're watching, we gotta hang out when all this COVID stuff's done. But yeah, I mean,
Got it.
and it's thanks to Brad that I met Captain Kirk also. Captain Kirk has been a good friend of mine over the years as well, like I said. So, and if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have a lot of the like the thing with Tommy Chong. That was all thanks to Captain that I had that opportunity. Um, there was just, yeah, biggest thing biggest people I can thank are those two for sure.
Nice. Oh, shit. So, is there anything else you want to throw out there before we head out?
Um,
Anything else? Yeah, I mean, the floor is yours. You can stay as long as you want. I'll talk about anything you want to talk about, music,
yeah,
whatever.
I don't really, I can't think of nothing, man. I'll answer any question you got, but I'm bad with coming them up on my own. I mean, I'll talk your ear off if you want to talk about rocks or geology or I got or hit. Let's talk about UP history. I can bore your viewers to death, bro. Like,
Is that is that you're a field outside of cannabis? I mean, you mentioned some security work, but is that where your interest really lies? Is nature and stuff like that, art, archaeology?
yeah, absolutely. I'm totally a nature boy at heart. I keep trying to um I grew up with a little bit of property, like not a lot of property. We only had a couple of acres, but we had some woods behind our house. And, I've just always been in the woods since I was a little kid. As I got older, my dad wasn't really into hunting, but I kind of grew and started to get into hunting myself. And, um, like we started out doing these backpacking trips years and years ago, and my brother Chris, that called it out there in the big, made a shout out in the beginning. Me and him went on a backpacking trip with another friend of ours, Jack, back in the day. And I mean, we had so much gear on those hiking packs that we could barely hike the stuff out there. We were dumb. We knew nothing about hiking with a backpack. And now I look back on that, and you know, I've got three pieces of material that I'll lay down. I got a bivy sack, I got a sleeping bag, and that's pretty much it. Like you don't need all that extra bullshit. So it's just another one of those things where like you learn so much just by doing it. Just like with the weed, you just got to be brave and just do it. And same thing with hiking. If you don't be scared that the bears are going to eat you, or the cougars, or whatever crap that everybody's always, like, aren't you scared of bears? Like, no, I'm not. I'm going to go have fun. And if it's my time to go, it's my time to go, I guess. You know what? But I'm not going to let that fear of running into a bear that can smell me from 40 miles away and also run 40 miles an hour in the opposite direction ruined my good time of going up north and reconnecting with nature, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely a good time. Like it's for me, it's like that Zen pine bath. You know what I mean? Just getting out in the woods and getting that fresh air on you.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of my best memories are usually, some they're not always the best times, but it's some of those difficult times out in the woods that make the most memorable memories. So a lot of the times you remember the struggle more than you do the easy leisurely trip.
That's a good question, Chris Mertz. Chris Mertz wants to know: is Reefer Man still friendly with the new owners of High Times?
With the what?
The new owners of High Times. What do you think about all that? Yes.
I actually my to put it all out there, I guess my last connections in high times have all moved on. Um, I had three people that I can think of off the top of my head that I talked with. Not I mean, Danny Danko was one of them. He was a friend. That we chat every once in a while, and he's been a really supportive over the years. Um, Dan Sky was another one that he left kind of early on. But he was a really always a really good guy, and he kind of was in charge of the cannabis cup, the first few cannabis cups. Um, and I'm not sure. I think Mary moved on as well. But yeah, it's like everybody that I knew. There's, I mean, I just, you know, I don't know. I just thought of like three or four other people too that, again, they all moved on. But every single person I can think of that had anything to do with it has moved on, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know any of the new owners. I can't really comment. I don't. I From what I've heard, things aren't going in a good direction. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I'm not. I have very mixed opinions about them diving into the flower game. I don't know. I think they're gonna find out it isn't as easy as they think it's gonna be. And I think it's tough enough to it takes millions of dollars to open up a successful grow
Yeah.
in any one fucking state, much less trying to throw a nationwide branding. Try to throw one up in every fucking medical state there is.
Right.
Good luck with that shit. Especially successful. You know what I mean?
Well,
I
I
wish them.
mean, they got to do something with all that high times money. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
I'm,
guess.
I'm sure you know as well as I do what they're charging the all the different booth owners. I mean, it's just crazy. And then for
Yeah,
the
I,
entries and like it's it's an experience, I guess. You're paying for an experience.
yeah, you would think as much as they get for them booths that at least one entry would be fucking free. Not a
Right.
discount, but free.
Yeah. I mean, I'm at what was it? Oh no, there you go. Sorry, there's my first stoner moment. Just kind of lost it.
There's nothing wrong with a stoner moment. We've we've actually called them. We had a fucking one of my past guests, a couple of episodes, Candy Queen. She's kind of coined the term squirrel. Uh,
What is
you
it?
know, yeah, squirrel. Like when a dog sees a squirrel, he kind of
Oh
veers
yeah,
off there.
that's good.
So a lot of times now, when somebody does that, we just gotta yell squirrel.
Yeah, don't
Oh
say it
man.
too loud. You wake my dog up.
Get him all running around. That's
Right.
funny.
I'll be like, where?
That's fucking funny. Oh man. Well, my friend, I think I'm gonna let you get back to your night. I
Cool, man. Well,
appreciate
like I
you
said, I
popping
really
in.
appreciate being on. It's an honor. Like I said, I mean, I'm nobody special, but I've been able to do a lot of cool shit, and I really appreciate the opportunity. So, it's been fun chatting with you as always.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming in. You should try to frequent the show. I mean, much I'm sure once they see you in chat now, it gets addicting, dude, to get in and be a part of this. I warn you. You start watching and getting in chat, you'll be hooked, man. You'll be hooked.
Yeah, man.
So,
I'll tune in a little bit more often. But yeah, yeah, dude. Anytime, I don't mind. Just give me a heads up.
I will. I will. I absolutely will. Don't think I'm not going to take you up on that shit.
Uh, no, man, for real. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Like I said, I'll talk your ears off about whatever. But I might bore some of your members away if we get into the rock subject.
Oh man, we've went down some pretty crazy rabbit holes here, man. If you actually look down the playlist, there's actually a couple that actually say the rabbit hole, and them
Oh, all
fuckers
right.
get
Well, I'm great for rabbit hole conspiracy theories, so that's a whole nother subject we could spend hours on.
I went on a fucking rabbit hole on conspiracy. This is no lie, Reefer Man. I went on a fucking tangent about conspiracy theories the other night, because like some of these shows, like say we cut off, and I might invite some people on, afterwards or whatever. But
Yeah.
that's what happened this in particular night. Guest decided to tap out, and we had some people on, and we got down a fucking rabbit hole, and I really got into the conspiracy theory. I mean, deep into the conspiracy theory to the
Had your
point,
tinfoil
because
hat on real tight.
oh man, and I'll be the first to admit I smoke a lot of weed during these fucking interviews. You know what I mean? So I was at this point I was probably about hour 4.5 into the show. You know what I mean? Pretty
Right.
deep into the show before I went into on this tangent. And I just went in on like COVID and blah blah blah. And I actually, when I woke up the next morning, I kind of went, "Oh fuck! Should I
So
cut that last part out? Yeah. Did I just fucking chase everybody away on that shit?" They, but thank God they tuned back in.
that's funny.
So
Well, nobody held you accountable for it, I guess.
right.
But yeah, man, like I said, it's been an honor being on, and yeah, dude, anytime you want to reach out, just reach out, and I'll yeah, I'd be happy to come back on.
I will, because I've enjoyed this a lot. You've been a great guest and a lot of fun to talk to, and I'm sure everybody's enjoyed it so far as well. So I'm sure they'll look forward to seeing you again, and hopefully it'll be soon.
Appreciate that. Thanks, man. Well, it's
All
been
right,
good
man.
talking
You
to you. People. Have a good one, man.
have a great night, my friend.
Later.
The original Reefer Man. How'd you guys like that? I knew it'd be a good interview, a great couple hours. Yeah, great guy, great story. What can you say? I enjoyed it, and I hope he did as well. I look forward to his return, and yeah, we'll do it again. Who's left in chat, and what the fuck you guys smoking on? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk some shit to me. What's up, guys? How you doing? I had a pretty good day. Long fucking day. Long day. Fucking had to go down and take care of my couple patients down in state. So I did have an essential reason to move and travel. And I'm not gonna lie, it was nice getting out of the house for a moment. Very much so. Oh, excuse me while I stare down for a second. They broke my heart. I was hoping it was an Egyptian tech. I'm smoking some wedding cakes. What's up, Miss D's Nuts? D's Nugs. God, I fucked that up. Blind Cat Urkel. Sounds pretty good. Love the suit. Yeah, it is pretty great suit. Mint Kush. Great guy. Yeah, he was. He's a great guy. So you guys know the routine. If there's anybody out there that wants to jump in and help me kill a little bit of time, you're more than welcome. Don't make my bed. Gotta raise your hand though. Yeah, I actually did break down and stop in a couple places just to, I don't know, see what was out there. Every so often, you have to, I don't know, quality can check your shit. I guess would be a good way to put it. Um, and then in the instance of the one place, and I guess I fuck it, I'm gonna put it on blast. The essential wellness in Bay City. Well, fucking garbage. Well, fucking garbage they sold me there. And I'm not even bullshitting. I stopped in there and got fucking pre-rolls, like I'd mentioned to, the reefer man, and because I forgot to do a little bit of paperwork before I left the house. So I got two pre-rolls. I got a fucking what they called a fire stick, and what was supposed to be a $10 Mac joint, which tasted like fucking some shake that had sat around for fucking about 6 months and was tiny as fuck. It was everything I could do to choke that bitch down. And that God forbidden, that fucking fire stick, whatever the fuck that thing, what they did with that was tasted exactly like more fucking shake. And what tasted like fucking RSO on it, dipped and rolled in some fucking nasty looking fucking keef, and was nasty. And normal I wouldn't call somebody out like that, but fuck you, I guess that's their bad. That's their bad. You don't know who the fuck's that on the other end of that shit, if they have a platform or not. You should be selling good shit, and then you wouldn't fucking have to worry about that shit, right? Right? That's the way I see it. I'm not knocking it because I'm a fucking grower and I expect a little bit more. I'm knocking that shit because it was fucking garbage. Straight out, it was fucking garbage. They should have just called it kindly at Eagle Gardens. What am I missing here? Stephanie V, I'd like to point out I am so sorry I didn't get the chance to stop in and see you because I just ran late. I did not expect to go that long uh, in the trip. It's just never enough of time down there. That's when it comes down to it. There's just never enough fucking time when you're on the road. Days go fast anymore. Lightning fucking fast. Excuse me when I look down here for a second. What a rude host. I did have stop into another place. I guess I'll leave that one nameless. Where buddy did hook me up with some samples that were pretty decent. Thank you, Pete, for fuck it. Pete from Green Culture there in Flint took care of me when I was down there. I'll take that up. I'd like to get with a lot of you guys. I think smoke sesh somewhere fucking soon. And he got moldy hay shit turds that you were wanting. What? No, it wasn't fucking moldy hay turds. That shit was awful. You gotta call it as it is. That's what I see it. Yeah, you're gonna deal all that shit, and that's you get what you get. Mr. No One, how you doing today? Yo boy, Roy boy, how you doing, Mr. Manny D? Appreciate you guys tuning in. Well, until hold on. Oh, I have one more. Uh, all right. So I guess since I have seen no hands raised, I am just gonna fucking roll one up and see where the fuck this goes. The Citrix was pretty good. Fucking sampled that shit. Um, Silver Malt, maybe. Oh, that's what I was wanting to try. Or the monster cookies. Sorry about me just babbling to my fucking self here. Ho, 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 ho. What is this? It's pretty orangey. Oh, that's it. Citrusy. Citrix. What am I missing here in chat? TAU jumping in. American One's worker, man. He got work in the morning. What the fuck is this? Oh. Headmaster Kush. Fine, Jack. Go ahead. Finish that, boss. I think I'm gonna like this. Reminds me of not Master Kush. God, what is that? Remind me of? And something old school. Man, I haven't smelled that in a while. Almost berry. Almost berry. Let's taste this shit. Small, little small, dense nugs. Get a little bit of light on that. I always forget where the fuck the camera is. Can't even see shit on a piece of shit. I'm gonna back it up. And I guess that's the trick, just to back it up. Little small, dense nugs. And I want to say, man, it smells like a Bubba 98. That's what it smells like. My kids, this is how I really do weed too. You give me a weed sample, I won't do this in front of you, but I do it when I go home, just like that. Oh man, it's almost got like a little baby poop on the back end of it. I don't know. Just give it a go. Give her a go. And the fuck am I missing? God damn it! I'm on live chat, so I ain't missing much. Okay, ouch. AKA 818 headband. I ran that shit. The 818 headband. Somewhere I got a whole stack of seeds for that shit. It's good stuff. It wasn't the most potent headband I've had, that's for sure. I don't think it was. At least not the know I had. What's up, American One? How you doing? You was about to put your face. Trying to smell that. Ay, damn it. Fuck yeah, it's trying to stuff it right up my goddamn nose. Where's my little guy roller? Can't fucking roll up that fucking honkers. Fucking freebie samples. Although there's maybe enough there for one. Maybe. Great show, and thank you. Appreciate that. Drew Blank. Oh yeah, thank you. It was a great show. Need to change it to the reeferman, Mr. Drew. How you doing, Jack? Jack Screenstock. Want to introduce yourself and say hello to everybody?
How's it going? I was listening on YouTube. I'm just switching headphones so I can be hooked up to my computer. How's everybody doing tonight?
Good, man. I wasn't just happy to hear you were working on that book. I was stoked, man. That's exciting news.
It's funny, I actually got inspired because I think something Smiley referenced one of the other nights, the Golden Tarp Awards. There was 4 categories. It was like floral, fruity, fuel, and earth, as opposed to just like indica, sativa. And when I saw those 4 categorizations, people were like, well, we're worried that cannabis is going to be like apples, where there used to be like hundreds of apple varieties out there. And now commercially, there's just like Granny Smith and the big 5 or whatever, you know? So people are worried that if they make these big 4 categories, and then cannabis may just fall into commercial producers' hands, and they're just going to be like Bud Light or whatever and only produce the top 5 or 10 or whatever varieties. And so as part of that, I was trying to think, because I told you I wanted to make one of my books like 50 strains of green and 50 strains of purple. But as part of doing that, when I was looking at those 4 categories, I was like, well, let's just look at one of them. One of those categories being fruit, right? Fruit is really broad. So my initial worry of like, oh, they're going to go and take cannabis and chop it down from however many we have now, thousands of varieties, right? Down to the big 4 categories. But then I was like, fruit, let's look at fruit. And these are just some categories that I've actually experienced with, and I'm sure you have too. But I'm going to run down a quick 16, which is just the ones that I thought of in my first sitting down. Lemon, lime, orange, mango, banana, pineapple, strawberry, grapefruit, papaya, raspberry, cherry, apple, grape, blackberry, blueberry, and peach. And these are all flavors that I've experienced already in cannabis. So if they're already out there, I feel like we're only going to continue to get more and more. And that's just in the fruit category. So I feel like diversity is still alive and well in cannabis, and hopefully won't go anywhere anytime soon. If you or I have anything to say about it. That didn't even mention pine. And that's one that we're on a close hunt of.
Oh, I know. I'm fucking I've had a marmalade that was pretty true to its name. It was like a weird melon kind of taste to it.
Yeah, melon is one that's out there for sure. Like even watermelon, I just haven't personally experienced it. But I've heard people definitely say a few different types of melon. So that could also be in the fruit category. It's just like so endless to me. We talked a little in one of the chats, I think, about like bacon smell. And I had bacon smell on one of my live plants, but it didn't show up in the cure. But Mass Medical Strains is like a F2 of their star pupil something bacon line, where they have some bacon phenos apparently, or allegedly. I have never actually smelled it on their plant, but I did on Platinum Yeti F3 from Humboldt Seed Organization, HSO. There's 2 companies that both have the Humboldt Seed kind of name. Like there's Humboldt Seed Company, so HSC, and that's I think Nat Pennington. And then there's Humboldt Seed Organization, which is Digsterra. But they're both amazing breeders, so shout outs to both of those guys.
I think we're starting to feel the pinch in the supply chain for us growers here in Michigan. Anyway.
What's hitting the most? Is it your cocoa, or what do you mean as far as supply chain?
When I stopped today at a couple places in Flint area, they didn't have like no Coco Loco or nothing like that. They didn't have shit. They were like, "Fuck, we're just waiting on trucks. We're waiting on Huntington. Maybe sometime next week."
Yeah, Spartan actually, he kind of gave us forewarning this was going to happen. Mitten Canico had some, they had to buy a bunch of Tupper all at one time from Royal Gold. And they were saying that the supplies were going to be shorted. So if you're going to need it, get it now. And they did at like a certain price. And I think even prices are going up now too, because as you know, supply and demand.
Well, I was smart enough to jump on that train as well with my chunky cocoa. But I was popping in because I've so many seeds I'm going to be popping.
I feel like Eagles, you're the only one who runs that chunky cocoa, so you won't have to worry too much. I'm just kidding. Maybe people will buy it up when all the other stuff sells out.
I don't know. It actually sells pretty good up here. Nobody was running it when I moved up here, but they sell it now up here.
I'm just busting your balls. I actually think it's a great way to use cocoa, and especially for all the reasons you've mentioned. Like when it breaks down, you can sort of recycle it, and with some new and some old, and also not having to use perlite. A lot of people hate perlite for, I think, legitimate reasoning. So I think your chunky cocoa, it works great for you. I can't argue your results.
What brought me in today was because of the babies, though, was like something to transfer these seedlings over into, because it's just a little harder for them, in that that first transplant there. It's hard to accurately judge that root rye cube on how dry it is in the chunky cocoa unless you're just constantly, you know, you get into the bigger pots, it's not so bad. But seedlings like that, I could see that root rye cube maybe drying out a little bit too quickly on that seedling.
Yeah,
And
that can happen, especially if you go away for work. But right now, a lot of people are home and able to take care of their garden the best they can. I want to shout out Aldridge in the chat. Also, Chris Ganjagroa said, I like pie, Cartman's voice. Uh, love me some Jack. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Green Pots also said, I had a strain that smelled like coffee. There's actually a few breeders that have coffee strains. There's like a coffee F3 from like, I think it's Greenpoint Gardens, CA. They're regenerative Northern California farmer. They also have like the pinkleberry. Some really interesting like pink stigma / pistil or hairs, whatever you want to call them, lines with the really, really pink pronounced hairs that come off the bud.
I've had two strains like that that are had pink in them. One was obviously the first round packs of the plush berry, which I still have a pack of, and the other one was the Shangri-La from Jinx. And he said he was going to be reproducing that one, but I still got some seeds of that one as well, but not a full pack like I do the plush berry.
Shout out to Tao, the American one in chat, says he went to his store today and they had no Roots Organics soil and other stuff also. And I think that a lot of people are experiencing that. Shout out to Michigan Made Mix, M3 Swanson on Instagram. They're still over there mixing it up in Michigan, making some of what I consider the best soil you can buy. I pay to have it shipped out here to California, and it's fairly pricey per bag, but it saves me from having to buy any nutrients. And I use it start to finish from seedling through veg, all the way through flower, and I never give it anything but pure RO water and have phenomenal results. So shout out to M3 Mix. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but when I find something that's really simple that makes it easy for the gardener and you get really good quality and it's clean, like his stuff has been tested for all the heavy metals and it has undetectable levels. There's 0 traces of any heavy metal. So shout out to M3 Mix. It's a Michigan thing. I know you have a lot of Michigan followers, even though you talk to people all over the world now and you have international listeners, which is pretty cool. I've noticed that with Greenstock Talks. It's a trip, man. It's like I hardly believe it until they start DMing me like, hey, I'm in Japan. Like, hey, I'm in Australia. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. Some places I won't even say because unfortunately some of my listeners would be literally murdered if they were caught growing their cannabis, which that scares the shit out of me. So yeah, but
That's pretty
fortunate
cool.
for us, we don't have to worry about that kind of shit. But it's scary, man, to think that that's that way some places.
Man, I am real let down with these samples. They're decent smoking and tasting, but I can sure tell that these were all grown by the same grower, and the terp profile is like super monotone on everything. Hello. Hope he's not listening. But I'm sure he wasn't the grower. What's that, Jack?
I said maybe they gave that like Botanicare suite or one of those. Oh, it looks like my internet connection is unstable right now. 1 second, I'll try and move my laptop a little closer to the router. But yeah, there's some products like Terpinator or Botanicare Sweet where they have like Botanicare grape or Botanicare whatever, berries, and it supposedly brings out more flavor, but it makes all of your stuff taste like whatever it's being fed, which it's sort of an artificial flavoring, which I don't think is natural. Like I want my flavor to come from the genetics and the cannabis. I don't want it to be expressed because I'm dumping some sort of artificial flavoring in there. I'm not sure how much testing has been done on whether that's even safe to consume or not. So I just sort of let the organic soil, or even if like when I was running cocoa or DWC, running like a lower EC and typical, just AB, you can get crazy flavor if you do everything right. Some additives I think definitely add good benefit, but I'm not gonna go and buy a product just because it says, "Oh, this is gonna boost your terps." It's
Oh,
like
it
I
did.
wanna. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Jack. I'm guilty. I've run it. I don't run it. I have ran it, and just because I went through at one point that Limonene like phase, and I was like, ooh, yeah, let me try this. It was like right when it was kind of still like really new. They were still pushing that shit, and it worked. Just true to form there. It brought out that Limonene big time, very pronounced. Uh, Bud tasted decent. You know what I mean? In the strains that were supposed to be there. You know what I mean? Where limonene was already present there. That's kind of why I was looking to kind of beef that up. But like you already stated, it did not take long for that shit to kind of blend everything together, where it was present and everything. Places you didn't want it to be present, it was present. And it's like, man,
Yeah.
I
Yeah, no.
quickly weeded that shit right out.
Yeah, my buddy, I'll pick up like larger amounts than some of my friends, and when they're coming over and I'll share some smoke with them, they'll say like, "Man, all this stuff sort of seems like it's coming from the same guy." And like one of my buddies grows with a certain nutrient line, so like I've sort of noticed that as well. Like his, all of his cultivars, no matter what it is, they have a similar element to them. Some of them have like distinctions because the cultivar is so unique, but there's like a similar undertone to it, and different ones. Like there's even one now called Purpinator. So not just Terpinator, they have Purpinator. That's supposed to make your plant more purple and bring out maybe grape expression or something, some sort of whatever purple flavoring is related to. But that's not my
So what do you
particular chosen route.
what do you think is the mechanics in that? You think like maybe it blocks out the P somehow in the end, or what do you think is driving the purple and the purplenator?
It could just be they're feeding it anthocyanin. I mean, purple is from anthocyanin production in blackberries and blueberries and in cannabis. So
So
the
a
color
natural
changes.
food dye? Is that what
Yeah,
you're saying?
so you could take like blueberry juice or blackberry juice or something like that that already has high levels of anthocyanin. And it's like when you look at roses, you could take a white rose, and even though the plant doesn't uptake like red food coloring as a nutrient, if you put a bunch of red food coloring in a thing of water, and then you cut a rose and stick it in there, you'll see the white rose starts to become red. So I think that there's some element of that that could be possibly happening with Purpinator or other similar products where they're literally just providing the thing that makes it turn purple and even maybe purple food coloring or things like that. I'm not all their stuff, and I can speculate on this because they put proprietary on their label, so fuck them. Uh, they're not gonna put everything on their MSDS label sheet, then they're gonna let people like us speculate. So I'm not
True,
sure what
very
their
true.
their avenue is, and unless they want to come out and say it, which would potentially hurt their ability to sell it at ridiculous amounts of money, then we'll just babble on about it. But like I said, I think there's plenty of purple cultivars out there. It's not that difficult to make a plant go purple if you get the right genetic variety. I'm not even a big fan of like trying to cold stress it because I've had some really shitty cold stressed purple cannabis where I actually thought I hated purple cannabis for a long time because the only purple cannabis I ever had was like shitty outdoor that was growing up north that turned purple because it started getting frost. So I was always like, man, the purple shit's always so weak. It's like a little underdeveloped and just like frost stressed. But ultimately, I've started to have like much better purple cultivars. There's like Forum Cut Girl Scout Cookie I like, Cherry Pie. Those two both fade basically to like black. OGKB can get pretty dark. Dosey Do, pretty dark. There's a lot of dark, almost black slash deep purples that I found that I do enjoy when they're cultivated properly.
I find for the most part the purples to be very weak for myself. Maybe it's just something in me. You know what I mean? How every strain's dependent on everybody. But for the most part, the purples aren't very effective for me either. The only one that I can call out, at least one of the ones I have grown, because like I said, I've tried them because they're always pretty. You know what I mean? They always look really pretty, tasty, and shit. But as far as overall effects, they just don't work for me. But the one that purpled real well naturally for me and was super effective and tasty was Heroes of the Farm. So it was a TGA. But Heroes of the Farm Reddit was the space candy. Was really good.
Those both do sound good. I haven't actually personally grown either of those, but I wanted to address a question in the chat from Dank Agenda. They said, "Does adding Papa's Perfect Poo to M3 cause the soil to test positive for heavy metals?" And I have never heard of that.
Address that too. I've heard it.
Oh,
I've heard
okay.
it.
I hadn't heard that because I've never actually used the Papa's Perfect Poo. I have really, really good locally sourced worm casting, so I don't want to shit on their worm poo, but I'll trust Eagle and I'll trust you. If you've heard that, then I would look out for it and demand testing from them on that product and get an idea of where your levels are at, because there are certain levels of background levels of heavy metals in certain products that are acceptable.
Guanos, correct?
Yeah,
Bank,
and other.
bank guanos are terrible for that.
Yeah, there's a myriad of things that some compost it has heavy metals and just depends on the source. Like a lot of locally sourced composts, they'll even use things like sewage that they reclaim, and there's some heavy metals and crazy shit in there. So as long as
You
it's
talk
under,
about Flint, Jack. Are you talking about Flint, Michigan?
hey, more people should. I feel a great deal of sadness for the people that have been ignored there and been forced to have shitty water that causes their kids to get sick. So, but it's not just Flint. I hate to say it. There's a lot of cities that have that going on. I
What
wouldn't want to be
about
able to light my faucet on fire.
What about that practice? In just in farming in general, do people even know that shit goes on? I know they do it here in Genesee County or from Michigan, and I know they do it in a lot of other places where these treatment plants where they take that sewage, it's been treated, and then they kind of spray that shit out on the ground and let it dry out, and fucking they reharvest that shit, and then or in some cases it's even just in a liquid form transported to the farm fields and then pumped into the through piping for fertilizer in the fields. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, it's not my preferred process. I'd go with other inputs than that for sure, especially
They
when it
do a
comes
lot
to.
here in Michigan. It's from what I understand, it's okay for farm food for animals, but it's not okay for human consumption, supposedly.
They use it on like if you ever see like reclaimed water for like ornamental plants and things that they just grow on like the sides of like housing developments and stuff. If you ever see reclaimed water, I see it in Florida. I see it out here in California too, where you smell that sort of like sulfury egg, nasty smelling water. I think some of that might be some reclaimed from different water sources that might not be the best. Like Subcool said, my fucking plants drink better than I do. I give them RO water, man. I'm flushing them from day one, giving them RO water. Uh, I've experimented with tap versus RO, and I think they both work well. I don't mind lugging the little. I have such a small crop that I can get away with 2 5-gallon jugs. Will get me through the week. So that just gives you some perspective on how little water I actually have to use.
So obviously, there's a difference between um, RO water, straight out of the tap, and well water. You can depend on some kind of consistency on tap water, other than you should get some kind of breakdown, and it's legally out there what's in your tap water, but you should let it sit out and let the bad stuff evaporate out of it. But there's some kind of consistency there to where if you're running out of a well straight out of the tap, it can very well depend on season. I know the water tables fluctuate. Some certain times when the water table is lower, the water can be much, much harder and throw you off in a bad way. You can chase if you're just going straight out of the tap on a well on a dry year. Fuck, man, you could chase deficiencies all around in your plants and not figure out what the fuck's going on before you figure out that you've got a bad water source, just in general.
Hard water can be a motherfucker, man. I know people that it might have even been you where you like can't even have a certain filter put in because it's just gonna have to be replaced so often if the water is super hard. But I've heard people talk about where like their water is literally that hard. They put in a filter, it just get removed every so often because they have extremely hard water, and that actually does cause tremendous difficulty for your plant because a lot of it can just be like sodium and shit just locking out everything in your plant.
I just want to answer American one there in chat. I did have a pink Pheno plus berry long, long ago. And I have the pack that I have is like a sister pack. So I bought 2 5-packs at the time. Popped the 1 5 5, got me a pink Pheno. And I'm hoping when I get around to popping this next pack that I'm that lucky as well.
So chloramine to Mountain Sky S. They said I don't think that evaporates out. Well, you can look into humic or fulvic acid. If you use those, if you do have either chlorine or chloramine, you don't even have to worry about bubbling your tap because it completely inactivates the chlorine and chloramine. And there's actual studies on it in soil, like on agronomic levels, even just a tiny amount of those things, which can be found naturally in organic soils. And like Spartan Grown said, if you want some like humic acid, you can literally go through like the woods and pick up some forest bark, run some water through it and strain it out, and you got some humic acid in there. It's not particularly expensive, but there's a bunch of different products like Full Power and Frontline Ag has some. Ruby Fulvic from God, that one that Adam Dunn is sponsored by New Millennium Nutrients. Heavy 16 has their Fire, I think, is a fulvic acid, or it's actually like 6 different humic and fulvic varieties. So there's tons of different sources for it that can easily take care of chlorine and chloramine, so you don't have to go through the process of bubbling. Because I want my water on demand. I want it now. I want to give it to my plants. Make it happen.
I like that egg. I like the impression.
It just came out of me, man. It's the fucking wedding cake. I'm stoned. I'm getting goofy.
Should smoke some more of that.
I'd have to
Man.
sneak over to the other room. I left my bong and shit in the other room. Lady G's passed out on the couch in the living room, so I snuck off to the bedroom. And we were actually in a Zoom call earlier, setting up some like stuff for the growing with my fellow ladies and growing with my fellow growers, cheap home grow, backdrop production planning stuff. So Lady G was starting to learn how to do some of the stuff on the back end, and we have the laptop, everything, and mic all set up conveniently. So when he shot me the numbers, I was like, well, she's asleep. I'll finish up my bowl, sneak into the bedroom, and be relatively quiet. So if she doesn't wake up, I can hang out and fucking talk shit with some eagles, as Charlie's would say. Charlie's Farm, my boy. I saw him in chat earlier. I would understand if he's gone now, though, because it's super late over there. But much respect to him. Gotta love him.
I do. He's a cool dude.
Cheers, Red Setter Farm. I just saw you throw up the alien emoji and hand sign. Gotta love it. Gotta love the emojis. Shout out to Johnny Caniseed, Dank Grower, the American one, Mountain Sky. It's been a good chat tonight. Miss these nugs. Wabasso Life for Life. I haven't seen that person before, I don't think. Talking about sulfur and the smell. Sulfur, well water is good for you, believe it or not. It just smells.
I'm just over here throwing down on these fucking oatmeal cookies.
Are those general oatmeal cookies or edible oatmeal cookie?
Oh, they're just general. But I did pick up a fucking edible. I shared one though. Now, well, it's actually her birthday now. Right? I got 2 of them. Or this provisioning center gave me 2 of them. And I ran into her while I was downstate, which today is her birthday. So happy birthday, Brittany. She is 25 years old today. But she snagged one of my brownies. I did grab one of these here 70 milligram brownies. I plan on powering into.
That'd be about a third into my dose for my first edible dose. I start at about 250. Usually crank it up to about 500 to 1,000 depending on the day.
It's a pretty good dose. Do you find like that's kind of a decent subject there is I've always heard once you get up into that kind of doses of edible cannabis that shit can fucking bind you up really bad when you get into like the 1,000, 1,500 milligram a day doses a day.
Can you clarify by bind you up? What do you mean by that?
Means you ain't gonna fucking shit for a day or two, or slows things down.
Oh, see, I'm
Slows
on the
things
opposite
really
end of
down.
that spectrum. Not to be TMI, but I got like a super overactive metabolism. So, shit, if I was ever on that end of the spectrum, it'd be probably a welcome commodity.
A gift.
Have a little more time in my day to not have to run to the bathroom. But yeah, no,
Holy cow.
to be honest, edibles, I love them, but they're so inconsistent with even the commercial producers out here. The doses are really low, so it'd be extremely expensive to get the dose that you would want. And sometimes the homegrown ones are a little bit inconsistent for whatever reason, like the mixing isn't done perfectly right. Some people like yourself that
You
have,
say there's something wrong with the boom measure method?
there's nothing wrong with that shit. Look at his face when he was eating them on the podcast. He looked great, man. He was highly medicated and feeling
You
great.
see
I'm
him
sure.
the next night though? My boy was racked. Boom. I love you if you're watching this, but you know what?
Yeah, it's funny. I go like on and off like certain days. So like I did 2 days in a row, and then I haven't had any today. But I feel like it stays in your system for longer than people give it credit for. So like I notice when I'm taking high edible doses like that, I have to use less flour, whether I'm smoking or vaporizing, to get to the same level of like uh, elevation, I guess, medication. I don't want to say like I'm getting high because like yeah, I have some medical things that I'm treating, but I also like the measuring stick of like where your mental level is at as far as like your clarity or how spacey or whatever you're feeling. Like that's why I'm not a big fan of like the CBD flower because it yanks me down from the like high feeling in my mind, um, and then I just don't feel like I have a good idea of where my dose is at. Because like when I feel myself come down, for example, I'm like, oh, okay, now I can remedicate and I'll start feeling better again. But if I'm using CBD, it's like, oh, I feel like I just came down, so I feel like I have to smoke again. But it's like, well, no, I should be good for however long. Mr. Soul, I think, says every 90 minutes. And I think that's why somebody else cleverly pointed out that maybe that's why he cut off the show at that point. But I don't know if he likes to smoke and talk, but maybe we can try and convince him on the next time he comes back. Because if he has to smoke every 90 minutes, fuck it, man. At 90 minutes, be like, hey, let's fire it up.
No, I think it was, to be honest with you, I think it was where he was at. I don't think he was home. In fact, I know he wasn't home. He was at his sister's house. So
Oh, I
maybe
see.
it was a point where he just couldn't fire up right there.
I smell what you're stepping in. That makes a lot of sense. He's a great man. I like following even the Mr. Soul underscore C99 page on Instagram where you see him like alpaca farming and his dogs. Man, he's got some beautiful dogs and this beautiful ass Colorado ranch. Like that dude's doing it right. Him and Breeder Steve down in Colombia, who's got the million seed search where he's popping 100,000 seeds a month, and he's got like six different locations that he can legally cultivate in Colombia, and people have just been sending him seeds, and he says, "I'll give you a grow report at 6 different locations," and he's been legitimately doing it, and he has the right to like export oil, but I guess he's trying to get out of it. He's been complaining on Twitter that there's a lot of red tape that he expected going in, but it's even worse than anticipated. So I think he's trying to get back into the gray market a little bit, which is kind of funny to see somebody who made it all the way up that high in the food chain, where he's like one of the largest commercially legal people that has the ability to export in Colombia. But now he's like, anybody want to buy this farm off me for X and X million, or I don't know, crazy amounts of money that I would never have. So I didn't even commit it to memory because I was like, oh, that'll never fucking happen for me. But somebody might come up.
And a minute ago, I was fucking sipping on my coffee when I looked up and seen American One fucking talk about coffee in the chat there.
I know
There
you
is
guys
quite
are
a
French
marriage
pressers.
there. Yeah. Oh God. You?
No coffee for me. Maybe 5 cups my
No.
whole life.
Really?
Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm just too high energy. I've got like a really racy mind, and the arthritis in my hands is I shake a lot of days. And cannabis helps. Certain things like bubble hash specifically can be really beneficial. Um, one thing I want to share is like I found that too high of a dose actually makes my hands shake more. Too little of a dose won't make my hands stop shaking at all. So like with bubble hash, like one day I just sort of luckily fell into, I realized that like 2 to 3 hits was like my perfect range because I had to do something and my hands were not shaking at all. I was like, oh wow, that 2 to 3 hits of that particular temple ball that I had, it was Blue Dream bubble hash, got me to the point where my hands stopped shaking. But anymore, my hands started shaking again. But my wife just rolled in, so I'm actually gonna have to jump off and let her jump into the bed. So I might rejoin you again in about 10 minutes and smoke one more bowl with you and call it a night. But love you guys.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'll be back in just a bit.
No problem. Thank you, Jack. Well, hopefully hear back from Jack here in a minute. So you guys are just stuck with me again. Oh man. Oh my god. That brownie and the coffee. I don't know how good the brownie was itself, you know, as far as effectiveness. But as far as just a brownie and coffee, that shit was good. That was a match. The two are fucking scissoring. The coffee and the fucking. I ain't even going down that road. It's good though. It was good. It's good. Sad thing about it was brownie was super good, but there's no way I'm powering through that motherfucker to get that 70 milligrams. And I want the 70 milligrams. What the fuck? I mean, that must just be the ploy there, huh? Make it too fucking rich and fluffy where you just can't even finish that thing. You gotta have a glass of milk and it's just like a full meal. I want a full meal. I just want that edible, hopefully 70, 80, maybe 200 grams of fucking THC in my shit. American one. What's up, dude? What's up, dude? Kind of miss that box just creepily talking in the background with no picture. Gotta get you a picture or something, American one. Come on. You never drink coffee? Never drink coffee. That's crazy. I've heard some coffee drinkers, and I almost believe them now that I've taken out the energy drinks and actually feel better and have more energy now that I pulled out the energy drinks. I've heard a lot of people say that once they've pulled the caffeine out of the coffee out of the equation, they had even more energy yet. But man, I haven't been that dude. I gotta have that coffee. This system needs a little fucking jump start in the morning. I need a half hour and a fucking joint before I can deal with anything. I live on coffee. Well, me and you can be good, better friends, American one, because that's how I roll. Got a little spoiled today. My daughter, Brittany, works at Starbucks. So, got to hook up on a bunch of Starbucks coffee today. She's not too big on the coffee herself, so she gives me a fucking. They give her a free pound or one bag per week for free. And she just stacks them up for dad. And then when I see her, she just gives me a big garbage bag full of fucking Starbucks coffee. Usually works out pretty well. Yeah, coffee does have an interesting smell fucking profile to her. Man, that was quick, Jay.
Yo, don't worry, Eagle. I could be the scratchy voice in the background with an icon now.
Yeah.
I don't have a New York accent though. I wasn't that East Coast.
I know we don't like to hear it, but does that fucker not sound like Vin Diesel? I mean, seriously, could that not be fucking Vin Diesel on the other end of that fucking horn? Growing bud.
Oh, he does.
I mean, for real, who
He
has
sounds.
actually seen the American one? I think Canna has, but she's not saying. So, what the fuck?
I know she said he didn't look like she thought he would look. So
She said, "Yep,
whatever that means.
yeah." She didn't look like what everybody thought. Well, yeah.
Well, it's funny because what she thought he was going to look like is not what I thought he was going to look like. So I'm still holding
Yeah,
out.
me either.
Next
That was the
season,
last thing I thought. That was probably the last thing that actually came to my mind. But you never know; it could be true.
Yep.
You throw us all off and shit.
Who's that guy who sings like "Never Gonna Give You Up"? Like Rick Astley or something. He's super white,
Yeah.
but he's got like
God,
a super
why you
sexy, deep radio voice.
That's exactly. Oh man, fucking Charlie's Farmer Willis joining us up in this bitch tonight.
Hey, he heard his ears were burning. He heard me talking shit.
Hell yeah. I hope his ears were burning. He's always fucking welcome here, especially when he's got the Heavy 16 shirt on.
Hey man, Heavy 16 is actually the line that I most recently ran when I did Coco. So shout out to Heavy 16, Bryce, California brand. They're a little on the pricier side, but I do agree with him sometimes when you get the slightly more expensive nutrient line. Not that I'm saying like advanced nutrients, I think is a little bit ridiculously overpriced, but Heavy 16, I think for my whole year of growing, was like under $200 or about 200 something, a little over 200. And that got me through 4 harvests before I had to get anything else. I know there's cheaper lines out there like Floraflex and other powdered psychonutrients, and there's simple ABs, but so their line seemed really complete. Like their roots has silica, the fire has humic and fulvic, prime has some humic and fulvic. There's a whole bunch of different good stuff in that line. As far as like bottled lines go, I think that one and Bone Grown, what do they call it? Nectar for the Gods or Nectar of the Gods are both get really, really solid flavor when running cocoa in my experience.
All right, I got a couple of things I want to say here. First of all, who would have guessed fucking Warlock would have looked with a name like Warlock? Who would have thought that fucker would have looked like Ned Flanders? Second of all, welcome, Charlie. How the fuck you doing today, man? While you're coming on and introducing yourself, Charlie, and hopefully talking to Jack Greenstock here for a sec. I gotta use the restroom, man. I was on the road for 12 hours before I got here for 20 minutes and jumped on this program. I gotta pee, guys, man. I'll be right back. And thank you.
Thanks, Eagle. Right on, brother. Thanks for inviting me again. Jack, how are you?
Good, man. I'm better now that you're here. I was happy when I saw you in the chat, and I don't know if you were here earlier when I said your name, but I'm happy to see that you were able to jump in and join us in the after session. Always fun to hear what's going on over there on the East Coast.
Yeah, just catching up some work. That's all. Just I didn't get home until about 7 o'clock this morning, and didn't get here till a little bit late. I was hoping to get here early in the afternoon, but didn't end up getting here until about 7, 8 o'clock. So
you're representing America, running on Dunkin' over there with the coffee. Gotta love it. My dad's
actually it's Starbucks in a Dunkin' Donuts cup.
Oh shit!
Yeah, though I grew up on Dunks. Actually, it used to be called Mr. Donuts back in the '60s and '70s, and then Dunkin' Donuts opened their first store in Quincy, Mass, and they ended up buying them all out. They actually, I think the original store in Quincy still there actually, but I think they opened in the late '50s. They have a picture of it on the wall. The cars in the picture look like they're late '50s. But then they ended up buying out all the Mr. Donuts. Mr. Donuts used to be the big one around here back then, and then Dunks came in, and now they're just corporate. You know why their coffee was so good, by the way? When they went corporate, they did a whole run up in the Boston Globe about the how they have their Dunkin' Donuts University now in Braintree, Mass, and right on the Quincy line. But they used to, I don't know if they still do, but this was in the '90s when they went corporate. When time to make the donuts guy, he retired, and they actually got rid of him because they did go corporate. And they weren't frying the donuts in the stores anymore like they used to. And they used to roast their coffee to have 50% more caffeine than any other commercial coffee out there. But Starbucks has always been my thing. I love Starbucks. So I blew my own line.
They're giving people a better buzz on both ends, but Dunkin' Donuts wasn't charging them as much money for it. Starbucks is a little on the pricier end. I want to ask you, since you're wearing the Heavy 16 shirt, and I've got a little experience with the line, what did you think of it? Did you run the whole line? And I don't know, what are your thoughts?
No, I just ran it was back in the '90s or the turn of the century when I first got it, and it was given to me by a friend, I think, or maybe it was 2005, maybe. I can't remember exactly when it was. And I just remember using their equivalent of the A and B. I didn't run the whole line. I've run the whole Psycho line. That's just too many bottles for me nowadays. I'm a lazy guy, so give the hardest job to the laziest man, and he'll find the easiest way to do it, and that's me.
I agree, man. I ditched bottles for organic soil so I could just give my shit water. Make it simple.
Yeah.
I don't even mix the soil. I buy it from a professional who knows what the hell they're doing. I get it,
Yeah.
pour it from the bag to the pot, and watch the plant grow.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm gonna start a small super soil recipe, but I don't know if I'm gonna run it again. It all depends. I really want to do it at one of the other places we're getting up and running in the process of, get everything pretty much all set, just ready to go. I just gotta get the plants over there, just figure out what I want to do for a medium. I'll start out with cocoa, but I'm gonna switch some things up, I think. So we'll see. Cycle line's good. I mean, Heavy 16, I've got friends that still run it, and they love it. I mean, they have great results. But I like to be able to tweak things. I like to be able to trigger my plants whenever I want. And, when I'm giving them, even though I run Canon now, which I like, I got some organic inputs that, I'll try and trigger the plant as best I can, put it that way. Super soil is the way to go. I mean, at this place here, I'm not worried about harvest, about my yield so much. I just want the quality to come out of here. That's all I care about. So, because it's more for my own personal, this stuff here. Well, I shouldn't say that, but it is. I got a lot of cancer patients that I help too. So it's got to be super clean. That's my key. Super clean. I mean, there's debates on everything. There's debates on synthetics. There's debates on super soil. Debates on everything. It's agriculture. Always changing and always involved. Always has been. I remember when I worked at I used to be the head horticulturalist, botanist, quote unquote, Mason at PJ National in North Palm Beach back in 90, 93, 94, I think it was. And I switched them all over. They were just, not the greens. I didn't take care of any of the turf maintenance. I mean, guys that, they had 5 golf courses, but I had 86,000 square feet of formal gardens to take care of. But I switched everything. They were giving it all the synthetics, like because it was easy. But I changed all the beds over. Almost first 8 months, 10 months, changed all the beds over and added some amendments, and then we just started getting straight water. And I loved it. I know I got a few compliments from some of the pros that used to come in. Seniors Championship used to be there, so I have a few pictures with some of the guys that used to play back then. I'm sure a lot of the people out in the chat wouldn't even recognize the names, but yeah. I watched Tiger Woods win both his back-to-back amateur championships. He won 3 altogether, I think, but 2 of them. First one was 18 strokes. The second one was like 22 or something. Pretty crazy. I didn't even know who the hell he was. I mean, he had been on Johnny Carson at that point at 3 years old, but he wasn't really well known as he is today, obviously.
Well, forget about Tiger Woods. What are you smoking on over there?
Me? I got what do I have in this one? I think it's my Hell's Angel OG, the cut that I got from my friend actually over at Sour Seed Connection, Rob Sauer. He got it from Swerve. He ended up being his next door neighbor just by chance and hooking up. But Sour Seed, I used to run Sour Seed Connection. I mean Sour Seed Company seeds here. This is what started this place here. I've known him for going on about 10 years now. I used to, you guys, for those that know Ocean Grown, I used to be on Vader's first, when Vader still had all his dispensaries and everything, and had his partner Nugs. He had his first forum. I don't know if anybody out there has recognized it. I can't see chat, which really sucks. I want to say hi to chat. Thanks, chat. I always appreciate anybody that hangs out.
They have most certainly said hello to you.
My shit, you know what I mean? Yeah. Don't want to listen to me. You guys are tough. But so I met him on Invaders. He had actually, it was an app. It was I found it when I got my first smartphone, and it was called Hydrocana. And he used to get back. Nowadays he doesn't get back to anybody, but back then he'd get back to 10, 15 minutes. It was my first time doing DWC, and he came in and every time I had a problem, he fixed it. I mean, I didn't know this guy from a hole in a wall. I didn't even know who the hell he was, even on Hydrocana. I saw his data come up, his avatar, and I'd ask a question. 10 minutes later, he'd be right back to me. And Shrimpy was there, Nerd was there. Ninja hadn't gotten in with them yet, but anyway, so I met this guy, Bob Sauer. His name was Big Sky then, and he was down at Tampa at the time, and I was gonna buy some beans over. My first time really buying beans online, through the phone, and he's like, "Dude, buy them from me." So I went through all the checkpoints with him because I was like, "Yeah, all right, dude, I'm not that. I wasn't born yesterday. I didn't just fall off the turnip truck. I'm not gonna send you money." But we ended up talking on the phone and becoming really good friends. To this day, we're still very, very good friends. And he knows what he's doing. He was born on a 400-acre nursery, and like he says, like I say about my daughter, I actually got the saying from him. He used to say, and he's quite a bit younger than me. He's got to be about 10 or 15 years younger than me, maybe even a little more. But he was born between 2 plants. His parents were underground growers in Tampa. And
are you talking about Vader, or are you talking about Swerve from Cali Connection?
No, I'm talking about Vader from Hydrocana. From Ocean Grown. His first forum was called Hydrocana. Him and Nugs, before they had all the raids and they closed it down in San Diego, they had a bunch of dispensaries they were partners in. And he had the Merlot back then, the Zinfandel, the Dragon's Breath, his original line. They used to sell them out of the dispensary too. But this is where I met this guy, Rob Sauer from Sour Seed Company. And so that's where I got my blueberry fuel from. I got it from him. And that thing to this day that's made with I think it was a blue green cut that Rob Sauer at Sour Seed sifted himself, but then he got the OG number 18 clone only cut from Swerve and made us sick. I mean, I cracked 5 seeds. I got four males, 1 female, and that 1 female killed it. You can see it on my IG way back a few years ago in DWC, because I posted half my IG DWC, the other half my Coco runs.
You ever run his Deadhead OG from Swerve at Cali Connection?
No, I haven't. I had one once. I got a cut from a friend of mine who used to work. Actually, he was the manager at the chain of stores that I ended up taking over. And I had it, and I lost it when I first moved to this place because of all the problems that we had here with my old partner and everything. But and it was awesome. It was you know, I lost it after the first run. I only had one plant of it, I think. Everybody wanted that one again, and I hate when I have to tell people, sorry, I don't have that one anymore. But
So
hopefully,
I had a experience with that one. I went to the dispensary. This was years ago, maybe 5, 6 years ago at this point, and they had, that was the recommended indica. It was labeled indica. I'd try a indica sativa hybrid, either a gram or an eighth of each, just to get as many varieties as I could to see what I was in love with. And Deadhead OG just sounded awesome, so I was like, fuck it, I'll try it. And I got the super like sleepy pheno, like 1 or 2 hits on a bowl, and half an hour later I was like ready to lay down and take a nap, go to bed. And so I went back and I bought every last, it was either an ounce or 2 ounces of the Deadhead OG that they had at that dispensary. And after I bought all that, it never showed up ever again. So like everyone talks about the skunks, the pines, and things like that they miss from the old times past. And for me, it's like that Deadhead OG was for a while one that I really wanted. I know that he still sells it, and I've just I've got so many other seeds right now that by the time I realized I could still just buy it directly from him and pheno hunt for something similar, I'd already found another cultivar cherry pie that had a little bit better flavor that also put me to sleep. So like it had the gassiness, but it also had cherry on top of what like the Deadhead OG was just a little bit more earthy and gassy and put me down. The cherry pie, it's a little bit visually more appealing. It's like a little frostier, a little bit darker, fades like almost to a black, and it smells like cherries dunked in a shot glass of gasoline. It's just like one of the most awesome. Whenever people look at it on my page, they're like, "Holy shit, how does it get so dark?" Like it's visually my most beautiful plant by a long shot. So you know what I realized is, fuck, I can actually do share screen. I saw the American one do this the other day. So if I click on here and I go share screen, start now. Okay, we're doing this. Oh wait, fuck. Zoom permission allow. Back. I lost the Zoom call. Where are we at? Zoom. All right, can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
yeah, I can see your screen.
All right, cool. Sorry, I'm not trying to give
No worries.
everybody my all right, so I'm just going through my page right now.
Yeah, no worries.
But all right. So I'm actually back on my page. This is my Instagram page, but here's the cherry pie that I was talking about. Super dark fade, and that's what ended up replacing the Deadhead OG for me. So yeah, stop share. Boom. Wow, that was a lot easier than I actually thought. Hopefully that came through for everybody in the chat. Eagle, I see you just getting back now. How you doing over there?
I seen you screen share, and I was giving you the thumbs up, letting you know it was on there. Come on, give me a little credit. I got an earpiece.
I'm giving you the credit. I got my earpiece in too, and I can actually, I went to the Brady Bunch view over here on Zoom, so I can see everybody. I can.
Come on, let's be
like
fair, Jack. You could be on the shitter right now, for all I know.
I think I might be more echoey.
Hey, Eagle, I am. I am on the shitter.
It's funny you say that because I went to my buddy's. He is building a house on a property, so right now they just have a trailer on there, and he's growing some plants that I gifted him in the shower under like some T5s. And so I was in there with him the other day, and they'd grown up like super lanky. So I was topping them back down so he could take clones of it, and the plant would start growing more into a bush than just a straight beanpole. And as I'm in the shower, I was like standing up, bending over, trying to work on these plants, whatever. And I realized there was a toilet right behind me. I just threw the seat and the lid down, sat down on the toilet, and started working on his plants in the shower. It was right next. If you've ever been in a trailer before, you know sometimes it's tight in there. So it was like literally facing the shower. So I slid that door open, sat down on the toilet, and got to work, helped him out, got him all set up, and now he's got some clones. And his plants are half the height they were before, but they're much better shape for what we're going to do with his grow.
Yeah, these things behind me, I just transplanted last week. And they're starting to settle in now, so they'll be ready to go in hopefully another week, 10 days max. So they're not going to go in all at once. They're going in phases. So
I'm excited because this guy that I gave those plants to, he's a close friend of mine. He's actually my barber, but he's also a beekeeper. So he loves growing cannabis, and we grow regular seeds about 95% of the time. And what we're going to do at some point is we're going to set out some plants by some of his a beehive that he keeps, and try and see how much pollen they collect from the cannabis plant, and see if they'll pollinate the female plant, and maybe try and get like a niche market of like bee made seeds, you know, where it's like not done by human hand at all, like a sort of like an heirloom type thing, like let the bees breed a variety over generation after generation, and see what they pick for. So I'd actually heard, I think it was Mean Gene from Mendocino said that when they did something like this, that they somehow figured out like the CBD pollen from the THC pollen. So the bees actually started breeding separate varieties where they had like a CBD dominant plant and a THC dominant plant, and they'd start to pick for certain things on their own. So I think there's some super unexplored stuff. And on top of that, there's a guy in France who sells like CBD and THC infused honey from stuff that he gets from his bees that he keeps around a bunch of cannabis plants. So I know that there's like a few different opportunities in that space that I don't think are being explored too much. And being that all of the stuff he grows is organic, and here in California, it's legal to produce stuff like that in your home, there might be some sort of markets for those things, even if it's just for family and friends and when people come visit, because his honey is the best honey I've ever had in my whole life. Like, it's amazing. So I can't wait to try and see what he can do with it infused.
I don't mean to toot my own horn, and I rarely do, but tonight I'm going to a little bit. You don't know how much I enjoy getting the messages from like the people that were just on. You know what I mean? They all almost every time, every day, almost every message starts out with, "I can't believe we went." Reeferman sent me a message. "I can't believe we went 2.5 hours, man. Holy shit. I didn't even see the time." It means it must be having fun, right?
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm just blowing out a bong rip. Getting more of that wedding cake in me.
Yeah, I put my thing on mute just because I know it can be noisy over here, so I don't want to interrupt. Because every time somebody says something that goes to them, right, it cuts somebody off. Am I right, Eagle?
No. And sometimes it just gets a little bit loud. It like if you throw something in the background, it can But usually if you're away from the camera, if you're in front of the camera, I leave it unmuted. But sometimes if you step away from the camera, if you've noticed, I've muted you. But I usually unmute you as soon as you step back in front of the camera there.
Yeah.
So,
No,
I got your back, Charlie. I got your back.
No. Yeah, I just don't want to. I don't want to be rude and cutting people off because I got a fan going and stuff because I got to keep the circulation going here. So my intake fan is actually right next to me. So my outtake, not intake. Sorry, my outtake fan. So I just shut it off.
Never apologize for plants running. Your girls deserve it. They deserve it. They're producing for you. They love that little wind and the airflow.
Yeah, like I say, man, I don't work. I do what I love, so I don't work a day in my life. That's a fact.
Fixing to waste some of this beautiful nightmarish cookies. That's
Hey,
close to diamonds.
Hey, man, you can solid right behind you there. That looks pisser. Those
This
girls,
looks,
what are they in tens? What are they in tens?
Tens,
Sevens,
yeah. Tens, yeah. And
looking
be day 2 of flower. They need to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
So can you explain Pissa for us that are not Bostonians? I think I have a good idea of what it means, but I think some people in the chat will get a laugh out of.
Yeah, it just means awesome. You know,
like wicked Pissa.
Well, I don't say wicked. That's not my thing. I do occasionally with my 8-year-old daughter, but that's about it. By the way, I want to say my two loves of my wife and my daughter. That's what the garden's named after, is my daughter. That's her nickname, Charlie. So, yeah, that just means awesome. You know, that's, you know, and I don't, the older crowd really doesn't say wicked that much. Not that I notice, but then of course, you know what? I don't think I have an accent, so that tells you what I notice when people are talking around me here. You know, no. Yeah, born and raised in Boston. Went to high school. Went to a private high school in Boston.
We all have accents because technically the language is English, so we should be speaking how they speak over in England. We just said, hey, we're gonna come over here, dump your fucking tea in the ocean, not pay your taxes, and do our own fucking thing. Talk how we want to talk. Say shit like roots instead of roots.
I lived in
Okay.
Arizona. Not really lived in Arizona, but I've seen 38 states. I lived in Florida. I moved to Arizona, which wasn't our final destination back in 1980, Labor Day weekend of 1985, I think it was. And that's what everybody calls me, hey Boston, hey Boston. That was always my nickname, no matter where I went. Which I don't mind. Listen, sometimes it can, with people that like my wife and I, we have this discussion. She was a flight attendant for 15 years, and at first she didn't like her Boston accent. She's from, her family grew up with where my side of the family, that Quincy, Mass there, and and she was trying to, when she first became, after she graduated college and went to flight attendant school, she wanted to get rid of her accent, and then people used to say, "What are you, crazy? Don't ever get rid of your accent." Because it can sound to people around locals kind of a little trashy sometimes, But we're just a tough breed, I always say. If you watch that, but I love my accent now. Listen, I'm in my 50s, mid late 50s, so I don't, I love it. I always, I've always liked it myself, but I just know how it sounds professionally. I've had the old suit on. I know what it's like to work in an office. Yeah, but I don't, I try not to swear. That's my big thing. I do every once in a while, but I really try not to. That's my big thing. I'm really big on that.
So you're not gonna drop the fucking and fucking talking shit with Eagle for your soundbite?
Well, put it this way, I my brothers do it. Well, I had to put it this way. I did have a stepmother who was in a convent for 11 years, and she had literally this. She's never that word has never passed over her lips, and God love her. She's getting older too, but so it wasn't used in my house growing up. So my father, if he ever said it to us, which I can remember him saying it like maybe 4 times, and it wasn't until I was a teenager. But he would whisper it in my ear. He would never say the word out loud. When we're alone now, it's different now that we're older and stuff. But it was kind of a weird dynamic with having a lady like that. She was pretty strict, So, but it was all good, all good, man. But yeah. So it's just not a habit of mine. In fact, if I'm really angry at you, we ever have a, listen, I'm a man of many words. I don't believe in violence at all. It solves nothing. And I did security and worked in the bars in Boston for 23 plus years. And I'm talking the dives, from the Rathskeller to Bunratty's to the Fathers bars. The Fathers are known where the friggin' Devil's Disciples and the Angels would hang out, And that doesn't make me a tough guy. I was always the skinny guy. I was in shape, but I was always skinny. Never weighed more than 175 pounds in my life. I'm 5'11". And but if I got in an argument with you, no matter what. If anybody ever said, he said "fuck you" or something like that, I don't do that. That's not me. You'll know. Right? If you know me, the people that know me, know that I don't swear even when I'm like really pissed off like that. So I try not to anyway. Listen, I slip like anybody. I'm not trying to say I'm an angel, but that's for sure. I have my moments. But now I have an 8-year-old daughter, so I try to really be the example around her. That's a huge thing to me. Huge thing to me. So that's my ramble. But that, pissing
You
means
guys
awesome.
both got the daughters.
Yeah, pissing means just basically awesome. Like it's the height, it's awesome, and then times 100. That is fucking pisser. That's what pissing means. It's awesome times 1,000. Kind of what it means.
Thank you for clarifying for anybody who's not aware, because
yeah,
I think it's too cool of a term not to talk about.
I laugh because my brother used to sell the T-shirts to the tourists down in Boston Common, and one of those freaking with cats, and this is a long time ago, but he used to sell the shirt that said Pisser, P-I-S-S-I-H. You know what I mean? Around here, even some of the columnists, they'll write their whole column with the accent written into it. You know what I mean? The vernacular, and it's funny the way just to to see the way it's spelled. You know, I want to
I've
get rid
seen
of my
some of
accent.
those.
I want to get rid of it just real quick. I want to get rid of my accent so bad down in Florida that when I was living down there that I was putting an R on the end of every word. Like my boss used to say that. He's like, you know, I told him, I'm trying to get rid of the accent. He goes, well, you can start putting an R at the end of every single word. Because we don't say our R's, you know, cat, you know how it is.
Yeah, I think everybody's got sort of their own little thing that people can pick on accent wise, depending on where you go. I mean, I think our accent, Eagle and I, is fairly like not too out of the ordinary. But if you go to Mexico or something, you know, people are gonna start pointing you out. You can feel uncomfortable real quick if you don't know a little bit of Spanish.
I love all the accents around America, man. It's awesome. Around the world. That's one of my things I used to do is, you know, try to do a good accent. You know, my mother-in-law is from Manchester, England, so that she's been here for like 40 years, but it still slips out her accent. I love accents.
What's the most interesting accent for you as somebody who has like what I would say a pretty notable accent? Like comedians have mocked the Boston accent. There's been a lot of notable comedians from Boston, but like even non-Boston comedians kind of talk about it. It's like a pop cultural reference. Like the Boston accent is pretty unique and distinct, but I know there's other ones out there. I'm curious what you think is unique coming from someone who has like one that's notably unique.
For American accents, Southern, a good draw. I love the California man, you know, like, come on, you know, like, shit. And, you know, you guys up in Michigan, you kidding me? Oh my God, you're governor. I hear it every time. You know, with the, how do you say your O's? Oh, like pot, you know. Connecticut, they say, you know, I got a few dollars. You know, I got it in my pocket. You know what I mean? You know, because it's kind of a mix of New England. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you referring to our government, Twatimer? Our governor, Twatimer?
Yes. Yes.
That's not a real name, but that's what she is at this moment.
Yeah, I just hear her because she's on commercials when I'm listening to the radio all day. So she's like one of the running commercials on the app I have. You know what I mean? Like I hear it 100 times a day. You know, she's doing some interview or something. I don't know. Yeah.
So Charlie, sometime off of Eagle's show, because I don't want to ruin a good episode when he had a nice guest come on and tell a great story and get us pulled or shut down like has happened in some episodes, not to be too much of a conspiracy theorist, but we have been pulled down in the middle of talking about some risky business. But I got to talk to you off air sometime about just some mob stories on the East Coast because I feel like you got some shit, and I'd love to hear it sometime. But that's for another day. Just because when we got into some of the Rhode Island stuff the other day, I was like, oh yeah, he knows some shit. I'm gonna pick his brain a little on this stuff later on.
No, I don't know anything, man. You get the wrong guy on that one.
Exactly. That's the right answer right there.
I'm good. But you know, I understand. So Eagle, what do you got running behind you right there? What are those? I know I'm coming to the show late, so my apologies. I had to dip out because I had to get some work, really important work. We can always go into my flower room with you, though, if you want. Take a little walk.
Oh, shit.
We'll see. I'm not happy with it. It's a bunch of mothers that I was getting rid of, so it's an uneven. But you know, they're looking fine. And they're healthy. They're happy. You know, so far. Give it a day or a night. You never know.
Those are mainly Beautiful Loser behind me and a couple of Primal Punch F2s. I think that's it. Just Beautiful Loser and Primal 2.
They just go in? Like,
yeah.
I can't see them here. Yeah, they just went in.
Yeah, they're like day 2.
They're beast, bro. They're going to be beasts in those 10 gallons.
Yeah. That's what. Well, they're probably, you know.
You feeding them generics?
Yeah, this is the genetics. They're about this tall.
Yeah, you give them
I need to get that I was gone all day today. I need to fucking look for that the lens to cover this so we can see good into the tent. And I still got the fucking this camera here that I need to put in the damn tent. But I wasn't here today. So I had to fucking, I didn't get much done in the garden today. Guilty.
Those time lapses too are awesome, bro. I love time lapse. Those things are sick, man. I love that. Just you know, my little 2 bits, you know.
Yeah, my mic was unmuted for a little bit there, but I agree. Time lapses are awesome. I feel like that alone can sort of set you apart from some other people on whatever social media. I feel like Instagram's sort of the hot one for cannabis, at least as far as I see it. That's where like it seems like the majority of the community hangs out at and posts a lot of stuff at. And people that do a good time lapse, that like to me, I follow about 7,000 growers. So if you can do a good time lapse video on your page, that sets you sort of above and beyond a lot of the other pages. Even if your grow is not super fancy and you don't have the best genetics, light, nutrients, whatever it is, if you could get that little wise cam or whatever set up and crank out a good time lapse, it's a really cool way to observe a plant grow. Even if you've seen it done a million times, it's just like there's something. It's like one of those addicting things to watch, you know. Like there's videos that are just like watching someone cut an onion really quick or something, you know. And it's like this satisfying to watch something done proper.
Yeah, you know who I think has mastered that too is Mr. Canucks Grow, Matt. He's mastered that with the slow-mo and the time lapse. I love his little vids too, you know. And you know who used to do it too? I'm sure a lot of people remember. Grateful Grower. You guys remember Grateful Grower? Yeah, he this was 6 years ago. He had a real good following going, and then he moved from I think it was Washington State to or maybe even Michigan to Colorado, and he had over 100,000 followers at the time. But he and I became really good friends, and but he used to do pisser time lapse. He was doing a 4,000 in his basement, and he would do the whole grow, like from beginning to end. I mean, he grew up the same clones pretty much. You know, he sprinkled maybe a different strain here and there every once in a while, but you know, he mainly was growing like 4 different strains, 15-gallon pot each, and he'd do it from beginning to end. It was awesome. So kudos to you, bro. I wish I could do stuff like that. I haven't mastered any of that. I'm so computer literate when it comes to editing stuff. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I suck at editing too, and I don't really have much excuse because I grew up with some technology around me, and I should be good at it, but I'm just lazy. I guess I don't have the time. I'm busy doing other stuff. But I think Vader and GMXOG and all the ocean grown guys, shout out to Med Grower with their like breeding chambers. All those guys have put out good series of videos with like decent to high quality editing that is so compelling when you watch it and it's smooth. Mr. Canucks Grow, I have to agree. When they put it together well like that, it's just like, it's what we love, the plant. And then they're just like putting it, it's like a movie and it's so compelling visually to watch. And they do good voiceovers too. The whole production is top notch. They're doing great stuff.
Vader taught me it's all about light and angles. All about light and angles to make anything look good. You know, the one thing that I do say about videos, the other thing is it takes a lot of time. I can only imagine, even a 3-minute video to edit it really well. It can take Matt, Mr. Canucks, he says it took him 16 man hours, 18 man hours to do a little 13-minute or 12-minute video or something. You know, that's a lot of time. I don't have that kind of time. That's why I tell my daughter when she gets good, she's got to do my videos.
I tell Alexis the same thing.
I believe it takes that long because even just producing an episode of Greenstock Talks, which is like a 30-minute to an hour and a half long podcast where I do pre-record it and I do some editing and I do a lot of research on a topic beforehand. A 30-minute episode you might think could take like an hour, but it can end up taking 3, 4, 5 hours if you're not careful, because even just writing out the script, because like you don't want to start saying incorrect information or be bumbling for too long saying things that you don't want on there. So there's definitely an art to content creation. I really like Eagle's method where he's really just has great, guests that I think allow him to bounce back and forth with his own background and experience that help him highlight their knowledge and experience in an interesting way for the chat. It brings us all back. And then you call to the chat and be interactive. So it's like a double whammy. You've got the conversation with the guests, and you've also got the conversation with the chat going. So there's sort of always something to fill the air. As soon as somebody sort of runs out of steam, somebody else can pick up where they leave off and just keep moving it forward. And that's what I love about all these types of panel type shows, or even if it's just a one-on-one show with a good live chat, makes a huge difference.
I definitely agree, but sometimes I feel like if you get too many people on some of them bigger chats, it's just like I was speaking with yesterday's guest, and I was telling him, well, you see now that if you get too many people in here, how you could be intimidated to talk, because Zoom's a funny beast, especially if you haven't used it before. And how to get that timing in is it can be a little tricky. You know what I mean? So if this is like your first appearance or whatever, and you go to talk and you keep getting that crossed, your foot stepped on so many times, it ultimately clams up the guest. You know what I'm saying? To where they don't even want to talk. I've noticed that on a lot of panel shows.
Yeah, no, I noticed that too. And like hosting with growing with my fellow growers, I've tried to make it my job to pull those people who aren't going to talk naturally into the conversation by asking them the question first and then letting it kick to whoever jumps in, because inevitably somebody usually has a comment to say about whatever they say, and they might even get cut off mid-thought sometimes, which maybe will make them less likely to talk. But if you just keep calling on them, that's the way I realize, like, because if they're there, usually they want to talk about it. And if I call, not like I'm a teacher or anything, but if I'm the host and I'm say like, hey, Charlie, what do you think about this or that? If he doesn't have anything to say, he'll say, I have nothing to say about that. Or he'll say what he has to say about it, and then it can move everything forward. So it really draws on everyone's knowledge and experience, and everybody's so different. Even just looking at what the plants behind you, you guys clearly have like different lighting, different setups. So it's always fun to pick everybody's brain and try and get sort of the most well-rounded knowledge possible, because I don't think I'll always just be doing it one way. It's nice to know sort of how everybody does it and see what works and what doesn't for them, because it can sort of all be applied in whatever situation you're going into moving forward. It might help you realize, even if you're in a like synthetic versus organic environment, you might notice a deficiency that your buddy was like, oh yeah, I get this type of thing when this happens. And then you realize it and say, oh, even though that wasn't the same exact setting, it's the same symptom that's presenting itself. So you know what the issue is. So there's a lot of crossover that people don't necessarily expect sometimes. I think it's good to listen to general, like even if you're a hydroponic person, listen to the organic stuff. If you're an organic person, listen to the hydroponic stuff and take it all in.
Yeah, it ultimately helps you in a lot of ways to understand the plant, and other than your method. It's always good to take in as much as you can, because it's different perspectives that help you understand the plant a little bit more. Stepping outside the box, I think, helps.
Yeah, I don't listen to a lot of shows. Eagle, I'm at yours more than I am. The only other place that I usually am is with I'm on Twitch, because I have a Twitch channel, but I don't really do anything on my channel there. I just go over to Stone Ninja, Ninja from Ocean Grown, because I was with Ocean Grown for 10 years, and then when all the drama went down, I was out, I don't have time for drama, so. And so Ninja and I and PH Nerd, we just kind of all hang out. He's got a good following over there, so. But that's why I come to your show. You're the only other real show. I'll watch a video whenever I have a chance, but there's maybe 4 or 5 people I have time to watch a 15-minute video of. You know what I mean? I spend more time on your show when I shouldn't, because I need to be working, man. Because believe me, when you're hand watering, it's a lot of time, and you know that. I'm not saying anything to anybody out there. Listen, I'm no big anybody. I've got my little thing here. That's it. But I know big guys that, it's I can't say too much, but there's NDAs, there's, just like Kevin Jodley talks about. There's a lot of money involved. So, but what I'm saying is, I don't know what the hell was I saying. I just got stuck. What were we on? What were we just talking? Oh,
You were
so
talking about how you didn't get stuff done because you're watching Eagles show.
I'm watching
and your hand
Eagle
watering.
because I love the show. It's a tight knit community. Thank you very much, Jeff. It's a tight knit community. It's going to grow hopefully. I mean, that's the more the better, man. When it comes to any of this information, and I know half the time we're not even talking info. We're just shooting the shit, like, because that's what it is, shooting the shit. But and especially with the situation and the chaos that we're in right now, I mean, this is just an awesome. You, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. I think you hit it at the right time, man. I mean, forget about the whole fact that I totally dig those in the know you started this because you wanted to keep the sub thing going, man. And I totally respect that. I miss him every fucking day. Sometimes I still fucking get a watery eye about it. You know what I mean? He influenced so many people. Remember when he was throwing all those freaking seeds off the stage when he got a freaking lifetime achievement? He was the happiest when he was giving those things away. He really was.
He was.
It's just the way he was. I mean, people that don't get it, don't get it. They'll never get it. They just won't get it. And that's cool. Nobody gets everything. It takes all types to make the world go around.
Some people don't get the Beatles,
I mean, listen, I eat, sleep, and drink this shit. I mean, my daughter's growing up learning about it. I'm trying to teach her whatever I can. If she'll listen, she's 8. Listen, I can get pretty serious and heavy sometimes. I'm getting a little older, so. And I'm just fortunate that I was blessed with a daughter so late in life. I never thought I was going to have kids, But I met a beautiful woman who's a lot younger than me, and she says, "You kidding me? All I've ever wanted to have kids." And I went, "I never even thought of it," because I just did my thing, So, but anyway, so it's just I think you hit it at the right time, It's awesome. I like being here all the time, and I don't have time to watch a lot of shows. Half the time I'm working anyway. If I got to dot out, I'll try and make it back when I make it home from here, It's my way of checking in. Like, I made it home safe another night. I drive a really horrible, horrible highway. It's like an accident a week, And it's just stupid people. It's not necessarily,
Shit, it ain't. I would like to take any kind of small credit for this, but I can't, man. It's nothing but fucking good people that make this.
Humility is such a good character. It's a great attribute. Your humility. It's admirable. It's a very admirable characteristic of you, and I totally respect that. Plus, I've been following you for years anyway on IG. I've been on IG a lot. Well, when I go there, I blow your page up as much as I can. I just did. I think a few days or a week ago.
I want to shout out some of the chat. Red Setter Farm, Mr. Green Pots, Kineos Genetics, Canna Trooper, Miss D's Nugs, The American One, Purple Thumb OG. All these people, we got 56 people still in here live, kicking it with us, smoking down and talking and just hanging out. A lot of people shouting out sub and saying RIP, we nerd for life. Gotta totally agree with them, and I agree with you when seeing sub throwing out the seeds, getting the award was sort of like nice to see him get the acknowledgement, and the people, like you said it so perfectly, the people who know, and it was nice to see him get that acknowledgement from a big platform that meant a lot for a while. I mean, it's sort of devolved now, and you can think what you think about the current things, but everybody has to look back and acknowledge High Times was sort of like the heartbeat of the cannabis community for a while. Their magazine put out what cultivars were popular and made people like me as a young kid sneaking into Borders, fucking picking up High Times and reading them inside of other magazines, pretending that I was reading about paintball, fucking sitting over there reading about weed and all sorts of shit, like that inspired so many people to get into cannabis, whether it was just using it and enlightening their mind and opening up and being a more loving person, or growing it ultimately. Like, there's those tips from like Ed Rosenthal, and man, High Times, the fact that they gave him a lifetime achievement award, it just makes me feel more dignified and like supporting him throughout his whole process all the way to the very end. And right now I'm still growing Hellfire OG cross that you were just talking about. You're growing some Hellfire OG. I'm growing his Doc Holidays, which is huckleberry cookies crossed to Hellfire OG, which just got flipped to flower today, and it is looking healthy and beautiful. So I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be killer. I can already tell.
You got Hellfire Eagle?
I do not have the Hellfire OG.
I got Hell's Angel.
I do have Doc Holliday's laying around.
Yeah, I'll show it to you actually. This is the original. This is an original, and I'm not, I don't play with genetics. I either have it or I don't have the real thing. But I'll show you it right now. I almost let it go this run because I've had it for years, but it's the original. Yeah. There she is, baby. Hell's Angel, baby. Can you read that, guys? Here we go.
Yep, I can see it now. So what do you think about it? How's it grow? What are the notes and how's it high?
OG all the way. She's gonna give you a good size when she's feeling good. As we all know, some OGs can be a little finicky. When she's feeling good, she's gonna give you a nice, good top cola, and then she's gonna have baseball-sized nugs going all the way down. They're so frosty. Now, not sick frosty. We're not talking. Sometimes not the best of the friggin' sugar leaf, but all the way down. If you lollipop her correctly, she's gonna give you, gonna give you some weight, and it's gonna be straight.
That girl should be
wood and gas.
more grease than frost, right?
Yeah, she's an oily one. She can be a real oily one.
You said what in gas?
Wood, very woody.
Wood and gas.
It's OG, and it's a Hell's. It's got a lot of earth tones.
See, I like that OG because a lot of people have like the more lemon OG.
Yeah.
But lemon gas, the earthy gas is definitely a little more potent.
Let me show you where I injured the hell out of her, if you can see it. Let me see if I can get it in the light better.
Is this where the rats nibbled on it at the base?
You guys know this was actually my doing because I still wasn't sure if I was going to keep her. So I kind of threw it to the side. It was the only clone that I kept. And this should show you how vigorous and how resilient she is. And most strains are if they're solid strains and very stable. So I don't know. Can you see that? Can you see that scar down there, guys? I don't know if I'm getting it. Can you see that huge scar?
Yep,
right
I can see it. I can see it right above the base of the soil.
Yeah.
It's about
a quarter
the size
inch
of your
deep.
thumb.
I'd say no, not quarter inch. It's probably at its deepest notch, probably right in the center. It's probably an 1/8 inch anyway. Just ripped the bark right up hot because I knuckled her so bad. She bent over. She just fell over because I was just kind of half feeding her. So she wasn't strong. She wasn't getting anything. So she needs to drink desperately right now. I'll tell you, because she's a good feeder. Once she does hit her stride in flower, though, she'll take whatever you want to give her. You know what I mean? When it comes to food, she'll eat it all.
How is her stretch as far as like, does she double or triple?
Oh yeah, she'll at least give you 2/3. You'll be up 2/3. So yeah, about 2/3. Yeah, about good at least 50%, 2/3 stretch. I'd say if she gets the right light too, because I got some things crowded, they can get secondaries, but she gets that right light, which I mean most of them do. It's not like I give them any deprivations of any sort.
I love OG crosses that have that nice stretch where it's like they have that super crazy internode space, but then they fill it in from like it's like a 3 to 4 inch gap between one node to the other, but then it just has that like pine cone in between and just fucking swells up with the most resinous, crazy buds. They're super hard and almost like triangle kush has similar bud structure. It's beautiful. So Eagle, I'm looking at you now trying out the sunglasses. I'm wondering if those correct the it's still yellowish. I can see clearly through it. It makes you darker. I can see the plant though. I mean, Eagle, start talking, unmute yourself and talk for a little bit while you're doing this so we can get you on the, actually I'll go over to the YouTube and see if it even matters.
There you go.
Oh, we're in Brady Bunch view so we can see you.
Yeah, these are just my regular sunglasses. These aren't like for the grower. But you can see at least a little bit how much, the size of the plant anyway. For
Yeah,
day
I just
two.
use like some $7 polarized sunglasses that I got on Amazon for, granted I have an LED light, but like I've seen them even when I was using CMH correct a lot of that like color stuff. But no, you're right that it does give you a much better view of the plant size and shape. And if you do that each night, we'll have a cool, not quite time lapse, but uh, being able to watch it grow up right behind you all the way through the harvest.
That's kind of the idea, is why I flipped this way, is so we could watch it, night after night.
So are you just gonna go the no scrog style, grow them straight up?
Oh yeah, in this tent, fuck yeah, straight up fucking fat bitches.
That's the way I feel like you like it best. I feel like the scrog, you're not quite as big of a fan of that.
I want to be, Jack. I fucking really do, but I just,
I used to
think,
also, but as soon as I ditched it, I haven't looked back, man. I don't want to buy a new one each run. I know there's reusable ones, but then you got to wash them unless you want your microbial count to go up and risk mold and mildew and things like that. And I hated cutting it out of the bud and getting it and everything. Like personally, not being able to take my plants in and out, like, oh, I have a small tent and I still don't even scrog. I just do a little topping, some low stress training, like bending it over, super cropping, things like that. I do sort of the can grow, called it the green thumb approach, where you just like stick however many plants you want in there and you start growing them and start like just training them to fill the space. And there's no scrog needed if you sort of just do sort of the twist and snap. I super crop even the center of my stalks and branches and go up and down the stalks and twist and pop. So I found no matter what cultivar I do that with, it can end up supporting its own weight, being that I'm growing relatively small plants. Like 3 gallons is my largest pot size, which is much, much smaller than what you go into.
I used to grow these sides. In fact, I really don't. Yeah, I do know why. I used to be able to grow these same size plants, which are good sized plants. You'll see them in the end. Oh, I actually did a fucking mess over there. Uh, these size plants in the 3.5 air pots, them tank treadwoods, which did great, man. Them fucking pots, you can kill it with them pots. Downside is, if you let your medium get on the fucking little bit on the dry side, that shit wants to rain out them little fucking holes on the side. But if
And
you
they
can
let
keep up,
bugs go in and out. I just wanted to cut you off because I actually really just wanted to say peace out to the American one. He's heading out for the night. So peace out,
thank
Tal.
you.
Good seeing you, buddy. But you can tell us more about the AirPods, because I didn't like the idea that bugs would more easily, like if you got some sort of root-borne pest, that they'd be able to more easily go from one pot to the next if they're side by side versus like a fabric or a plastic pot where it's completely sealed.
Take that back to kind of more medium you use and how wetness you keep it. There definitely is a fucking fine spot in them pots you have to find with your medium. Because if you do, if you get it too dry, it rains out the side of them motherfuckers, which you either have to have an oversized, catch tray, which ain't no good because the way they sit up like an inch. So if anything really hits that fucking tray, then you got to get rid of that shit. You can't just let that shit sit and build up in there, which is a bitch.
I love the Rain Science grow bags. It's sort of like a softer version of the Radical bag with a tighter weave. They make it from recycled wetsuits. It's a Florida company out of Plant City, Florida, and they take old wetsuits that surfers, like each year, every so often they get a new wetsuit, and these people donate it and they make them into these grow bags that are basically like a fabric pot, but the material, because it's like that wetsuit material, wants to hold water pretty well, and it wicks pretty well as also if you're doing like a sip style. But I've just noticed, I used to use the fabric pots and they worked really well. But for air pruning, the weave style of this bag, they're the best I've ever used. My root ball, when I pull it out in soil, looks how it used to when I pulled it out in cocoa. And I think cocoa has like a great air to water ratio, so the roots do extremely well. And sometimes in soil, it's a little bit more difficult to get that. But with these Rain Science grow bags, and again, I'm not sponsored by these companies. Like, I'm just telling you based on my real personal experience, because I've tried generic fabric pots, I've tried smart pots, and a few different fabric grow bags. But when I switched over to this brand, I noticed much stronger root balls, and I just thought that they're worth mentioning because the other thing that I like about them is they're super simple to clean. After each run, you can throw them through a dishwasher or your laundry's washing machine after you pull your root ball out. I save the soil for a veggie garden outside, but the bag actually doesn't get super dirty throughout the run, believe it or not. I have a white bag, and they're reusable. It's a lot better than like my fabric pots. I always had issues with the roots sort of getting stuck in the fabric, and or like nutrients or soil kind of staining them up and beating them up. And even if I washed it, it wouldn't come all the way out. So I never fell in love with fabric pots for the long term versus a little bit higher end thing. I figured I'd invest a little more money in the pot and have it stick around, get several years of use versus maybe just 1 or 2 grows.
That was the thing I liked about. I'm sorry, Charlie. Go ahead.
My question is, when it comes to fabric pots, now I use those. I prefer them, and it doesn't matter what type. So I do have a preference only because of the rigidity of the pot itself. I don't want something. I don't. Smart pots wouldn't be my first go-to for a fabric pot because the rigidity of them after one grow deteriorate. And the sides fall in, and it's like a wet jacket. So it won't hold its shape. I go to just lately I've been using the Vivison, but when it comes to them, do you like to wash them like in a commercial washing machine? Well, I gotta say, if you don't have that many, but you can do it at home. But anyway, and if you do, have you done it without washing them? What do you like to do? You like to wash them, or you just like to clean them out, scrape them out, and reuse them?
I've done both, and both work great. I tend to use the washing machine because it gets a little bit better clean. It comes out looking brand spanking new versus when I hose it out, there's still some spots on there, like where the dirt or soil kind of shows up. But I didn't notice any detrimental effect in the next grow. I didn't have any like pathogen that snuck back and like hurt my yield or killed my plant off or anything like that. Maybe it did and I didn't notice it, but it looked, everything grew pretty.
Or did you let it air dry?
Air dry.
Okay. I'll tell you my experience. I had to do first time I ever used the smart pots. I must have had about 150 or something to do. So I did wash them in a commercial machine. Yeah, I did the hydrogen peroxide, a little bleach, So obviously no perfumes, no Tides, anything like that, obviously. But I made the mistake of putting them in the dryer at the same place, and their dryers went so hot that it didn't ruin all of them, but it ruined a few, and just melted the tops because it got so hot, the ones that were close to the element, and I prefer not to do that now. I don't wash them at all. I can get 5-6 runs anyway out of them. Right now, that's what I'm up to, and they're still doing fine. I just scrape them out and use them. Never a problem. By the time those roots are going to hit the sides anyway, that's the upfront, that thing's going to be pretty much close to the end of their life. That's the way I run my pots anyway. Because I don't, I've got some others in there that are root bound now. I try to stay away from that completely. Because I've been known to grow some pretty, over veg, how it goes. So, but I have never had a problem. I was just curious what everybody else does. That's all. I mean, listen, I got my stock of pots. You know what I mean? I've got them everywhere for Christ's sakes, so.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I still use regular fabric pots for my 1 gallons. And I use plastic solo cups. Either I actually got some super hippie, they're clear plastic solo cups that are compostable. They're like earth plastic or whatever. Out here in San Diego, you got these fancy friggin' grocery stores that overcharge you for everything. Like I just went in for clear plastic cups and you end up paying like $7 to $10 or some crazy shit. But I was like, you know what? I'm popping 20 seeds. I need a 20 pack of clear and a 20 pack of red. So I could do the little check on the roots shebang. And they actually work great. And since I'm not going to be composting them at temperature, I'll be able to reuse them over and over. But I go plastic, either solo cup or like a 3.5 inch by 3.5 inch nursery pot into a 1 gallon fabric. And those fabric pots, man, I use completely generic, just black fabric pots. And like you said, even if you don't wash them, if you just like dump it out and reuse it, you can get several runs out of them and they don't fall apart and they work great run after run. At least for me, I don't have a particularly high pathogen environment. I keep it pretty clean otherwise. So I feel like if I'm not bringing stuff in, it's fine to reuse certain things and not be too worried.
Yeah, I use the plastic. Let me ask you this: when you do use the 1 gallon fabric, when you transplant, do you put the fabric pot right in, transplant it with it in the pot, or do you take it out of that pot, put it into a bigger pot? And if you
So I use the M3 mix, which is a peat/vermiculite mix, and I've sort of mastered the art of letting it dry to the point where it's not too dry, but it's not too wet. And you can sort of like take your fist gently and like push it up from the bottom of the pot and then wiggle it around. But what I'm actually going to do is treat myself, and I'm going to hook myself up with both the seedling and 1 gallon version of the Easy Swap pots, which shout out to the Michigan brand. Again, I'm not sponsored by any of these products. I follow the cannabis community and I like to support some cannabis brands sometimes. And this one is actually really cool. It's like a Chinese food box sort of, where it's a square pot, and instead of transplanting like a fabric pot, like you would have to normally push it out, you just unsnap the sides and it just opens up. So you have complete access to the root ball. You can check on the roots and snap it back up if it's not ready yet. Or if it looks like it's hitting the walls and the plant's large enough and you're ready to pop into the next pot, then you go ahead and throw it right on in there. And there's no really risk of transplant shocking. I have really bad arthritis in both hands. I've broken all my fingers in both hands, so I shake like a leaf on a tree in a windy ass day. So transplanting can be really difficult. That's why I like the plastic, because shit just slides right out of there. And if you don't let it get too root bound and like start swirling, I don't notice a huge stunting from being in plastic. So I like that for the first pot. But then the fabric pot, that 1 gallon, I keep it in there because, God, you can grow an amazing plant in a 1 gallon pot. It's amazing, a fabric pot, how good of a plant you can get in there before transplanting up to whatever your next pot's going to be. So I just haven't invested in the Easy Swap pots because I'm like a reduce, reuse, recycle kind of person, and I've already got the fabric pots and they work good enough. I've taught myself the technique to like let it dry out appropriately before I transplant, and like I am not killing plants left and right. So I'm like, should I invest in these new pots? I'm like, as soon as these fabric pots are done and they're finally shit to bed, I'm gonna get the Easy Swap pots and use that code Michigan Bros Grow Show 20 to get 20% off. So I do remember that there is one when they came on. You get a little discount if you use that Bro Show code.
Yeah, I've done it a few different ways. I mean, one of the reasons why I use a half gallon. And you're right. You can absolutely grow a huge plant in a half gallon pot, not even just a 1 gallon. But something this small, okay? Even something this small. I've had plants in here. I had that Hell's Angel that I took the cut off of in a pot like this for 8 months, at least 7 anyway. So as long as you keep it fed enough, it gets to the point where it's going to dry out every 6 to 12 hours. But I've done it many times. But this is the thing that I do is, well, I like these because I can slide them out and then go in. But I've been in fabric pots. I find that if I like them because not only if I find out that it's root bound in flower, I can just place it into another pot, surround it with cocoa, and I'm not going to stress the shit out of it. Now I've transplanted right before going into flower out of a fabric pot and taken the pot off. And I found every single time that, I'm talking 2 days, 3 days before flower, stressed it out too bad that it just, they didn't respond. They responded really bad, started doing some wacky crap. They didn't harm me or anything, but bud structure, everything else was completely off. So that's why I like them. So if I have to, I can put it into a 10-gallon or a 7-gallon in the 5-gallon and finish it off with no stress whatsoever. So, but I was just curious that if you did take it off it, did you find out that it did funky stuff too? You know what I mean? Even in veg, I've had things, I don't know if it was a fabric pot over the years or whatever the hell it was, but transplanting it out of one pot, and it was probably a fabric pot. I'm ripping it down, getting, which it shouldn't do too crazy shit. I mean, I root pruned before many times, you know what I mean? But it always seems to do funky shit before it comes back. It's almost like, you get a re-veg. It'll kick in some of the, some strains, not all, but some strains, most strains actually.
Eagle, what are you planting over there? It looks like you got some seeds sprouted. Sorry to cut you off, Charlie.
These are the seeds I popped the other night, the GMO times primal, and the other strain I'm not supposed to talk about, which was the wedding cake times primal.
Shout out to Med Grower One Seed Company, Med Grower One. I think it's MGS Seed Company.
MG1 Seed Company.
MG1 Seed Company. There we go.
Oh yeah, let's transplant them up real quick because I've been absent today.
Wanted to say Purple Thumb OG in the chat was talking about you can use vinegar to help remove some of the mineral buildup on the fabric pots, which I totally agree with. That's a good natural way to get rid of that. And then another thing they said is VivoSan has Velcro sides on their 1-gallon fabric pots, which are out now. The one thing I'll say about that is other companies also have fabric or the Velcro sides on their pot. And the one complaint I've heard is after a transplant or two that Velcro starts to get full of either soil or cocoa, etc., and it stops sticking as well. And it's just something that will be one more thing to clean and maintain versus the snap style of the easy swap pot. If I was going to get like a more transplant friendly pot, I would go towards that easy swap pot because I just love the concept. I think it's, in my opinion, just looking from the outside in, not having tried it yet, it seems like the best method for transplanting. And
let me ask you guys this thoughts on this. Sorry, Jay.
No, go ahead.
So, like, we got this. These were a little away from the light. They're a little tall, a little spindly, but definitely, they're nice and stout. You see, I beat the fuck out of this thing. It ain't, which I think, by the way, this is good for it, especially in this stage. Like if I wasn't transplanting this, or this was half the size, I highly suggest like kind of running a pencil over these things and just beating them up a little bit in that little early stage. But what I'm getting to is I'm going to bury this thing up right to its neck. You know what I mean? I'm going to put just a little bit of dirt in here, just enough to cover that hole. And then I'm going to drop her, right about there, into the cup and bury her up to her neck.
That's exactly what I do, Eagle. But instead of using those rooters, I will use like a half filled cup of my M3 mix, the soil, and I let it sprout in there, and I have my fan blowing over the cups pretty, not like super intense, but enough that there's a little bit of a draft dropping down into the cup. So even as it's just a baby sprout, it's got some wind on it. And then when it gets up above that cup, at that point, it's sort of lanky. I intentionally run relatively low light because I'd rather err on the side of low light with a seedling than too much, because like frying a seedling with too much light is more likely to kill it than giving a little too little light and letting it get leggy. I don't mind a leggy seedling. I'll just do exactly what you're doing, is backfill. I built that into my plan. I run really low light, let it stretch, and then I backfill it from there. So then I can start to build up the intensity.
You've kind of led me up to where I was getting, Jack. All right, this cube has, I'd say, enough moisture in there for a good day. Anyway, you know what I mean? Carry that root that's in there now.
Yeah, you're giving the live demo right now. You're killing it.
What I think that most people would do, and you can tell me if this would be right or wrong, But I like because the root right, the cube is already wet and it's able to maintain the seedling for a little while, at least a day or so. I don't want to water this now because I don't want to drown out and fucking rot this seedling out that first day. I want it to. You ever fuck with succulents? Okay.
Yep, I've got a whole giant, maybe like 30-gallon pot with like 5 or 6 different varieties in there, and then I've got a few
So
like shade
you
ones.
know how to propagate them bitches. If you just snap them off and throw them in the dirt, they're more likely to rot out, right? So you should let them sit in some dry dirt and kind of heal over that wound, and they'll naturally like air root.
They root in a bucket, man. I got a gift of them from one of the families I work for, a bucket full of them. And they literally just started rooting, sitting in an empty bucket in the sun. It was like just damp enough with all of them sitting in there. They started rooting. This is crazy. They are a resilient ass plant.
Yeah.
If you give them less moisture than more, it's easy to overwater them. Give them too much love, like the whole more on method. People want to just put more on something, give it more love, more water, overwater it to death, love it to death.
So do you agree that you should try to, if it's in the root right cube, keep that wet, and then try to keep that surrounding around the leggy part dry for a day or so to keep it from rotting out?
Yeah, actually, the M3 has a decent amount of moisture sometimes in the soil, and if it doesn't, I'll use my little pump sprayer and throw a little bit of water in the bag and just let it sit there for a few days before I break it out and start using it with plants. And having like the bottom layer, like you said, there's already moisture in there, so I don't need to water it even if I'm adding a little bit of soil on top for maybe 12 to 24 hours, and then I'll come through and saturate the whole medium.
But do you agree though that you could have, if you do water it in at that stage, that there's a good chance that you'll rot out that stem? If you were a newbie and tried to soak it right now, that it would probably be stuck with some ill effects.
Yeah, I'd say definitely.
Right out.
The other, like I was saying earlier with light for a seedling, too little light is a little safer than too much. I'd say the same with moisture. It's more likely to die from overwatering and dampening off than underwatering. Like a lot of stuff in my experience is a little bit drought resistant, or even if it's not drought resistant, newer growers just don't have the tendency to realize how much moisture is in something like a Jiffy pellet or soil. That might be hard to see or gauge because they're like, oh, just lift the pot. And you'll see it weighs half as much as it did when you watered it or whatever. And some people just don't have that reference point yet. So it's hard for them to know exactly when is the right time to give it more water.
We got a 60-40 on here, by the way. Or, I'm sorry, a 90-40. We're day 4. I'm pretty much thinking that what sprouted will sprout. Oh, that's 100. She's gonna come up. That one's almost there. That one's a strike. I'll give that one another day. I think I'm gonna the wedding cake times primal. I'll call her 100 because that one's gonna pop. And this one I'm gonna say, even though the ones are slow goers, but I think they're gonna come up. Yeah, they'll come up. So we're looking at probably an 80, 100 and an 80 in the end on these. We got a couple laggers, a couple runts.
Can I ask you a couple questions, Eagle?
Yeah, go ahead.
You ran the bed on fire, right?
Yeah, of course.
What's your honest opinion? What do you think?
Dang. If you got it, run it.
Special?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I still have the tester pack right here.
I'd run it. Drop that shit.
It's a year old, but it's been stored.
Speaking of tester packs, I want to do a pronunciation lesson for you, Eagle, because I know you like the pronunciations. Baccio, botch, E-O, gelato. Like you botched something, E-O. Just like Kineo, it's
Everything's gelato.
botch-E-O. Even though it looks like Bacio with the C-I-O, B-A-C with the little, apostrophe over the I-O.
I actually
It's
did
like an
take note
Italian.
of it after I butchered that thing about fucking 10 times.
You're not the only one. Med Grower says it wrong every time, but it's Baccio for sure.
Well, I believe you. I
Yeah,
100%
everything's
believe you.
gelato. You put gelato in it now. It's it's that height. Height. Some of those lotto cups
Gelato
out there.
is nice. Gelato is nice. It's
Yeah, if
gassy.
it's the real thing. I mean, if it's the real thing, it's just it's been watered down so much now that everybody's got it in everything. I mean, come on, how many different cuts are they calling out there? The 41, the 43, the what's the other one? 32. I mean, there's just so many out there that it's just I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying
That's a
just the way
product with all the bag seeds.
the way the industry is. It's tight. You know what I mean? That's all.
It's bag seeds right there. Cookie shit, man. They don't breed anything. There's no cookie males. It's all Hermes. It's all fucking Hermes, man. One thing Herms onto another. They say they bred a new strain and they pheno hunt however many bag seeds they had. And number, 33 is the Larry Bird and 41 is the whatever, the Baccio, or I don't know if those are the right numbers or not. I'm just throwing out names, some of the phenos, but there's definitely more than one pheno. And that happened with cookies too. The whole Thin Mint, Platinum, Animal, OGKB. And sometimes it's hard to even know if it's just pure S1s or if it hermed onto something else in the room, unless they're monocropping, which sometimes was the case.
Runts is the other one that's hyped now. Everybody's running the runts, I want stuff that nobody has. I don't want something that everybody has. I want something that nobody has. And I don't care about names so much. That's just me. I'm not putting anything down about anybody. If I had a good lotto, I'd grow it. I'm not saying, anything with a good gelato. If I could get that 41 cut from Ninja or something, which I might run it just because I want to see. You know what I mean? And I'll probably keep it for personal. But yeah, there's a citrus line that's going to be coming out soon. It's going to friggin' be sick. But that's 6-8 months down the road, or at least 4 to 6 months down the road. So
I just watered one. You're just talking about having stuff that no one's got. The breeder actually sent me this. I won a giveaway, and I found out it's actually one of their testers. It's called 3 Point Stance by Stay Fly Farms, also known as Original Dankster, and that's OH, Original Dankster. It's a cross of Black Triangle from Bodhi Seeds, and then a GMO crossed with Mac, and they call it 3 Point Stance. And I got 3 of those about to go into flower, and it's unreleased. Maybe it's released now, but no one. I've checked their IG page, like no one's growing it out yet. So it's one of those things, like Eagle said, like once I harvest, I'll have some shit that no one's ever even heard of, and it's always cool to have literally like a unique variety that no one's ever seen or heard of before, and get to be like kind of like the blueprint, like with certain hashtags I'll throw. Like I was a tester for Humboldt Seeds, and the Sour 76, for example, was one that I really enjoyed, and I was one of the first people, at least on Instagram, to grow that out. And so anybody who clicks on that hashtag can then now see my grow, and then everybody else who followed after, and it ended up not even becoming a production line. So like I was one of the few people who ever got it, and I still have some seeds of it. So I'm gonna F2 with my remaining 5 because I loved that line. So I'll have some stuff that's super exclusive in that regard.
Sweet. Now I'm no breeder, and I don't pretend to be a breeder. I'm just a grower, and it's so unique. It's just so you just know it when you see it, and hopefully those terps are going to come out in the end too. You know what I mean? You all know how terps can go and when they're maturing and all that, but yeah, I don't ever, I listen to people that know what they're doing, like, and Mr. Soul's one of them. You know what I mean? Richie, are you kidding me? He's a freaking sick dude, man. He's been doing this a long time, you know. People like that, though, you know, that's why I love Sub so much. You know, he used to get the real cuts, you know, he'd get the real cuts. Because he knew the people that had the real cuts. And they'd want to give it to him. Because they knew that, you know, and it's all about marketing, too. You know, Sub was up here, man, you know, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. You know, he was, you know, if you're in the community, you heard that name, and then you talk about somebody freaking, you know, was getting the real deal and making crosses with the real thing, like this Jack. You know what I mean? Just to name one of many.
I mean, his was the only source I felt I was comfortable to get a strawberry cough cross. He did the strawberry daiquiri with Kyle Cushman, and him and Kyle Cushman are just legitimate buddies. And I know Kyle Cushman's hung on to the strawberry cough because I've seen him on his Instagram still growing it. And it was cool to get that variety. And when I grew it, man, it delivered. And I had so many strawberry coughs before that didn't, you know, from Dutch seed banks, things like that, and other people claiming that they had it. Well, when you get it directly from a source where you know he's getting it from the guy who basically is the person who's known for, he's not the one who made it, but he passed it out to a bunch of people and popularized it and definitely has the real deal. I was so happy when all three phenos just rang true with that super, super strawberry with a little gassy note to it. It was absolute win in my book. And that's why it's cool, like you said, to get it from someone who's got the cut.
I will say this. I feel bad sometimes for some of the people that haven't been around as long as, you know, and I'm not tooting my horn by any means, but, you know, over decades in the community, watch the people that always had it and have been able to follow those people and know who they are. And when they get that or find that right one, you know, because a lot of them just sift them themselves, man, you know, up in 100 to 1,000 seeds and going through them all, finding that right one. But, you know, because nowadays you don't know, you know, that's why it's very rare when I take a clone into here, into this place, because, you know, the only two that I've taken in the last 3-4 years was the GMO. It was a real cut, and I knew it, I knew where it came from. And I tried it, and it was just amazing. And I know GMO is hype, but I got the real cut, and I love it. So, and I got some patients that really like it. And then the other one is safety meetings from Jinxie. A friend of mine shifted 150, picked one, and I saw that thing from beginning to end. Sick. So I got the safety meeting. I got the Tropicana cookies. I got to taste it. I didn't get to see it in flower, but same people, all from the same people, not from different people, you know. But that's, you know.
Hey, sometimes the hype is worth it with the GMO.
I've gotten fake shit, that's for sure. You know what I mean? I mean, it happens. I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, I'm perfect. You know, shit happens. But yeah, sorry. What'd you say?
We've all probably had a fake cut at some point. You're right. No one's perfect. I mean, it's part of being in a mostly illicit market still. Even though all of us are in legal states, there's some illicit nature to cannabis in general, federal illegality.
Yeah, that's why I crack my own beans here. You know, that's it.
That's the way to go for sure.
Yeah, I know what I'm getting. You know what I mean? Because those real ones do come up every once in a while, but they're big money, man. You're getting the real deal. You're paying a minimum. I mean, I know somebody, put it this way, I knew somebody that had the Girl Scout cookies. He was actually one of the originators of it. And like to get he sold it to the guy I ran the stores for when he was just starting to get commercial around here in Mass. And he told me he let it go for $5,000 just because he gave him a deal on it because he needed the money to pay the lawyers because what happened out in California. So he had to pay some lawyers. Big money.
Yeah, it was $5,000 to $10,000 for a while. OG Kush was the same way. My buddy.
You know, I got friends that'll give me discounts, but you know, I can't drop 5 G's on the real thing. You know what I mean? And that's why you know,
it's not worth it.
Breeding,
it's not worth it.
If you're breeding and stuff, I mean, you're gonna pay for it because it's such big business. It's big business. You know, you ask any breeder that's been to just the Boston Freedom Rally, which is a very small rally, square foot wise. But Jinxie said it, Miss Rose said it. I was there with them all day at their tent. Ninja, Swerve was across the way. Dark Horse Genetics was right down, maybe 50 feet away. and they all said it. It was nuts, guy. Yeah, it was just nuts. I'm not going to go into any more than that, but it was just, you know, the amount of money that they made was sick, and rightfully, guys were hustling. They didn't sit down to eat lunch. They were talking to everybody, you know, acting super nice, taking selfies. It was an awesome day, and I just sat back and watched it all, literally on a lounge chair. I just had my hip replaced, so I couldn't do anything but just sit there and hang with these guys. And I took a walk and got
Hype cuts, and you were like saying about the GMO that you know it's hype. Well, sometimes it's hype for a reason, because like a lot of the hype cuts, when I've actually known and got it from a verified source, it ends up being amazing. I'm like, oh shit, this. And when you grow it yourself and like give it the love and attention and care, not like some commercial producer who cuts it 2 or 3 weeks early and then rush dries it, gets it on the store, and it's sitting in terrible packaging and, you know, a very hollow shell of its total potential. So when you get the verified thing and grow it yourself, you're like, oh, this actually is not even hype. It's just good. You know, and there's a reason that there's hype around it, because people like good cannabis. And when they had it grown well, that's why people speak so highly of it. And it definitely makes a huge difference when you get the real cut. And GMO, for one, is good shit. I mean, every respectable grower I've talked to that, like Spartan Grown, for example, who grows a big home grow, and he also works at Mitten Canico, which is a commercial facility up in Michigan, who they're absolutely killing it. They run the GMO. So, I mean, lots of people are showing lots of love to that.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying there's
Night Mountains, guys. Sorry. Oh, sorry. That's all I wanted to say was Night Mountains, guys.
Oh, well, guys, peace. I can't see chat, so peace. And peace to everybody that's hanging out with us, man. You know. Yeah, no, of course. I'm not saying the hype is empty. I'm not saying that. I mean, I grow it. I love it. I got that GMO. It's sick. I've got one run. I just threw the mothers in. Took again. I couldn't even tell you how many pounds I took, but I doubled up my collars and a couple of 64 ciders, and yeah, that thing's going right into production. And sick. I mean, it's just
if you want,
son of a bitch.
If you want some stuff that no one's got, I've got a breeder who, he's my favorite breeder right now, and no one's ever even really heard of him. His name's Doja DNA, DOJA DNA on Instagram. He also goes by vegan_Doja, DOJA. But he was in like 2008. He's a big medical patient kind of guy. He's like patients over profits. He donates a lot of cannabis, grows a lot of CBD, helps a lot of people who have cancer with like high CBD and THC capsules and hash rosin and lots of oils. And he's just a really genuine, like, pure spirit, loves the plant, loves the community, and like isn't bullshitting when he says patients over profits, and he's like trying to make a bunch of money off people. Like, he gives away so much. But of all the breeders I've grown, his gear is the most vigorous, most potent, best smoking shit that I've ever grown. And one of the things that, after I grew his stuff and I started to get to know more about him, he was saying in like 2008, cuts of OG Kush were going for about, $5,000 for a tray, granted, in some circles. And he thought that was just ridiculous, because OG Kush is good medicine for a lot of people, especially with like the opioid crisis. A lot of people getting off of opioids benefit from the high provided by OG Kush. It can help them alleviate the need for some of those more narcotic pharmaceuticals. So he wanted to breed something that had that same sort of really strong OG Kush high, but make it available to the people. And so he set out to breed what he calls the Del Norte Fuel. And Del Norte Fuel started with a Mexican sativa, which he then crossed to Chem 4. And then he crossed that to a cut of OG Kush that he was able to get his hands on, because he is up in Northern California and it was floating around the community. He actually back crossed the OG Kush. So that Mexican sativa crossed to Chem 4, crossed to the OG Kush, back crossed twice. And he took all of that and crossed it to Gorilla Glue 4. And the result is like a super gassy, very hybrid, but like it has that OG Kush really get like Kush high. And he's just like been super generous. I don't even think he sells seeds. Technically, like, he'll only maybe accept your donation if you want to send him a little bit of money for seeds and things like that. Maybe he does sell seeds at this point, but he has a few different varieties. I grew his Velvet Punch, which was that Del Norte, or Jack Spike Punch, which was Purple Punch crossed to the Del Norte Fuel, which had sort of like a grape Skittles or like grape Kool-Aid flavor mixed. I would say you can't go wrong. And he's not going to charge you an arm and a leg for any of his gear either. He's got a whole bunch of other stuff I haven't tried either, like some old school Super Silver Haze crossed to that Del Norte fuel that he calls solar fuel, and a bunch of other ones. He has CBD stuff too, if you're into that.
Yeah, right on, man. What's the name of the company again? Doji?
Doja DNA. So it's DOJA and then DNA, like genetics DNA.
Yeah.
And
remember
it's
that.
a small Instagram, but man, he is like, he loves his plants. He would like sing to them in the greenhouse. He has this big, beautiful greenhouse up in Northern California, and he bred some of the most unique, amazing varieties that I've gotten to try. So I definitely want to shout him out whenever I can.
Yeah, I follow. I talked.
Turn my back
I'm
for
gonna get
just a couple minutes, guys, and you totally missed 420.
Oh, we did, huh? Yeah, I came to my clock. Oh yeah, 4:33. Hey, happy 420.
It'd only be 120 here.
Right?
All right, we missed my
You're
420.
on West Coast, right? You got.
Yep. California.
Damn, Jay. This thing right here is about the biggest waste of some good fucking crystals. I mean, it's smoking, but it's not the way it should be enjoyed. Oh,
What is that, Eagle?
tasty. This is like one of those Yokan kind of element deals. It's got like 4 fucking elements in there. Does pretty good. Yeah. In a pinch.
Is that for a concentrate or for flour?
For concentrate. Fucking the other night I was looking for my nectar collector. I fucking found it behind the camera, broke. I was like, shit. Looks like I gotta find a fucking new nectar collector. Someday I should break out all my like early pens. They're all skulls. Remember the single or double element pens? You can put a little fucking drop of some bubble on or concentrate. That's what I fucking used to use way years ago.
Oh, I had one of those. A dab OTG, like I think it was a single like heating coil with like a ceramic bucket, and it had a little glass like bulb over the top where your mouthpiece was, and it just heated up. You'd stick like a little baby dab on there, heat it up, get like 1 or 2 dabs off of it. It got the job done. It was good for travel. Easier to travel with concentrate.
You know what's funny is after the fact, years later, we probably fucking that shit was probably horrible for us. After we learned what was going on with the pens and shit and those cartridges and elements. Same thing. We were probably like chiefing on some bad shit all that whole time. Way back then.
Charlie, do you vape at all, like a dry herb vape or like with concentrates, or do any nectar collector? Shit, I'm blown out on hit, so I'm not able to speak too well right now.
Personally, yeah, I'll do a dab in once in a while. I don't know personally. I mean, all my stuff is I got somebody that processes all my stuff. You know what I mean? So, and he's been doing it for years. Same guy. And he's got a good rep around this area. Really good rep. Won I think, second place 2 years in a row out at the Harvest Cup out in Cali, I think it was. For terpene profile. So I, you make some quality stuff for me, but I don't really know. I actually, a couple of years ago, I think now, I got one of those little mini ones for, throwing a little piece of shatter in there, and I didn't like it all that much, to be honest with you. And I bought a, it's supposed to be one of the good ones. I think it was a Puffco, but it just didn't do it for me. I've taken dabs on my own with a little banger I have, but I can never get the heat right. It's just a pain in the ass. It's a process. Listen, I'll roll a joint any day. Stogie, stuff a cone, do a bong hit, smoke a bowl. Doesn't matter. I'm a flower guy anyway. I love flower, and I think there's a lot of compounds in flowers. Obviously there are more in flower than there is in an extraction or a processed oil. And So I've always thought that, that it's, I just like it for that. It's a lot more complex. So though like I said, oh yeah, man, I've had some tasty shit. No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it. It's fucking fire out there. Fire.
So
Blows
Eagle,
away the hash. This way, it blows away the hash I grew up with, brother. The black hash from fucking Afghani and the fucking blonde hash every once in a while come up from Mexico. But that's in the 70s. So.
it's a whole new world with these terps, man. All the different ways they can extract it. It's crazy. Eagle, you've kind of got one. I think that I don't know if you realize how much of a gold mine you're sitting on with that F2 Primal Punch, because there's people out there hunting for real sweet banana, like Chiquita banana and stuff like that. I think that's one that you should really hang on to and make sure you let stick around for a little while, because as far as the fruits go, there's only I listed 16 of them earlier, but I mean, banana is one that's highly sought after right now, I think, and especially if it's as pure as you're describing, people are going to be looking for that for sure.
It's definitely pure banana. I mean, it couldn't get any more banana. I don't just talk bullshit up. I mean, that's straight up. And
I believe it. I've had some banana OG. That's super funky banana, and I believe it's in cannabis. People, a lot of people until you experience it won't be able to believe it. But when you come across some flower, it stinks like fucking bananas. You're gonna be like, holy shit! Eagle and Jack weren't playing around, because it's out there.
Well, I was quite delighted too when he sent me my testers that he sent me another pack of that shit. I was like, hell yeah. I'll take that backup pack. I'm sure I saved a couple of them, but I'll keep the fresh unopened pack. That's for sure.
That's awesome. I always like to have some stored in the backup, especially when you've grown out a few and found a winner that you really love. It's nice to be like, oh man, I wonder if I could even find a little better one for one reason or another, a little different structure, a little different flavor in there, a little extra, Or even I want to take the Kineos genetics approach and start using, and I had planned to do this anyway, but making F2s of like certain regular lines. Like I was talking about Sour 76 earlier. Take my best male, best female, cross them together and make F2s and hunt through that. Or even open pollinate, take all 5, like both males and all 3 females, or if it's the other way around, 3 males, whatever the ratio is, let all of them just do their thing and take the seeds of that, because it'd have the most variety in the F2 versus picking just like the best one. Sometimes I think it's better to have the variety if you're trying to find like a specific pheno, even if you think you can pick for it in the F1. Like say I'm looking for the tangerine pheno, which is the case. I had like a tangerine pheno, a lemon pheno, and a lime pheno. I really like the tangerine one. But I think even if I tried with the last 5 seeds to like pick the most tangerine mom and tangerine dad and cross them, that doesn't always 100% make me have the best chance of get tangerine kids, which I know that doesn't make sense to some people. But if you've ever tried crossing them, sometimes it doesn't work out. Like me and Gene has talked about when he was trying to breed for OG, he didn't take the OG males that smelled like OG because they never ended up passing on the OG. He started breeding the OG males that smelled like dill pickle to him. And that's what was his marker for breeding for OG. And so there's weird little subtleties like that. And sometimes when you're doing open pollination, like you're going to get hundreds, maybe 1,000 seeds, even on a small plant. So if you hunt through 100 seeds, there's a much higher likelihood that you're going to find a tangerine pheno if you do like an open pollination, I would imagine, than if I just pick one male and one female and maybe accidentally narrow down the gene pool and give myself less of a chance to find that thing that I was looking for.
I'm interested in
cool project. Very cool project, Jack.
Searching. I seen somebody posting something up about citrus or peach terps the other day. I thought, that's one I haven't come across yet.
No, that would be awesome. I'm gonna get the
I
marathon.
haven't come across peach either, but I know it's out there. There's a few different peach strains. The guy from Oni, who now has Bloom Seed Co., he has like Afghan peach, and by all accounts, it's super peachy.
It has peach in the name, huh? Jack?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Afghan
it
peach,
had,
and then there's peach rings too,
Very
which is a
cool.
different breeder. There's so
Yeah.
there's multiple peach lines out there.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the Marathon OG is the next cut I think I'm gonna get. But it's it's coming from somebody that Eagle knows. I know that he used to be on the coach growing team. But yeah, I'm gonna get that Marathon. He's got a Swiss line coming out, and the other one too is I think I'm gonna try and get my hands on if I have the money. Is the Prince? The Prince cut, man, it's insane, just amazing turfs.
you guys ever heard of the Silver Mountain?
The
I
cultivar?
myself, no.
It's the name of the strain, the Silver Mountain. Well, it's pretty good.
I actually think I have. I think that's a Bodhi seed strain. Plant more seeds on Instagram.
Man, I almost felt like Jinx Proof for about a half a second. There for fucking.
I still have Jinx's Vixen as a tester. I think he was giving him out at the rally. He gave him to this other kid that I was with. Long story on that, but this crackhead, and he ended up giving him to me. I was like, yeah, whatever, bro. But anybody go to the Vixen from Jinx?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Have you ever gone to Vixen? Have you ever even heard of it from Jinx?
Nope.
Yeah,
I haven't heard of it.
I've seen it on their menu, but I haven't grown it, but I've seen it on their menu. But I just wanted to say for the listeners that the Silver Mountain that Eagle was just asking about is a Bodhi seed strain, and it's Super Silver Haze crossed with Appalachian or Appalachia, which is one of the males they use for a decent amount of projects.
Nice. This should be good. Fucking I say that I just kind of be silly a little bit because I was handed this sample today, and goddamn, I'm glad I handled samples like I do Christmas or just any kind of presents, really. Because I fucking hate presents. I absolutely fucking hate presents. Birthday presents, Christmas presents. I like to give. I don't like to fucking get. I fucking hate that shit. But I was given this today, and like, if I do get a fucking present, it's just, I don't know what it is. It's weird cork. I like to open it in private. I don't like to open it right there in the front of people for some reason. But in cases of the smoke, I don't do it because I don't know how. I usually give a pretty genuine reaction, and I'm glad I didn't fucking hit this fucker right then and there, because that was he's like, this is 9-pound hammer. This gotta check this out, man. Please check this out. And for a long time in the Flint area, I was kind of known for the 9-pound hammer because I was the first fucker to have it. When they came to Michigan, there was 3 packs, and I got fucking 2. I got 2. So I know I was fucking one of the first people that could have that shit, and it's fucking confirmed. And my 9-pound hammer isn't anything like this. This actually is, I don't know, it doesn't smell like 9-pound hammer. It ain't 9-pound hammer.
Charlie, have you read the genetics of Vixen? I mean, like, if you read off the names of the cross, it's just it's Go Time crossed to Dark Side of the Moon. But like, if you break down what those are, it's like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on in there. It's a lot of good stuff, but it's.
Tell me what they are. Do you have them right in front of you?
Yeah, I do. So
yeah.
All right. Go Time is Norton X JOG Kush. Norton is sour diesel crossed with cheese. I'm not going to break down the lineage on those. JOG Kush is Hell's Angel OG Kush crossed with Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper is people know from Subcool, and Hell's Angel OG is OG Kush with Blackberry, according to Seed Finder. And then Dark Side of the Moon is Spirit in the Sky crossed with Green Ribbon BX. Spirit in the Sky is Peyote Purple F2 crossed with, or no, peyote purple crossed the Starfighter F2. And then green ribbon is, it just says green ribbon X the Hulk. And green ribbon they're claiming is train wreck crossed with F gooey, probably. So I don't think they know what green ribbon is, but it's part of green crack lineage, or green kush as it was originally called before Snoop Dogg changed it to green crack, because it gave such an uplifting high. It reminded them of people that were smoking crack because they were so energetic. But it's originally it was called green kush, and green ribbon is one of the parents to that as well. So it's gonna be an interesting cross there.
I feel like you got an unfair advantage on us, Jack. I feel, especially now that Lady Jack's on board, you guys are like just, you know, with breakfast quizzing each other and shit. Tweaking each other's, bouncing, you know, feeding off each other's knowledge base there.
Trying to figure out what seeds to pop next.
It's unfair, Jack. It's unfair. You're working overtime.
Always, man. I can't get it off my mind. I might as well talk about it as opposed to just having the ideas bounce around in my head. It's fun to bounce them off other people.
It's funny. Oh, man. No taste bad so far. Well, this is the Silver Mountain, not the 9 column.
I'm going to brag about the dinner Lady G cooked me tonight. It's one of my mom's recipes, actually, that my mom told her like how to make it. And this is the second time she's actually done it. First time it was really good. Second time, perfect. It's a pepperoni roll, which is like sort of like a calzone. It's pepperoni cheese inside of like a dough, and then it's baked and sliced into like maybe 1 or 2 inch wide slices. And man, it's just delicious. She brushes like butter and then some garlic salt on the top of it before she bakes it, and it just hit the spot. It's super filling. It's like something that I'll throw in the fridge and eat it cold the next couple days. You can heat it back up and it's still good. You dip it in like marinara or ranch or whatever you're into. But man, this stuff is like killer. And I'm Italian, and it kind of goes back to my family's roots, because a lot of the Italians who immigrated here worked in the coal mines, and they would bring pepperoni and bread and cheese into work. And one of their wives figured out, hey, you know, I can just bake all this up for you. So you can just have it all in like one loaf and then just kind of eat on that. So you don't have to carry all 3 separate in your sticks. And ever since then, so for like hundreds of years, traditionally, it's been eaten by the Italian people in like PA and Ohio and that area of the Northeast.
I love Italian food. It's close to being my number one. All regions too, from north to all the way down to Sicily. Love it. Love it.
I had the pleasure of going maybe 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. It was 3 years ago now, but I got to go to Florence, Venice, and Rome. And it was, man, you're right. The food is top notch. And I grew up next to, my family's not super Italian, but my next door neighbors were like super, super Italian. We'd do pasta night twice a week, and they would hand roll the pasta, and they'd grew their own tomatoes in the backyard for the sauce. And it was just like, you can't eat Olive Garden and call it Italian food after you grew up eating that, you know? It's a different
I don't
thing.
even call it Garden anyway. I went
It's like
there
calling
once.
Chipotle Mexican food.
Yeah.
Or Taco Bell Mexican food.
I will say this, when I lived, and not even, after, I only spent like a month in '85. I was supposed to go to Oregon and get a job in the timber industry and all this shit. And the people I moved out there with, we ended up camping, and we took the southern route, and we took Route 41, I think it was 80 to 41 or something like that. We ended up in Arizona. We cut through Flagstaff, and we had to hit 17 to go down to 10 to get over to Cali, you know, and then we're going to go up the Pacific Coast Highway all the way up to Oregon. So, but anyway, so I spent a month there, and I just remember every place I tried to go get a pizza, it was the most horrible thing that I've ever had in my life. Might as well just frozen pizza as far as I'm concerned. And then, and no diss, I mean that. But then my first wife that passed away, we used to have to go out. Her father retired out there. So we had to go out there for 10 years. I went out there every single November for his birthday, and we'd spend like 14 to 16 days out there. And he would say it now. It's Chula, Sicilian, grew up he was born and raised in the North End, literally in one of those little alleyways in the house. You know, I mean, at the time, this is 1995, 96. He was 85 years old. You know, so back then you go, you know, that's where you were birthed. And but anyway, even he would say it. He goes, the one thing I miss, man. So when we went out there, obviously my wife would cook for him, and he loved it because there wasn't one Italian restaurant he would go to out there, and it was that bad. I mean, in Olive Garden, he refused to go into Olive Garden, I think, back then even. So, but I went to one once. It was horrible. But I got, you know, my friends own a bunch of restaurants down in that time, so I'm spoiled. I freely admit it. I'm very picky what I eat, but Italian food and some of my friends' restaurants are just some of the finest. And yeah, oh man, good saltibacca, or just even a good pizza. Oh God, Pizzeria Regina's pretty good. Plus a couple small places, Umberto's. Anybody out there from Boston knows Umberto's, man.
We got a brick oven pizza place, a brick oven Italian pizza place that's walking distance from my house, and I'm spoiled because the owner is like straight out of Italy. They speak Italian. Everybody in the back speaks Italian, and like it's real authentic. And man, that pizza, it tastes just like the pizza that I was having in Rome, and I can walk there from my house. It's a blessing.
I've never been. I'd love to go to Italy. One of my undergrads is in history, and you know, I always loved Roman times. That was one of my areas that I kind of concentrated on besides 1860 American history, 1860 to 1970. But anyway, and then obviously after that. But how did you like it? My wife's been. I've never been. I would love. It's one of my wish lists, man.
It was one of the best trips of my life, man. It was 100% worth it. I worked a full summer, saved up a few grand, blew it, didn't give a fuck because that few grand, I would have blew it by sometime between then and now. But yeah. I would not have the memories that I had. And I went with my brother, who I'm real close with, and we had just the best time. And it was amazing. The food, the history, the culture. If after we get done not talking about the mob off air, we'll have to shoot the shit about some Roman history because I grew up like in that era of stuff, and that culture just fascinates me and the history of it. And having been there now, and my brother is actually a history teacher, so I got a lot more insight than I would ever even have expected, both from the guides and from him. And it's man, it's fascinating. I'd definitely love to talk more about that, but off air for sure. Sometime we'll get together and smoke one.
I'd love to go to Italy. I really would.
Once travel opens back up, man, I highly suggest it. Don't put it off because it's fucking worth every penny and worth making the time.
I will if I can. I definitely will. I mean, we already have like, I think 2 or 3 trips. I mean, we're supposed to go to Disney World in the fall and a couple others in the year from now too that we had already booked, you know, just to get good rates and everything. Who knows? Everything's on hold. But yeah, I mean, my wife went over there with her in the 90s with her fiance at the time, I guess. But they went up to his last name was they went actually oh God, what is it? Cuneo. So they went up to the town where his family's from, Cuneo, up in Coolio or something, up in northern Italy. She said it was amazing driving through the Alps, man. Amazing. Oh God. Yeah.
It's such a beautiful country, man. You almost have to visit multiple times to see, because like you could spend your whole time in just Rome or just Milan or just fucking dude. Venice was the most unique city I've ever been. I'm not like super well traveled, but I've been a few places. And Venice, Italy, is the most unique city, at least that I've been to on the planet. That place is amazing.
Yeah, I believe it. My wife's been to Spain too, man. I love to go to Spain. Love coming to Barcelona. Yeah,
I want to get Eagle out to California, get his ass on a plane, get out here and smoke one of those big fatties with him. I'll be rolling.
Me too. Yeah, you know, my daughter's gonna be old enough. We're gonna take a little road trip and spend a couple weeks driving out and meeting some people, and you know, just like the Quinos did. You know what I mean? You know, something like that. Not a honeymoon, but you know, if ours is half as good as theirs was, I'll be happy as I'm taking shit. That was a great. I couldn't think of a better honeymoon. That was awesome.
Such a heartwarming episode, man. Like I just love getting to hear their story and that trip. It's like Lady Greenstock and I had sort of planned something like that, but then COVID-19 sort of cock-blocked us from having a fun time as far as traveling goes. But we had an amazing time with our wedding this 420, and I think someone upstairs was looking out for me because I won a Curador seconds after her and I got married on 420 at 420. So I mean that's pretty good karma.
You got married this year, 2020.
Yeah, last month.
Congratulations, man! Congratulations.
Yep, me and Lady Greenstock made it official.
Yeah, I made it I waited 49 years before I tied the knot. But, you know, she got me. She's younger, so why not?
Hey, it's not a marathon. It's a marathon, not a sprint. There you go.
Yeah. You know, I don't. You know, some people say everything for a reason. I believe in that a little bit, but you know, I also believe that you can make the right choices in life. And I've made a lot of bad ones, but she pointed me in the right direction, that's for sure. You know, so yeah, I'm blessed. I'm still on this earth. I got a lot of friends that didn't make it past the age of 16.
Hey, my dad found love later in life, and he's been married for 30 years now.
Everybody has their war stories. I never want to make it as though my story is any worse than anybody else either. But you know how it is.
Yeah, for sure. I was just saying, my parents met later in life, and my dad was sounds kind of like yourself in a way, but you know, even after having a kind of fun life in his younger days, he was able to find my mom and settle down and raise a family, and they're happily married for 30 plus years now. So I think it's definitely possible to find love later in life and live a long, happy life together. It's not like everybody needs to get married at 18 to their high school sweetheart or something like that. Everybody has their own path. And I think you probably found the perfect person at the perfect time.
Yeah. My first wife, she was 15 years older than me. My wife now is like 11 years younger than me. But my first, yeah, she's a lot older. But that's how I met her when I was working in the club at the time. And she took me on some adventures. She used to be a freelance photographer for Rolling Stone magazine. And we had some and she never wanted to have kids. She didn't even want to get married. And we ended up having a one-night stand that lasted 10 years. And what a hell of a ride it was before she passed. But yeah. Everything, listen, like my father used to say, God love him, he's 83. And I saw him the other day and it gets me thinking, he's coming soon maybe. But life's a journey, man. It's gonna end, I think you've got 100 years, make it what you want to make it. I have no regrets really. I'm still here. I'm still breathing. Are you kidding me? I was dead on the table in 2010.
If you're happy today, then I feel like no regrets is definitely a good way to live. And that's how I feel. Like I'm happy. I'm living a pretty good life, able to do a lot of the things that I want to do. Like it's not perfect, but
is your dad
I'm feeling good.
Your dad's still around?
I'm very, very fortunate to have him still around.
Right on. What about your parents? Your folks around, Eagle?
All dead.
Mine just lived through major heart surgery.
My mother died when she was 2. When I was like 2.5, almost 3, she passed away. She was actually pregnant with my little brother. She was a nurse, and she got breast cancer, misdiagnosed in '68. She was gone within 4 months. They took my brother out 7 weeks early. Back then, that was a death sentence. But yeah, that's when my father remarried that. My stepmother. She was in a convent, man. 11 years. God love her. Listen, God love her. She got me early enough that I was like 8 years old. I used to marry. But even when my father was a professional in Boston, but he went out drinking, man. He couldn't take it. He had 3 kids, 3 boys. My oldest brother was 4. I was just turned 3 or just about to turn 3, and my other brother that was 7 weeks premature, he was with my aunt, his godmother, for 3 years. With my father remarried, and then he came home. But even in the beginning, man, I used to have a lot of anger, man. I let it go. Self-destruction. So, and yeah, man, it's just, I'm just happy to be here, man. I'm on it. I'm humble. I'm just a humble guy. I try to be humble. I hope I don't come across as some know-it-all or anything like that.
I know.
I am far from that, man.
I've never gotten that feeling.
We don't want to know what not to do. Just do the opposite of what I did. If you want to have kids and settle down. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that, but yeah, that's cool. You got married, brother. I almost got married several times. I never did. How old are you? You don't mind me asking? You don't have to tell me. I don't care.
I'm not going to reveal on air just for anonymity reasons.
Yeah,
and,
no worries.
The field that I work in, I think it could make.
Yeah,
I'm
no worries.
actually probably gonna, when I come on and do my spotlight, I might even show my face because I think that's less
Yeah.
obvious than knowing how old I am.
Yeah.
But Eagle,
Yeah,
you'll
but-
have to make that happen, buddy.
I don't like to have
Anytime.
fun on, but you know,
God, don't make
anytime.
me beg, Jack. Jesus.
We'll line it up.
Sorry.
We'll line it up sometime, maybe next week.
I need a guest next week.
You're a good shit, Jack. You know your stuff, man. You know, you're a good egg, man. I like when I'm on with you. I like when I'm on with anybody. I like everybody, for Christ's sake, man. Great.
I appreciate that. I always love coming on with all you guys because everybody brings something different to the table, and you never know
Yeah.
what you might learn. So much spontaneity, even these random conversations, can spawn education and growth in personal ways in life. And even just getting to know you guys more personally, I think is a worthwhile investment. We're going through a crazy ass time right now. A lot of people are cooped up and not getting to have social conversations like this. And granted, we're talking through a screen to people that we've never met in person, but we get to talk about something that we love with people that we've sort of gotten to know, and have this community that some people really aren't taking care of this aspect of their like social, mental health, you know, getting a community aspect and like really feeling like they're still learning and growing and developing. Some people are just sitting home watching TV and they're like, ah, fuck, I'm out of what show to binge, you know? So having this to come back to each night and see these people in the chat to talk to them, it's really an awesome part of the community. Like shouting out John Boy, Trinity Farms, Chiba Man, Mr. Green Pots, all these people. I've literally seen them night after night. And Ms. D's Nugs,
Amazing
Purple Thumb
people.
OG, Moist Flops. I haven't seen you before, but Kebab Calzone. They were talking about my little pepperoni roll earlier. But yeah, it's just like a hell of a community that's built up in such a relatively quick time. Because I mean, episode 49, that means we're less than 2 months old as a show. I was on episode 5, sort of impromptu, just like I am now with my headphone mic, as opposed to earlier. You saw I could come on and get my
Backing
little
me up,
logo on
man.
screen.
Backing me up. Jack's been backing me up for day one, man.
It's been a good ride, man. And I love being a part of all these different shows and communities because they all have their different element that I sort of find gratification from. It's like, it's not always just about getting education 24/7. I think sometimes even in these really casual conversations, I pick up stuff that's super important for one reason or another. And you learn things that you maybe never would have expected. And some stuff's really just bizarre, like how much similarities, like some people that you've had on coming like from Ohio to San Diego, like real specific things that like I've also had in my life, lived those same experiences. So to hear people like, hey, I grew up in Ohio, moved to San Diego, and like also in the cannabis space, and it's interesting to hear their perspectives because they can really strongly relate to what I've been through as well. So you never know what you might find on fucking Talkin Shit with Eagle, man, especially at 2 a.m. I just packed up my last bowl. I'm promising myself at
2
least.
a.m. 5:06. Fucking
But
so I
you
just
guys are
want to say a
champions
couple
over
of
there.
things. Just want to say a couple of things here. On my end, you know, I appreciate you guys showing up every night. Or not every night. Well, as far as chat, most of them show up every night. I appreciate you guys popping in whenever you can, as much as you can. You guys are pretty awesome on that fact. But as far as like say my dedication, I know this might even sound super stupid, but my book here, which has been my scheduling book, is took a shit out of me. Okay, and I want to keep this because this has meant a lot to me. Every one of you guys that has come on to me. So, you know, it's just as a personal thing to myself, I told myself, well, I'm going to keep doing this. And I'm going to backlog all this. I'm going to keep this paper, but I'm going to backlog it all in here. But more importantly, you see, this is a bigger, heavier book, which is telling you I have no fucking intentions on hanging this thing up any fucking time soon. So that's a little promise I made to myself as I picked up this book, that I was gonna fucking keep the fire burning just as long as I can fucking do it. And when I am done, I want a nice fucking journal of all the great people that I've been able to meet and touch somehow, some way. They at least they touched me. That's the way I should have put it. A nice log of the journal that's touched me in the end.
I think that's awesome, man. And I know you've definitely helped me through all the quarantine and things like that. And this show, it started there, but I think it's going to continue on and on even after all the lockdowns have opened up and people can go back and start sharing joints and bowls and doing all the fun cannabis stuff that we all love to do, going to events and things like that. So I'm excited to hear your passion is going to keep kicking on.
It'll have to keep going on because by then we'll be too close of friends in the community. You know what I mean? You can't just at a point you can't just fucking just shut it off. Once you created like a community, once we get this going, we're not gonna be able to just shut it off. It's gonna have to continue somehow.
Train's going in one direction. Train's only going in one direction, Eagle. That's the way I see it too. I think that you're definitely onto something good here. And I'm super happy to be a small part of the little community we've got going on that's continuing to grow. And it's awesome to even thinking about all the guests, anybody who comes on here is then one of the people who's been on the show, which makes them part of a list of a guest that includes people like Jinx Proof and, big names in the cannabis community. So you've got a lot of credibility behind the show, but even if you stop having guests on, I think having people come back on doing second episodes, Mr. Soul and some of these people that have offered to do round twos, have them come back on. Because I think in other shows, people's second go, they're a little more comfortable. They come back on, they know you, they know the flow of the show. And it's definitely, don't be afraid to tap on those resources because you've got them. You've already got an amazing list, but not to say you don't want to look for new people or even bring up some of the people in the chat that are willing to hop on. But I think the show is just going to keep growing in the right direction.
I want to thank somebody else too, that as well as you guys, I think I've thanked you guys, but I want to thank you one more time for you guys' help. But there's one other person that's been really, well, Jack, first and foremost, you've been a lot of help, in the beginning mainly, but as you put in these hours with me too. But you helped me honestly as as somebody that does this quite a bit. You didn't have to, or you could have seen it as like a competition or a threat or however, but you didn't. You were like, hey brother, you gave me nice pointers, you put me in great directions on how to improve things and do the show a little bit better, and that meant a lot to me. It really did. That's, to me, that showed a huge character in you, and I was like, man, I want to keep. That did too. I was like, I want to keep this guy around. Jack, I want to be good to Jack. He's a good guy. I could I got to keep Jack around. But there's another guy that kind of snuck in there that I didn't really see coming, and that was Smiley. He wasn't here tonight, and everybody needs a day off. That's cool with me. He's got shit. Everybody's got life. But Smiley has helped out, as you all know. He's been on here night after night, help keeping the banner going. And last night I did have a guest scheduled, and I can't control. I can only do so much. I can line them up, and there's some nights where I get yay, and and then they agreed. Like last night, it was. I mean, even saying the name again. Yes, and then it come to the day, and I'm like, confirmation, question mark, confirmation, question mark, confirmation, question mark, like all day long. starting to fucking sweat it. And I'm like, oh God, what the fuck am I gonna do tonight? Because I do sweat that, I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do tonight? Now I can't get confirmation on this. And I hit Smiley up, and Smiley was like, you know what? I can wrap my shit up here at the garden. I can fucking be home early. He's like, man, dude, the show must go on. I'll be at home. And fucking, he finished up his shit yesterday and fucking, ran home real quick and fucking got on and made sure that I had somebody to banter with right off the fucking get. And just wanted to give him, a true heartfelt shout out, because he's helped out a lot. The 420 thing was his idea, and he don't like to take no credit for it, and he tells me I did all the work, but I wouldn't have did all the work if I didn't have a fucking great idea. That's the way I see that shit. And I do. I appreciate that guy a lot. He's put in a lot of fucking work, and he should get his dues. Good people deserve their dues.
I totally agree with that shout out too, because the 420 episode, I remember being in the show where he came up with the idea, and he's been a great co-host. And I think much like Skillbo and Sequence had at the Michigan Bros Grow Show originally, when it was just those two, and maybe they'd have like one guest. Their back and forth banter, and also different style. Like Skillbo is a more organic guy, and Sequence is more using like Jack's 321 synthetic, where like Smiley represents sort of the organic and you represent the generic nutrients. So you guys both have that sort of like back and forth. It's a really good, I think, dichotomy or play off of each other, where you guys can, even though you're in different settings, you're both super civil with each other about it. It's not an argument. You don't care. You're not trying to sell each other one way or the other. You both know both your systems work, and that's what works for you. So if anybody in the chat or whoever comes up with questions on either side, you're both equipped to handle it. And then you're both learning a little bit more about the other side, which ultimately makes you a better grower overall. And I think that's what's so addicting about these types of shows is like Smiley and you both bring up stuff occasionally that I have to look into because like I've never heard of it before. And then I learned and become a better grower. And that's where these types of shows are awesome.
Well, just to hear you say I fucking set your mind an idea in your mind that you've looked up means a lot to me, Jack. Because you've provided me with fucking just shit tons of information. Just to think I spun that around in a small way, that's pretty cool in my book.
In a huge way, and the fact that we're both similar and we're both like kind of pheno hunters and testers. We run genetics that might never even hit the market because occasionally, we'll put up with a strain that really is a loser to find that unicorn and to help a breeder further their stuff and to see what's something that's literally maybe not on the market yet. We like to have those unique varieties. And for me, mainly, it's like I want to find. I've got a few keepers that help me for one reason or another. I got a few flavors I really like, but like popping something that's brand new, never been run before, even by the breeder, like the tester stuff, is so fascinating. And the fact that you've grown so many different testers, I could ask you, hey, what do you think about this flavor? Or like, where do I look for that flavor? And like, we're both kind of on that pine hunt right now. And I'm confident we're gonna find something. And even like, I'm planning on like crossing Kineos lights to my J1, and like, there's a super indica, mine is more sativa, and so like, we're both gonna have sort of a bunch of different pines to pick from, and we'll all find the one that works best for ourselves. And then like I'm kind of on Smiley's route where it's like I've got my nighttime and I got my daytime, and it's like I got a gas and I got a pine. So it's like now I'm just sort of looking for like other stuff that suits me. Like I grew a strawberry that I really liked, and I've got some seeds if I want to go through it again. And there's like I've done lemon and I've done lime, and there's a whole bunch of different stuff. It's like literally like Skittles taste the rainbow out here. Like we get to go through and as home growers get to grow whatever flavors we want and always keep it new and fresh and interesting. So you've definitely the cannabis cultivars and strains history. It's such a narrow pool. Like you literally have to talk to the people who've done it and grown it themselves, because so much of the information on the forums is like kids making stuff up or getting fake cuts or who knows what. Some seed bank sold them some stuff that they said was this, but really has no relation to the genetics that they're being advertised. So to talk to somebody like you firsthand who's grown I mean, hundreds of different varieties, you have access to some of the information that's like unknown to the world. You have a secret vault in your mind of all this information that like you can slowly share over time, like talking about the dominatrix and the lemon lava drops. Like those are two pine strains I would have never heard of otherwise. And like I listened to a lot of the Michigan shows, and I've heard of Empire Breeding Co. before, but I hadn't looked into those particular lines. So like you helped me get more options for pine to look into in the future as well. Like it's just I think you underestimate your years and years of experience, how much some growers often will joke that they've forgotten more than new growers have ever learned. And I think like you're in that category. You've been doing it for so long, you've forgotten more than some people that have ever learned as far as like cultivars you've grown. You learn so much about them when you grow it. And then if you don't keep it around, like we literally do forget. I'm guilty of that too. So it's amazing to pick your brain and sometimes see you reminisce and be like, oh, I remember this one strain. Because if I say like, oh, I'm looking for this flavor or that flavor or some sort of high, you can relate it. Your brain sort of hears something, clicks back, and it's like, oh, this cultivar was like that, or this was like that.
That happens when I look back through my books. It's like looking through that, just like a picture book, basically. When I look through my notes, I'm like, oh, I remember that one. Yeah. It brings it all right back. I like it.
Who's the domination from? Sorry.
Empire.
Empire. Oh yeah.
And that's sex tape across the duct tape, right?
Yeah. That's right. Because I think it was a domination 10 years ago, but it couldn't have been because it was from BC Bud, but it was something along those lines. But what the hell was it? Oh, I can't remember. It juggled my memory. I thought it was the same thing, but I forgot. That's one of Type's new ones.
I hate to do this to the 36 good people of the chat, but the final bit of wedding cake that I had ground up for myself for the night is officially smoked. And I'm going to hit the bathroom and then hit the hay, or AKA go to bed for the night. Thank you all so much for joining us. If you want to find more stuff from me, I'm at Jack Greenstock on Instagram and Cannabis. You can also find me on Twitter at Jack_Greenstock. Eagle, thanks again for having me. It's always fun coming on here and talking shit with you. Charlie's Farm 420. Always good to see you, man. It was great seeing you and talking to you. And everybody in the chat, Purple Thumb OG, Ms. D's Nugs, The School of Crop, Aldridge, Mr. Green Pots, Prometheus, Soil, Chiba Man. Much love to all you, John Boy. Thank you for coming. And I'll see you all around. Peace.
Peace, Jack. You have a great day, man. Amazing day. Talk to you tomorrow. Oh, man. Yeah.
I gotta go soon too. I gotta finish some watering I was supposed to do a couple hours ago. Yeah.
I'm right there with.
I got 3 Primal Punch. They were mothers, and they were a little starting to get a little root bound. I think they're gonna make it to the end of the month. But they're getting thirsty every less than 48 hours. Well, it's about 48 hours, depending on how bad I saturate them. They've been thirsty all night. I've had a mix off pH ready to go for the last 3 hours.
Were those the F1s?
Yeah, they were. It's so fun. Yep, and they're beautiful. They're three different keepers I kept, just different profiles. So
I seen an F1 the other day that was it had the banana like bud structure, but they were saying it had like the Gorilla Glue, the GG4 flavor profile. They were like no banana present at all. I was thinking you got fucked.
yeah,
and had GG, but man, I'm telling you, if I could get you some of this pineapple or banana, you'd be like, holy shit, that's pretty good.
I got a couple that I got 2 of them are all 3 of them have the banana coming through, and they very sweet. That's why I kept them, but they have GG4 structure all the way, bud structure all the way, but real nice nugs, and not too much foxtailing at all, coming through from the GG4, but it's all the Turks are all fucking the OG, man. I mean the punch. Beautiful. It's one of my number one requested right now. That's why I'm keeping it around. You know, maybe it'll make it through the summer.
Yeah, it's killing here in Michigan too. Oh, what a great feeling that's got to be. You know what I mean? To just create a fucking strain like that just went fucking cuckoo.
Yeah, hit a home run his first time out of the box, and hit a home run. No question.
You know, when I talked to him about that shit before he started breeding, I was like, dude, you'd be stupid not to make that your next step. You've already got a huge following and fucking, YouTube. That's a good fucking punt right there, right off, the get. Most guys didn't have that to start. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah.
And, he took that opportunity and made fucking good with it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I try to make his live. Whenever he's live streaming, I try to make it. I've been following him for quite a while. I used to follow him when I was under my real name.
God damn, Charlie, you must be fucking still up at that point, because I know I got much love for Med Grower 1, but man, there's a lot of times where like he come on just after I fucking fell out, or just as I'm falling out, I'd maybe jump in real quick and be like, "Hey, good morning, good night."
Yeah. I have my daughter's home from school, so she's up and about. I jump. I worship the ground she walks on. So,
that's pretty awesome, brother.
Yeah, it's not a chore, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm exhausted some days, but it is what it is. I like being part of the community, and I'm grateful that they're welcome, for sure, no question. And why I'm always psyched when you ask me to come on. Anytime I can, I'm down. I'm down, man. I have a lot of respect for you, Eagle. I mean that.
Well, I appreciate it.
I say this, I don't throw that word out there lightly.
Me either. I got a lot of respect for you. And, and with that being said, I throw them numbers out here because, I would like you to come, you know what I mean? But, like I told Smiley the other day, don't get behind, you know what I mean? I want you here. Anytime you want to fucking jump in, I throw it out there because mainly I want you to know you're welcome. But
Thanks,
know this, that I understand too that shit's got to be done. Yeah. So when you tell me, I got shit to do, I understand. No hard feelings at all. But I'm chucking them numbers out there to know, hey, I want fucking Farmer Willie to know that he's fucking welcome here. And
thanks, bro.
People always tell me, and if you look at the chat, if you go back in some of these shows that you're on and look at the fucking the comments and shit, you're one of the ones they like to see. So
that's cool. Thanks, guys.
Believe that or not, and fucking you get a lot of compliments, man. People like.
I'm gonna start doing more streams myself. I think during the day when I'm here working. I think I'm just gonna, because I got a Twitch account, and I'm over. If I'm not here with you, I'm over there on Twitch with Ninja and PH Nerd and Pedro. I jump in and out of Pedro, mainly with Ninja though, Stone Ninja, and TH Caesar, however you say his name, and Dark Horse Genetics is there all the time, and but it's either there or here. So I'm thinking I'm going to do some more streams. I'm thinking, and just maybe do them on Twitch, edit out some of the music if I have the time, and then upload them to YouTube. I mean, I'm shooting from the hip here, talking about this because it's time that I don't have really. But streaming, that's what I don't mind about YouTube, because I can stream it on YouTube and I don't play any music, and I can just upload it right away. You know what I mean? It automatically does it on my phone anyway. So, and then I can delete it if I want.
See, that's where I'm opposite, Charlie. I'm that. We were talking about editing and shit a little bit earlier. I'm that lazy bitch that you were talking about. You know what I mean? You want to find the easiest way to get something done? Right here, man. Fucking, that's a live stream that shit. Don't edit it. Smack it up online, and that way I ain't gotta go back and edit that shit. I ain't gotta spend all day uploading it. The show like this, to upload
Yeah.
it on my
I know.
phone and my connection be
That's
like
right.
2 fucking days.
Yeah, man. Yeah, 'cause you know what? I do a 15-minute video. Well, I did one stream and it lasted like an hour, and it took I think it took a day to upload from my phone. Man. I was like, holy shit. So yeah. So I know what you mean, man. These 5-6 hours. Because I thought of that. Like, what are you using? Your computer or your phone?
Actually, this is
When is it going to give me that feedback that it's uploaded?
actually I got one back the other day. I had posted it, man, from YouTube. It was pretty fucking good. I was pretty proud of it. So I didn't post it on my feed, but I posted it in my stories. And
Yeah,
brother, it's amazing. I don't mean to toot my horn, but
No, it's beautiful.
these guys, these guys, we've put in some work. Let me tell you
That's
that. Look here, let me bring it up real quick. I'll tell you exactly what the fucking numbers were. It only takes a goddamn second. It's pretty amazing. It really is.
I like going into my analytics lately. I went years without posting anything. I went, especially when they were doing the purge, a couple of years ago. I just stopped uploading. They didn't purge me, thank God. They didn't take my channel down. But and they were going after everybody else. So, and then just slowly, I got to become more consistent, like you. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't do one every day, but if I did one at least once a week, that's the key. Because Mr. Canucks, he's got over 500,000 now, close to 500,000 followers. He was one of my first. He had just started his channel when I did, because he was one of my first subscribers. I don't know if he still is, but he was one of my first. We used to talk every once in a while. That's why after each comment I leave on his thing is you just stick on the ice, because I'm a Bruins fan, he's a Canucks fan, you know what I mean? So for hockey, and so that was always our running joke. And next thing you know, he was consistent, great editing, and look where he is now. You know what I mean? Plus, seems like a wicked nice guy, wicked nice guy. But yeah, he's done the work,
That's something I have noticed a little bit lately. God damn it. I'm gonna have to go off my screenshot. All right.
And I don't do it for followers. I'm just doing it because I hope I leave something for my daughter to see someday. That's really why I do it.
I've noticed like watching other people's show though. I kind of mentioned about being lazy about that shit, but man, I got much respect for some of these people. I look at some of these other shows and the fucking effort and editing and shit they put into some of them, and I'm like, man,
yeah,
a little lazy.
And my daughter's better on her laptop now than I would ever be. Just navigating around. I mean, I could learn it. It would take me, a few weeks to get down pat, but to be able to just smoothly transition from one thing to another with editing videos. I mean, Grateful Grower actually did a video once about how he does the editing, because people were asking him, because he was putting some nice shit together himself. And so he did. He made, I think, maybe even more than one video. And that's when I first found out how long it takes to do a video. You'd only do 15-minute videos. Say, take at least 8 to 10 hours. And he, he's an older guy, pretty affluent with the computer. So, construction worker that got hurt. Wicked nice guy. He and I became really good friends. Really super nice guy. I miss seeing him. I should actually message him and see what's up, because we talk like at least once a year. He bought a huge piece of property in Colorado. Huge. Building his own house. But what a beautiful piece of property he got.
Couldn't find it. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah, no worries. No worries, buddy. Hey,
It was
listen,
like
I gotta get
30,000 comments though.
Is it really?
Chat
huh?
comments. Yeah, in the last month, just in chat, it was like 30,000 chat comments. Yeah. That's pretty.
I would love to see
great.
how many views, how many minutes you get, because I bet you're getting a lot of minutes.
Oh, I'm right now. I'm just tipped over 500,000.
Wow. That's
half a
awesome.
million watched minutes. Yeah.
Yeah,
In the
yeah.
last 30 days, actually. If you can believe
Wow.
that shit.
Yeah, I got to start posting a little more. I will. I mean, I don't have a, you know, I think I got 2,700 or something. So, but I can build on that because I'm not, you know, I mean, I just look at my videos like, you know, like when you see yourself, you just, you know, you critique everything. Like I should have done this. Did I sound good? Did I say the right thing? And I don't even think of that anymore. I just, you know, listen, and I said it from the beginning to myself. Whatever comes out, comes out. I'm not going to think about it. It's just going to be me. If you like me, you do. If you don't, oh well. Can't please all the people all the time. So I always looked at it like raw videos. I mean, half the time in my little videos, I was doing a little more consistently. All you'd hear is the fans. You could even barely hear me. That's why I just went and got one of those lapel microphones so that you can get a little bit better sound in the main room here. You know. So and then I'm thinking about getting a
Appreciate
microphone with a stand. You know, for you, because I got it set up right behind my phone here. I could just clip it right on there and get a little bit better sound. You know what I mean? How's it sound now? Because all I use is Bluetooth headphones.
Perfect. 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 You know, you don't even need nothing else as far as I'm concerned. You're
Cool.
good.
Cool. Very cool. My accent comes through clear.
Clear. Clear.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I really got a jet, Eagle, because I want to get home at some point. I got home at 7:30 in the morning yesterday.
Get home to them girls, buddy. Get home to them girls.
Yeah, those are my dreams, and I mean that. I'll always say it. You know, hey, my wife and daughter. I meant to say last time too. You know, I've had a consistent saying hi to Lexi and Brittany every time I'm here. Lexi, anyway. Lexi. I meant to say it last time before I signed off, and I broke the chain, and I just want to start it up again. Lexi, I'll always jump in to say hi to your daughter. You know, and I hope someday we meet up, brother. And I mean that. I would love to meet up with you at some point. You never know.
Me too.
Upside Upside. That was one of my things. I can drive to Michigan. I don't mind a big road trip. I drive to Toronto all the time.
You're welcome, man. You're welcome anytime you want to come up this way. You know, as far as that goes, Charlie, one last,
Yeah.
you know, the other night when Saturday night, she asked me who was on. And I told her, I was like, you know, it's Charlie's Farm and Smiley's going to be here, and Sergeant Pepper and Jack. She's like, those are all my favorite people.
That's awesome to hear. Yeah, I mean, that strokes the ego a little bit. I got to admit, strokes the ego. I'm an honest guy, you know. She just seems like a really nice. Listen, man, I got a daughter, so I'm about to go through it, those teenage years, and I keep telling my daughter, there's gonna come a time you're just gonna wanna not want me around. Just we have this little.
It hurts.
Yeah,
it
we already
hurts, brother.
code. Yeah, we already came
Oh
up with a
God,
code.
it hurts. But they know this. I'm gonna. I think I might have warned you when that time comes. It's from like 13 to 15, and
Yeah.
it's fucking daggers, buddy. But they come back. Just know they come back. They just go through a weird thing, but they come back to being a daddy's girl. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's
Yeah. They
tough,
do.
but
They do. I know. You're not my only friend to tell me that. It's like, you know what? When you're daddy's girl, and you know, they always do. And what else did he say? He said something like, yeah, well, you know, we never give up on our daughters. We don't give up on our kids. You know.
25, Brittany. Today is Brittany's birthday. And
Well,
I had to run downstate and I didn't get to fucking spend a whole lot of time with her. And I looked her boyfriend right in the fucking eye. I was like, man, take care of my fucking baby. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
25. I swear to God, Charlie, I'd kill for them girls.
I always say this, man. No matter what, blood is always thicker than water, man. You can't separate that. You can't separate that. No matter, and I've got friends that don't talk to their kids. You know, I got, you know, and they're estranged, and I just, you know, they don't try and give, you know, they say it too. You know, you never give up. You just don't know what to do. You just don't know what to do sometimes. You know what I mean? And I can see that with people, and me too. I mean, I tell her all the time. I don't know what to do all the time. You know, when she asks questions or whatever, you know, I don't know. What happens if this happens, Daddy? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know at all. You know. So
To be honest,
living.
you know what I did? I went and I kind of like when I was raising my girls. There's things that we know as men. You know what I mean? That we know how women. God, I shouldn't even be saying this on here because there's a couple that I know in here. And we know how
Fuck my
women.
ears.
We know how women can manipulate men, right?
Right.
And I asked a couple of my friends when they were growing up. I'm like, so, would you advise your daughter? You know, would you give her the advice on how to play? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. I
They
got you.
already know, but would you know give them the advice
Right.
to know how to really tweak it? And they were like, fuck no. I didn't.
Sorry.
I'm here to tell you, Charlie. I unleashed the monster with my girls.
No,
I let a
no.
couple of secrets go that may fucking.
I say this. I tell my, and this is the way I've always kind of lived my life, even during my heyday. I'm always an honest guy. I don't lie to you. And I told my daughter this is the one thing because I grew up in a, not to get into it, but I kind of grew up in a family where, you didn't have a past, before my stepmother came. It's just you didn't even talk about my mother. My father was, to this day breaks down whenever he mentions her even. But so I grew up kind of having to lie. I was forced to call her mom, and I didn't think that right from the beginning. That's where a lot of the anger came through. And my father, he used to beat the living crap out of us, So, but anyway, so I told my daughter from day one, I will never ever lie to you. You come to me with a question, and I'll be damn well as 100% honest as I can be. Listen, you always want to tell the truth, just don't always want to be telling. So, but I told her that, I'll never lie to you. Come to me, because integrity means everything. It means everything.
This is the way I looked at it, Charlie. I figured if there were a boy, I would obviously. Well, I did teach the girls how to fight, but if they were a boy, I would teach them everything I knew. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
To be able to maintain. And this is the way I feel about what I've unleashed and what I've divulged into the girls is like by the time they take over and unleash these secrets, I'll be dead anyway. So if the women start to take over after that point, well, all right, cool.
Yeah, man. I think of that. Listen, it's not like it hasn't entered my mind that situation, that that issue. It's come through. My wife looks at me all the time because she knows what the life I used to have, and because she knows everything. And so she asks me all the time, "You ever going to tell Charlie about what you used to do and everything else?" And I said, "I don't know. If she asks, maybe. You never know. If she asks, it gets to a certain age, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, brother." See, did you have sisters growing? Let me ask you this. Did you have sisters growing up?
No.
Or brothers? You didn't have?
I have one brother that I grew up pretty much with, and I have two brothers and a sister that I've never met.
I see. Yeah. See, I grew up with three other brothers, So I didn't have any daughters. In fact, when my father remarried and they had my youngest brother, I was praying for a girl. I just wanted to, just to switch it up, man. You know what I mean? I only had two other brothers. Let's have a girl. And it, thank God my brother was born, obviously. But, and then I never thought I was going to have kids. And then wouldn't you know, now my father is the oldest of four boys in his family, no sisters either, and, but that got broken. My two younger brothers, my first younger brother, he's 3 years younger than me. He had three girls of his own. And then my youngest brother there, he ended up having three girls. And then they had one more shot. They tried one more time to have a boy. And sure enough, they finally had a boy. So he's the only one. And then even on my wife's side, all girls except for, well, no, I shouldn't say that. brother had 2 boys. So there's 3 boys and 2 girls, 3 and 3 actually. That's right. But yeah, so I didn't have sisters, so I was so happy to have a daughter. That's all. My wife asked me all the time, "Don't you wish you had a boy?" When I was pregnant, weren't you really wishing it was going to be a boy? And I swear to this day, no way, Jose. I wanted a daughter, and God blessed me with one. So I'm blessed every day. Every day. You know what my younger brother does? Still to this day with his 13-year-old daughter, he spoils them so bad that he actually, when they wake up, goes up. And if he's home, he does a lot of traveling. But when he's home, he actually carries them out of their bed downstairs into the living room, and then goes in and cooks them breakfast. Like they don't even have to walk down the stairs. He places them on the couch, puts the blanket back over, and then goes in and cooks them dinner. And he's done it with all 3 of his daughters.
I love them dearly. I love them dearly. My girl's twice the age, I'm sure. Let me tell you what will happen here, Charlie.
Yeah, go for it.
Don't fucking do that shit. Don't you fucking do that shit. You unleash the beast, give them the knowledge a little bit later on. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. I love my 3 angels.
Yeah.
All my heart. I did exactly what you're talking about right there.
Yeah.
These girls, yeah. No, what will happen is you'll raise prima donnas.
Yeah.
And you'll set the standard so high because their dad was such a great man and did all this shit and fucking gave them everything you're not wanted. That you'll raise that bar so high, you'll fucking every guy from thereafter will just be like, ugh, good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely right about that, man. Maybe I'm doing it on purpose then. Keep those guys away from it because I'll probably kill them all.
Right. That's not.
I actually, you know what? I was a wild. I mean, I was a black sheep of my family. I made some good choices, but I was literally the black sheep of the family, and kind of still am to this extent. My parents, my folks don't know anything I do. None of my brothers know what I do. Nobody knows what I do. You know.
Fucking Chiba Man. I'm sorry, man. I just.
No, I'm babbling.
Chiba Man is divulging. I don't even know if I want to read it on air. He's putting it out there. He's just released probably the biggest secret.
What is it?
What is it? You want me to read it out?
Yeah, well, you sparked my curiosity, brother.
Chiba Man has said women have been running it since Eve said to Adam, "I've got something to taste other than that apple." And fucking
yeah, I love him.
He's right.
Yeah.
But that's the secret. We don't let them know that.
Right.
We know they run it, but we try to act like we don't know they run it. We like to act like we run it. But ultimately, that's the secret.
That's it. That really is, man. You know? We spent 9 months in there, and then we spend the rest of our lives trying to climb back up. It's what it is. Listen, Yeah. I got a beautiful redhead. I'm happy. And funny enough, I married a redheaded woman, and I never was. I've only dated a couple of redheads over the years, so I like brunettes, dark hair, but she stole my heart. It was her hair that did it right away. I saw that hair. It's long. I told her, don't ever cut that thing. Oh, no way. Don't ever cut that stuff. Yeah. You'll have the pleasure of meeting someday. That's for sure. I hope to God you do. She's awesome. She doesn't smoke. Anything like that. But yeah. She's a good girl. She's a really good girl. She came my ass, man. It's a lot. If you knew me. Yeah, it takes a fucking lot to change my ass.
I'm sure that wasn't an easy task, Charlie. I'm pretty sure that wasn't an easy task.
Funny enough, I knew, and I told her this too. I mean, obviously, I told her, part of our story. But the first 24 hours I met her, I told her, I'm gonna marry you, and she looked at me like I had 2 freaking heads. And I said it to her. You might not want to marry me, but I sure as hell want to marry you. And Yeah, sure enough. And we're together so much. And, you know, a lot of couples are together this long, not that it's unachievable, but, you know, they're at each other's throats, and for God's sakes, they're broken up after 5 years. You know what I mean? And no, I to this day, it's been 13 years now, and I still want to get back to her as fast as I can, and my daughter as fast as I can. Yep. That's why I work so hard. That's why I don't care being tired. I got a few, you know, I got limited years left. I'm, you know, at my age, I know I got 20 good ones left anyway, you know, so I want to be able to leave something behind. You know what I mean? Raise a good girl, and believe me, she's wild. She's wild, man. She's got a little bit of me in her with her attitude, but you know, it is what it is. You know how it is. You know how it is, but it rubs off, man. Apple does not fall far from the tree. I would love to meet your daughter's kid.
They're
Little
good
mini
girls.
too. I bet, man. Listen, I love talking to Lexi. Just saying hi to her, man. Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. Don't even know her from a hole in the wall, but it's the connection.
They want to come on. They all actually want to come on. I'm like, we'll see. Maybe someday soon. You know, maybe like a 4th of July or something.
Sure.
They're like, we could just take.
Absolutely, man. Yeah.
We just take it outside and have a bonfire. I'm like, that might happen one episode. You never know. Summer days are coming.
Yeah, man. I mean, you can only see your family really, if you know. If that's the way. What's your state doing, by the way? What is she going to do with you guys? You guys are staying closed, right? Your governor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Supposed to be.
We are. We're going to stay closed the whole time. Put the pain in now. Only other thing. I mean, I got, you know, my brothers. I mean, you know, they're hurting. They're hurting, and they're successful. Very successful.
You know, it's one of them things. The people that are successful are fucking hurting, Charlie. And the people that, you know, I hate to say this, but the people that weren't doing so good are really benefiting right now. And what's going to happen, I was talking about this with a friend today. What's going to happen is when it's time to go to work, nobody's going to want to go to work because they're making too much money fucking staying home.
Yeah. That's why it's a fine line. That's why, you know, it's going to be a fine line. You know, I don't even know how I think about the whole situation. I mean, I know it's chaotic. No one's ever been through something like this before. And pointing fingers doesn't fix the problem. All I say is fix it. Fix it. Just fix it. We voted you in there to fix it. So fix it. We're America. We are America. Okay? Fix it.
I agree.
Testing, and that's all I get to say. I mean, anybody that knows anything about science knows it's the only way we're going to be able to at least calm our own nerves to know that we can do the shit we love to do. That's all. And the only way to do that is just test everybody. I know I'm not going to do shit, man. I mean, I got pre-existing conditions. My father's 83. He was in the hospital friggin' 3 weeks ago for something else, man. He could have caught it twice. He had to spend an overnight, 2 nights there, 1 night. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's that the big question mark. So, you know how you take away the question mark? Is find out if you got it. Simple as that. Who has it? Get them out away from us. Thank God that hopefully, because listen, it's not the way I see it, man. It doesn't matter whether you die from it or not. It makes you feel like you want to fucking die. So, you know, and that scares the masses. And, you know, you can't blame them. But fix it. We're America. What do you mean we can't fix this problem? Are you shitting me? Come on. You get the best minds, all the money. You know what I mean? Really what it comes down to. It's not a complicated situation. Just fix the fucking shit. You know? I mean, guys like you and I, you know, throw money at it and fix it. Get those tests out there, just fix it. No one's going to move until that happens. Majority of people, because, you know, there's going to be the spikes again. It's already happening. Just listen to the scientists, doctors. You don't listen to anybody else but them. You know, I don't anyway, put it that way. I don't listen to anybody. Give me the freaking scientists and what they tell you to do. You know, a lot of mistakes were made. That's all right. Just fix the fucking thing. All right, listen, I got to get going. I'll babble. I got to get going, my friend. I love Eagle, and I mean that, brother.
I love you too, brother. You have a great day.
Smileys, all you guys, Aldrich, Greenstock, Joint Crack Seeds, UK Sif, Aldridge, I didn't say him already. Chris Mertz, if he's out there, he's up in the North Shore for me, and Lexi, of course, Brittany, and anybody else that I forgot that's out there, please, my apologies. I know I usually go the American one always. His Instagram, man, I've learned so much over the years just from what, shit he posts. It's just awesome. And if it's shit that if I need to review it, shit that I may have heard of, he gets into detail about some of the shit he's posted over the years. One of those freaking books and pages and everything. Man, you kidding me? Yeah. Vital stuff. So, all right, guys. And by the way, the original reeferman tonight, thank you for showing up, man. It was a great fucking time that I did catch him in the beginning. That was awesome. You get some great guests, brother. And I'm working on the other two. I already, we'll leave it at that. Know the hell they get back and they get back.
Right on. I appreciate you.
They gave me the scheduling. Let's see if that holds water. That's what I say. That's what I told them. All right, we'll see.
Right on.
All right, guys. Good night. And to my wife and daughter, I want you more than anything in this freaking world. Peace, guys.
Peace, brother. Mr. Charlie's Farm, Farmer Willie. That's what we should really call him. That's who it is. The farm is Charlie's, but the farmer is Willie. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let's do our good nights. It is fastest weekend. Modern Genetics, thank you so much. Mr. Green Pots, John Boy, Chiba Man, Bill Sid, Johnny Boy, Diamond Press Co. Checking in a little late, but I'll take late than never any day. School of Crops, thank you so much. Mrs. D's Nugs, man, she's cool, man. She's here every night, almost all night. I got tons of respect for you. Tons. Cannon Trooper, you better be a backup this way. You said you were gonna try to jump out of plane this year. Let's do that shit. I'm game. Prometheus Soil, thank you so much for popping in. Trying to zip through here. Humble Grower 420, thank you for so much for popping in. Jack Screenstock, of course. Purple Thumb OG. Who else? My Aldridge 25. I thought I missed one right there. No, that's Prometheus. Who else am I forgetting? Oh, there's a new one. Moist Flops. Thank you very much for popping in. Slurhow, thank you so much for popping in. John Boy, Johnny Cannesses, thank you so much for popping in. Trinity Farms, Mr. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs, Trinity Farms. So many great folks. They don't want to let me go back so far because you guys kill it. Chat. There's a limit. Michelle F. Ibotson. Hope I said it right that time. Have a great night. Thank you so much for your loyal viewing night after night. Dropping that great information. Ellie. Hans Warrior, thank you so much for dropping in. Kenios. God damn it. Someday I'll get it. Kenios Genetics. Mr. No One. The American one. He's fucking another badass dude. Enjoy hanging out with him as well as everybody else. Y'all deserve your credit. Backwoods, thank you so much. You're the first and last name I could see, which there was many more after that. But what can I do? I can only think as many. Rob T. Roy, thank you for dropping those positive comments every morning. The major one, the major army, the major 420 army, rather. Thank you so much for your morning comments as well. Even though it seems like most of the likes are for everybody else, but we'll take them as we can get them. I appreciate you, brother, and would like to get you on. That would be totally amazing. You guys know the deal. Do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do change lives. I'm a living example, and it really doesn't take much to convince you. Just help somebody out. I will be back tomorrow with shit. Who will I be back tomorrow with? Right here. Glorious Genetics. Glorious Genetics will be here tomorrow. And then whoever else wants to jump in on the after panel, you guys know how that works. Man, excuse me, getting a little tired. You guys are amazing. Everybody here is amazing. Everybody that watches, you're the driving force behind this. You know, you're the reason why I show up. You're the reason why the guests show up. And what can I say? Thank you. Peace. See you tomorrow.